Take my beat back. Take my beat. 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 Take my beat back. Take my
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. Did anyone see this coming? Sentinels are in a grand final facing off against Loud. You gotta love the timeline we're in right now. Kind of. In any case, though, hello and welcome to VCT Americas Kickoff, coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena in, of course, Los Angeles, California. I'm Golden Boy, currently yelling right now. You got Doug, you got Mimi. You also have Ender here. That's right. It's the finals, so we decided to juice up the desk a little bit and add another person. And he was just here, so why not? Doug, good to see you.
You're the juice.
Doug, you're looking quite supple today.
Thank you. You know, I woke up this morning, I looked in the mirror, and I went, I feel supple. I feel supple.
And
so thank you.
You're nailing it, buddy. I'm so
Man, come on.
Guys, but we're here, though, serious business, okay?
Yeah. I'm
say that every day.
Reset.
That's the thing. But you guys over here, serious business.
Okay.
This is going to be a good day of Valorant. I'm excited for it. Mimi, you pumped?
I'm very excited for it. This finals is going to be excellent. It actually means a lot. You get 3 qualifying points, which means so much late into the season. And also, you get to be the champion of Americas, which I think has shown to be the most competitive league.
Yeah, that's the bigger deal. Look, like, Kaplan was so excited. Even after the show yesterday, was like, yeah, tomorrow means everything. We need the points, and B, we have to win for the fans. Like, Sentinels have been packing out the arena every single day. Loud's got so many thousands and thousands of fans cheering them on as well. You gotta walk away number one.
I mean, you're up against the reigning champion of Americas. If you can beat them in a final here, that's such a big deal for this new build sim.
Yeah, really like a true zero-to-hero type of story. You know, when you think about what happened to them last year to right now, quite the journey. But even for Loud as well, there's so much to break down, so much to discuss, so much to dive into. But let's go ahead and talk about what we witnessed yesterday, because we had our playoffs. It did not disappoint. And thankfully, as we had mentioned, we are going to see a matchup that, you know, well, let's just say that for Loud and for Sentinels, both of these teams hungry for this dub.
Yeah, but honestly, both games last night were so competitive.
Especially after
First series, EG doing their homework, picking the Cypher on Ascent, really dismantling Loud strats on that map. Not to be outdone, though, because Loud, using all their footage they saw of EG on Icebox, dealt them the similar blow.
Yeah, this Harbor Viper comp playing into EG's composition was such a great counter. I think that was really a match of the minds. But at the end, map number 3, Loud, I think really showed why they are a champion, why they're the team that I think a lot of people are now expecting to win in Americas.
Yeah, I mean, you know, even for myself, we were talking about this beforehand, it was always a difficult thing to not vision Loud, like, walking away with the win there. A team of 4 people who have been really honing down what they have built last year, incorporating a new element. Loud is very exciting, and I'm so pumped to continue to talk about them. But we also had another matchup happen yesterday. This one was pretty big as well. It was an NA showdown, and Douglas, you actually had an opportunity to commentate the darn thing. What a match to commentate, honestly.
It was a gift.
Yeah.
I mean, Tens and Zekin had, like, career series. They were out of control, and the crowd was spectacular. You mentioned, I think it was you, Ender, who mentioned, like, the crowd has been so good for Sentinels, and this is just such a good story. But I was having a conversation with Kaplan earlier today, too. Like, it means so much. Apparently, the guy, like, hardly slept last night. You can tell it means so much to them. They're not just satisfied with going to Madrid. They want the whole thing.
Yeah, and I don't blame them, honestly. I mean, you're right there. You're at a point where you could really just silence everyone going into a big event like Masters Madrid.
I think it also would mean a lot for Kaplan and John QT as the leadership of this team. After last year, I think a lot of people doubted Kaplan as a coach, doubted the direction of this Sentinels team because they didn't really have one. But now they have an identity. They are a real top-level competitor, even in the global stage. Them winning here would be kind of a conclusion, putting all those doubts to rest once and for all.
It sort of feels like a brand new, I mean, it is a brand new year, but it feels like a brand new year for VCT in the sense of, like, so many of the big teams aren't going to be here. 0 players from Championship EG are going to Madrid. Fnatic aren't going to Madrid.
DRX,
right? Like,
that one's huge,
it's
bro.
absolutely wild. But at the same time, you've got so many teams coming in with very unique reads on the map, from Carmine Corp over in EMEA to over here, Loud playing the madness no dive on maps that have been solved for literally years since the game came out in Ascent. but it feels so exciting to watch. The new ideas and the new faces that are going to be on the internet.
It is. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the journey, though, real fast, and how we got to the point here. It is going to be a best-of-5 grand final between Loud and Sentinels. And, you know, this is just a very simple 4-team playoff bracket, but the journey, Doug, that these teams took to get to that point was just arduous, 100%.
Well, it just goes to show Group B really was it, right? Like, both of these squads grinding through all that. Sentinels had to come through the play-in stage, but they've earned it. They've earned
Group B literally
every single set. Yeah, dude, Group B was it.
Yeah,
1,000%. I think the path that they took to get here, and yes, they've qualified, but this being the crown jewel of the beginning of the year for them just means so much.
Can we get a quick 07 in chat for Leviathan? Like, these poor guys had to be in a group with both finalists.
100 Thieves too, man.
100 Thieves too. They got absolutely scammed.
Yeah.
But honestly, though, like, we could have said that.
Original 100 Thieves fan. Okay.
We could have said that about any team, though. Like, we could have been having the exact same conversation about Sentinels.
In that group.
Yeah, in that group, yes. We could have been having the same conversation about Sentinels. Like, damn, that's such an unlucky draw. They got NRG and they got Loud and they got Leviathan and Loud. How are they going to make it out?
But they have made it here. And we've already talked about the points mattering a lot. To put some context on it, you just saw it on your screen. You get 3 points for winning Madrid. You also get 3 points for winning this final. It has the same weighting. You get 1 for every match in the regular season. So it really is a huge step ahead to qualify to champions, which is the goal for every one of these teams.
Massive role in how this plays out at the end of the season. These matches that are happening for the kickoffs. But let's go ahead, though, and let you wonderful people know that you can join us in Madrid. That's right. You go ahead, scan that QR code. Get nuts with it. And we will hope to see you in Madrid. Go ahead, cheer on your favorite Americas teams, EMEA teams, Pacific teams, you know, even the VCT China, new addition to the family. So we're looking forward to seeing you guys out there. Make sure you scan that QR code.
How does one get wild scanning a QR code? Yeah, I'm just curious.
You look at it and then you tilt it that way. You know, that's how you do it. Now here.
Take it away. He's done.
Good news is, though, the funnies don't stop because we have plenty more to come. We asked you guys, before, today's match, to go ahead and send us some of your favorite moments from kickoff. And we have collected everything. And also, we even had our producers, a.k.a. Kurt, grab as many things as he possibly could. So if anything isn't to your fancy, blame Kurt. In any case, though, Mimi,
Yeah, we took all your ideas and then promptly threw every one of them out, and Kurt just picked his 5 favorite plays.
Pretty much. So let's go ahead and take a look at the first one. Number 5 is the TENS 4K.
Yeah. I mean, this was an insane moment.
How do you feel about TENS, Doug?
I heckin' love TENS.
That's beautiful.
So late in the series, or so late in the map, you could feel all the tension, and TENS just like takes over.
That was insane. Yeah. Like, this guy was electric on Sentinels. Look at the round 2, 12-11, that gets sent to overtime. The first time they were leading this game was in the 3rd overtime of the match.
Yeah. I mean, without this, we might be looking at a different team here today. Like, just absolutely insane that he's able to do it. But so many of those rounds, how he played around market and varied it up, playing on the edge of a smoke, peeking out into the site, knowing his timings, waiting to get through. He was a master of that position.
Good micro decision making that TENS was making all throughout that match, and hopefully we'll see a little bit more today. We do have another one. This is going to be EG's Derek with a clutch, of course, from yesterday. This was another nasty moment. Derek had, I'm not fairly certain he had like a life game here. My guy was cooking in this matchup.
It's a life game unless you watched 2022 LCQ. I was watching this and I was just yelling, LCQ, Derek is back, Derek is back. He's been gone for so long, but we saw some of the excellent clutches that really made a name for this guy a few years ago.
Yeah, it was so sad too, because throughout this half, there were like 3 or 4 moments where he's in a 1v2, 1v3, makes it so close, but can't quite get it across the finish. Yeah. And then to finally get that in the last round and actually make it happen, I was like, hold on now. EG might have the sort of confidence going into that second half, get it back into their.
That is one team that I'm excited to see in the regular season when we start stage 1, because they have time now. Potter's got time to cook. Oh boy, let's look at number 3. We got Zaddy. It's Zels is coming in hot. Ooh. And I mean, this guy again, another player who has just been having moments.
No, but this play was so sick though. It's a 1v3. He's able to recover.
Oh yes, that's right.
And get this off. And the fact that he can win here somehow, going for the spike plant and getting that kill is just not real.
8 HP. It's just unbelievable, the plays that he's had this tournament.
The pre-fire to just own VALORANT is like him controlling the spray to perfectly have it at head level.
It was perfect.
By the way, though, we're not done yet because we got another great clip. Number
There's
2,
more?
it's my GOAT. It's Sadak with the judge in hand, living life the best way he can.
Sadak is the only guy that can pick a judge, dominate as hard like this, and then the next game, pick the op on KO. Like he's just a weapons expert. He can use everything.
And he'll get a kill with it.
He's actually playing gun game. He has to unlock the next subsequent guns he uses.
He's playing gun game?
Yeah.
in the matches.
He's just thriving. And we have our number 1 clip. And of course, who better than Aspas doing the impossible close. So Turtle is present, but not this map in particular. Aspas just dominates. This one was filthy.
Okay, and so we were, all I was primed ahead of this was, oh, Kurt's showing his bias. He loves Aspas. And I'm like, okay, whatever. But this play, I mean, low-key, was insane.
Look at the snap, bro.
His snap into the smoke.
Like he's got a controller, he's got auto-aim, fam.
And he just knew, right? Like, understanding he was going to get pushed main, smokes it off to challenge pillar, and then instantly transfers back. It was just gorgeous. It almost looked like frames were skipped.
Yeah.
And that's how fast that snap was. It was filthy.
That's Aspas for you. Well, folks, despite, losing Aspas, Sadak and Loud look like they haven't lost a step. Let's go ahead and take a look at the world champion, IGL. Sadak, once again, as we had noted, finds himself in this position of having to rebuild after losing key elements of his team.
But if I have faith in someone to build back better, it has to be Sadak, because he has done this so many times before. 2022. Builds a championship squad, goes on to win champions. 2023, 2 of his best players taken away. He brings up rookies. They go on to win Americas. He just has to do it again.
He just has to do it again.
Eu acho normal ter dúvidas, eu acho normal duvidar do nosso time. Não é à toa que um dos melhores jogadores do mundo saiu do nosso time. Também a gente tem uma troca de coach, né, da staff. Então é normal. Mesmo assim, eu acho que um pouco para reações, eu acho que um pouco pelo meme, eu acho que um pouco para gerar essa inquietude na rapaziada brasileira. Tem que relaxar, mano. Tem que deixar as coisas acontecerem.
O Con tá ali somente pra ele. Vai passar primeiro de lado. Que seca! Olha que trapa, que bala sensacional! É um 4 contra 2. Já clicou na spike o primeiro. Cauãzinho, Cauã de novo. Vai Cauã. Fez metade. Cauãzinho, é na tua, Cauã! 3 jogadores de Jande. E vai trazendo o round pra Loud. O Tens fica no meio da smoke. Sadak de novo! É dele 5K! Ace do Capita!
Depois da derrota de Tóquio, a gente, na verdade, na minha cabeça fez uma explosão que eu falei, mano, a gente tem que mudar o conceito de VALORANT, como o VALORANT está sendo jogado. Demoramos muito para que realmente conseguimos utilizar os conceitos, as ideias que eu queria botar, só que ainda a gente não está 100%. Estamos tentando, é um processo muito devagar, é difícil jogar com essas composições, mas sabemos que quando funciona, funciona muito bem. Somos um time que realmente jogamos sem medo. A gente gosta muito de gritar sem medo. A gente, eu acho que incorporamos muito isso no nosso corpo, na nossa mente, que sem medo para nós simboliza ter a atitude correta, dar nosso máximo, jogar como se não tivesse um amanhã, sabe? Então é algo que a gente sempre se repete só para lembrar que estamos aqui para jogar, para nos divertir, para dar nosso melhor.
Loud, however, never count them out.
Forcing out a rolling thunder on top of that. And 2A's made it through the smoke for that kill onto Nature. The run through, the bait, the flick from behind. What? Loud pulling magic out of a hat. Hit. There's still util out for the pulse plant. There's no time left. Sadak gets the kill. Sunsets for EG's journey. But you do have Loud qualifying for Madrid.
Asseguramos nosso ticket para Madrid. Estou muito, muito feliz. Temos que jogar a final agora. Vai ser uma final muito, muito difícil. Vamos dar nosso máximo, como sempre. Vamos nos divertir, consiga superar mais desafios como a gente está fazendo dia a dia, partida a partida.
There's nothing scarier than a team that plays without fear, and that has been pretty much the you know, the blood of Loud this entire time, man. It's in their blood. They don't have fear. They show it every time. And it even goes that far in their compositions. They don't fear anything. No. They'll just play whatever they want.
I absolutely love it. And I wanted to sort of walk down memory lane a little bit and look at 3 different comps they've played over the last 2 years almost. Because once I heard Sadak saying that he's had this view of the game for a long time, he's wanted to play the current style for a while, I was like, where do you see those connective threads? So going all the way back to Champions 2022, their final game of the year on Haven, I started noticing some interesting things. Now, there wasn't anything super special about this comp back then, right? It was the Raze Fade meta. We were seeing a bunch of that. Of course, you needed the Chamber. Les being on the Chamber was interesting because when you look at how Les plays on a Chamber, it is the Sentinel role, but you need to actively be taking fights, especially on defense, right? Because that's how you get the information is you almost are the turret. You can see that space. And he would take that and go for very aggressive fights, especially out into mid. And then looking forward into the next year when they started playing a lot of these double smokes ideas and Les moved on to a Killjoy, a traditional Sentinel, I think the best thing Loud had in their comp was that Les was still playing without fear and taking those very aggressive fights. So it was very hard to actually read how Loud would play as a team.
He just played so confident. I think they did a really good job of setting up Les into those positions, and they continue to do so. As you've seen their DNA, if you will, evolve. He talked about it a little bit. Like, after Tokyo, something had to change. It was an explosion in his mind, is the way he described it.
But I want to keep going. I do love this through line that you're building here. So break it down a little bit further. What will we have next?
Well, I think first here you have to look at this and say that's a very exec-heavy team. A lot of tools to set up Osboss on a Raze diving in. Let's fast forward to the first series they played in lock-in the very next year after coming through on that win. And this is the debut of the Harbor Viper that they ran away with in 2023 and really defined the meta for the entire year, using double line control, you know, the big wall of the smoke of the Harbor and the Viper to isolate space. And now, instead of playing a comp that is all about supporting Osboss, Osboss is freed a little bit more in the Jet with very limited supportive utility on the Sky. And it's way more about activating all the players on the team to be able to take well-informed fights around those smokes and control the map, and let Osboss play more disconnected in terms of supporting utility, but he has the ability to take those fights as soon as he sees them instead of waiting for support.
And I think even just how you think about the double wall comp sectioning off sites and sectioning off different areas of the map, I think the amount of pressure they were able to apply. I'm a sucker for a really good Harbor Viper comp. I think Harbor in particular, a good one, can be so oppressive. And again, for Sadak and for the brain trust that was at Loud to really lean into that and again push the envelope was just so much fun to watch.
And for Sadak making these decisions, you know, he said he would have loved to play a no duelist, no sentinel comp even in this year, but it didn't quite make sense for the roles. Because are you ever going to take a player like Osboss and not have him on the free Jet agent, right? You're like, you want to enable him to take those fights. And the thing is, like, double wall agents, double smoke agents really synergize well with flashes, because if you're able to flash through those, you can change the angles you're actually taking fights. Instead of just bursting through a choke, flashing through there and taking the fight, you now have a wall that changes the entire dynamic of the map. So if we fast forward a full year from that lock-in event to Kickoff, their first game here on Ascent, they're still playing double smokes ideas, but they have 1 million flashes. They don't have a solo star player. It is not, even though Ascent is the Jet map, this is not about letting Osboss go off on his own and cook. This is about playing a very controlled style of game where every single player has the pieces of utility they
Everyone's
need
got a role
to take the fights. They can all fight on their own.
Yeah, that's fascinating. I do like that because it's very clear that is, like, Sadak likes to operate the game almost like a chessboard, you know, when you watch him play. That's kind of his whole approach.
And I think he does it well. I've always thought about Ascent, for as many people say they don't like the map. It feels stale, this, that, the other. I personally love Ascent because it forces innovation of some kind. Like, either you're going to have the fundamentals down and something like this separates you from the crop, or you're just going to be blended in with everyone else. And of course, who else but Sadak to challenge convention in the way people are thinking about Ascent, the comps that are being run. QCK has fit this role so well. It's been so much fun to watch.
Let's talk about defense on that map, because the reason why it gets stale in a lot of people's minds is because on defense, there's always a strong side and a weak side. On your strong side, you have your Jet, maybe with a rifle, maybe with an op. Your KO wants to support and take a fight with you. The other side has Killjoy setting up utility to hide back in her little corner, drop a molly, and stall out the plant. But Loud don't do that. They play without fear. They don't have a weak side ever because they have 3 agents with a flash that can fight on their own. You have Omen with a one-way that can fight on his own as well pretty effectively. And Les, the only guy that doesn't have utility to help him take a fight,
well, it's less.
It's less. Dude was playing Chamber 2 years ago. You know he's going to go in, and they use Kalenzin's Bleach Stun to enable him to continually play aggressive. And it won't be always. They'll find their moments to push forward and fall back. But what it creates is a very fluid, a very dynamic way of playing that's hard to read. The more tape that gets out there, the harder it's going to be to replicate that success. But this is the Sadak vision that he's had for so long. And now that the pieces aligned, QCK came in to play that perfect role for them. They can do this on not just Ascent, but we've seen it on Bind. We've seen it on Sunset, maybe more.
Well, they're going to need that innovation today because they're playing in a very important final here against Sentinels. It's going to be quite fascinating to see how this all breaks down. By the way, this isn't the first time these guys played. They played all the way back in day 2. That feels like 5 years ago. And even though Loud did manage to secure the 2-0 in that one, I think that was where we started to see like the signs of Sentinels. We're like, oh wait, this team's got some juice. They cooking something over there, Doug.
I think they looked really good in the offseason, so it made a lot of sense. I honestly thought that they would beat Loud round 1, and then they'd ultimately succumb to them round 2, but it ended out, at least the first round, went the opposite way. And I think, again, a testament to just how good of a system there is over in the Loud camp. Sadak and the structure that he's built, how QCK is so well integrated into the system they're trying to put together. It's so good, and it feels like it's really good ahead of schedule.
Yeah. That's the scary part. Because, you can make the case, it's like if same thing we were saying with EG, right? Really looking forward to seeing what they could do in stage 1. But now, here we are. You're in a really intense situation here. And we are very used to seeing Loud and Sadak and the rest of the team in these very high-stakes situations. They won champions, right? But now, it's going to be Sentinels' time. And they have not been in this position for quite a while, Ender. So there's a lot of pressure on these guys. And I'm sure that they probably aren't trying to force that on themselves, but, it has to be lingering out there.
You see the fans online in the arena.
Yeah. I walked in right before the show started. All red jerseys.
Absolutely. But I think the thing that's so interesting, you say it was, 960 days yesterday since they were able to qualify for a final. We're talking going back all the way to 2021 that they were able to play in a final here, able to win one. Yes,
Dude,
exactly.
The last time this conversation was relevant, Hiko was still competing. We were talking about Wardell as one of the best players in North America. That's how long it's been.
Yeah.
It's been insane. And now here they are with an opportunity to rewrite and bring in the dawning of a new era, the Sentinels era, and it could start today.
And that's the craziest thing is the journey they've had to go. Because I feel like Sentinels, right at the start, they were the most exciting team, right? Tens was super flashy.
Right, of course.
Shazam, they were so fantastic. And then, things weren't clicking for them. They were no longer winning. Teams were lifting up around them, and it felt like they were slow to actually get onto that learning curve. But the Sentinels we are seeing today is the most well-drilled Sentinels I have ever seen. Their retakes are immaculate. Their team play is next level. Their calling is out of the world. This is the best shot they have had since 2021 to lift a trophy.
And you know what? A big part of that genuinely is because they brought in some fresh voices, fresh faces, and one of those individuals, John QT, this man has been unbelievable. And Mimi is going to break down his illustrious history.
When VALORANT was announced, John QT was living in his home country of Morocco. A Counter-Strike player at the time, he was intrigued, but with no closed beta, he had to rely on reviews and streams to learn more about the game. When VALORANT was released, though, he was compelled, quickly switching to the new title and competing in it, hopeful about the support that Riot announced for his region. His burgeoning VALORANT career got off to a good start with a loss in the finals of a North African Invitational and a top 4 exit at First Strike. It was looking good. But he wouldn't have time to compete in MENA for long. His next opportunity was waiting. The move took him 6,000 kilometers away from home, across an ocean to Montreal for college. When not studying, he grinded ranked and streamed, quickly rising the ranks and hitting top 10 in North America by the spring of 2021. This got him noticed quickly, with friends and family back in Morocco posting about him on Facebook and even local Moroccan news picking up on his story. It was a big deal. Everyone in the Arab scene was watching his success, but they weren't the only ones. Enter Coach Kaplan. At the time, he was the coach of Ghost Gaming, a squad coming off a disappointing 2021 season, looking to make a change. He'd been watching John QT's streams, and he was impressed by the young player's maturity and game sense. Kaplan convinced the team to give him a trial, and he clicked. Quickly, a contract was drawn up, and the new IGL, John QT, had his chance. John and Kaplan's duo were promising. They innovated the fade, raise, meta, and impressed in groups. But they failed to qualify for Masters Copenhagen, and in the offseason, the team fell apart. John and Kaplan going their separate ways. 2023, John QT has a second chance as an IGL with another promising roster. M80. They dominate Tier 2, qualifying to Ascension, only dropping 2 series the entire year. They look primed to win it. It's the grand finals. John QT is a game away from America's League. They win map 1. Map 2, a 3-13 loss. They lose the next 2 maps. 3-1 the final score. M80's out. John didn't make it. Again, it's the offseason, and the M80 roster is picked apart. But John QT has an opportunity. He gets a call from an old friend. Coach Kaplan's rebuilding Sentinels, and he needs an IGL. 2024. John QT makes another move, this time across the continent to Los Angeles. You know the rest of the story. It had been 3 years since Sentinels had qualified for an international event. 3 years since they had contended for a title. But despite being in the group of death, despite playing more VALORANT than the rest of the teams in playoffs combined, John QT Sentinels qualified for Madrid and have a chance to lift a trophy in Americas. From a kid grinding in Morocco, to a prospect proving himself in Montreal, to a leader beating the best in Los Angeles, John QT now has a chance to be a Tier 1 champion and to represent Morocco in Madrid. Back to you.
An incredible history there for John QT, and now he's also got some really strong pieces to work with here. Let's talk about the combo of TenZ and Zekin. Doug, you had an opportunity to cast that game, so I'm going to start with you on this one. These dudes were lighting it up, man.
I mean, they were so good. And Zekin's like always been good, and we know he's always been like the future and like the coming of a prophet of what's going to be Valorant in the years to come.
Yeah.
But I think TenZ also, his Omen play in particular, he feels so comfortable. He feels so loose. I think he's got so much more playmaking ability to him, and those two together have been nightmares for the opposition.
It is safe to say the role swap has been a resounding success for TenZ. Like his ability to especially just solo anchor a site on the smokes is fantastic.
Because we always knew that TenZ was like an incredibly smart player.
Yes.
We were just waiting to see that start to build up some more, and
obviously he's always been skilled in a shooter, whatever, but I do think there's an element of on the duelist you get called around. Sometimes you have to like rotate a little bit faster, but when TenZ is just in his element, you can send a few people at him, and he was always coming with 1, sometimes 2, sometimes 3, as you saw.
All right, well, let's see where we're going to be playing at, because the coaches are ready to go for the map selection, so let's listen in.
Hey guys, welcome to the last map pick ban of the Kickoff tournament. After a coin flip, it was determined that Loud is going to be Team A and Sentinels going to be Team B. Loud, you have the first map ban.
Breeze.
Loud bans Breeze. Sentinels, your map ban.
Ban Ascent.
Sentinels bans Ascent. And Loud, your map pick.
Sunset.
Loud pick Sunset. And your side Sentinels.
Attack.
Sentinels pick Attack. And your map pick.
Pick Split.
Okay, and your map side. Loud.
Attack.
Attack. Loud, your map pick.
Icebox.
Loud picks Icebox. And your side Sentinels.
Defense.
Sentinel picks Defense. And your map pick.
Bind.
Bind. And your side Loud.
Attack.
Or, sorry, Attack. Yep. Okay, awesome. And the default map is going to be Lotus, and Sentinels, you have the side.
Attack.
Attack. Awesome. Good luck, guys.
Good luck. Good luck.
With a game like this and the stakes as high as they are, 3 points on the line, gotta ask you, who you felt like came out on top of that map selection?
I honestly, it's a little bit. It's like a best of 5.
It's a best of 5.
You're gonna have to play 5 maps. Breeze going away is good, obviously. I'm honestly most surprised by the Ascent ban from Sentinels. And like, don't get me wrong, it makes sense with the context that they lost on this map. The Ascent is also a favorite of Loud. But from talking with Kaplan last night, I really thought that they were gonna go ahead and pick that map. Kaplan seemed very confident confident even on the maps that they had lost. And after seeing EG with the pivot to Cypher, I thought they were going to do that. Maybe they think there wasn't enough time, but that's a hard decision to make.
Or maybe they thought that there was going to be adaptations coming out from Loud, and so it wouldn't work out. I'm favoring Sentinels a lot in how this has turned out. The fact that you have Sunset right at the beginning, they've shown proficiency on the map for the entire offseason, leading into this as well. This looks really good.
It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. All right, folks. Well, I think we need to get this series underway. It's Loud versus Sentinels. The VCT Americas Kickoff Grand Final starts right now.
Vai, Cauã! Fez metade! Cauãzinho! É na tua, Cauã!
No real damage, there's a follow-up, another flash, nade on top of it! It's a masterclass!
This time we're playing Loud again in the finals. This will be my third time playing them. Both times I've lost to them, I've called it a fluke.
Loud, however, never count them out.
Forcing out a Rolling Thunder on top of that. And Tui's made it through the smoke for that kill onto Nature. The run through, the bait! That's right from behind! What? Loud pulling magic out of a hat!
Contra Sentinels é realmente um time muito forte, é um time que a gente precisou muito praticinho para ganhar, de muita individualidade.
Sentinels have had their way with NRG this half.
Crafty Saucy, a 1v1. 4 bullets left, switches weapons, time is of the essence! And that's all it'll be! It's been years the fans have had a reason to celebrate, but tonight, Sen City burns red!
They always come in with a bang with like new comps, they always come in with like new strategies or like ways they like to play. They play very Valorant-y, you know, Sarak is a Valorant IGL, uses the Judge.
3 jogadores de Judge e vai trazendo o round pra Loud, o Tens fica no meio da Smoke. Sadak de novo! É dele 5K! Ace do Capita!
É um time que realmente joga muito taticamente, tem um tático bom e se a gente jogar contra eles vai ser um jogão.
Riot Games Arena, it's time for the Americas Kickoff Grand Finals! Make some noise for your Loud and Sentinels! Welcome to the stage, QCK1! Copy, thank you.
It doesn't matter anymore.
teams that have fought tooth and nail to get to this point. They've both done the hard part. They qualified for Madrid, but this right here is a battle worth winning. 3 points on the line, the equivalent of winning a Masters event. If you win here, you very well set yourself up for the rest of the season.
And forget the points. Points are for nerds. Remember the win. Getting this championship.
Get that dub. Get that dub.
The dub, way more important. That's what the fans care about. That's what the players, the coaches, the staff cares about.
Loud have a chance to go back-to-back. They won VCT Americas last year. They're here again with a new roster. They want to do it again, prove themselves the best. But for Sentinels, the last time they won a regional final was over 3 years ago. The fans have been waiting eons for this moment. If Sen could do it now, they could break that streak. They could prove that Sentinels is well and truly back.
I mean, Sen City has been chomping at the bit, and they've been begging for a reason to get excited, for a reason to cheer, and finally...
The city has been rationing copium with the lack of wins recently.
The tanks very well may be wide open tonight. I mean, if they're able to pull this off, I think the other thing we haven't talked about a ton is this is a best of 5. This is a marathon. This is a different ballgame.
Exactly.
And Loud, a team no strangers to the
they've been here, done that.
They've been through the ringer, folks. It's the Loud machine. And how much are we going to see from them? Do they ever pull off a comp swap? We've seen that in the past in BO5s in big matches.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Last time we saw Loud in a, I was going to say.
In a BO5, I believe there's a lower bracket. There's a lower bracket final.
Oh, okay. That's it. I was going to say, because lock-in as well. I mean, these guys did a BO5 in front of their home crowd.
I mean, they did it in Americas. They have 3-0 NRG.
That's right.
These guys are good in BO5s.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough here for Sentinels. They're going up against a Loud team that is prepared and ready to go. But let's not forget that on the other side, Sentinels, no slouch whatsoever. We're not talking about a team from 2 years ago, 3. No, this is a brand new refresh roster that has shown us multiple looks and a lot of growth.
And so much they've showed us on Sunset as well. This map that we're kicking off on looked money from them. Their retakes are out of this world. Like, I was looking at it, and the timing. They would throw from Zelsis 3 pieces of KO utility, the Molly, the Knife, the Flash, all landing within 1 second of another. 3 abilities from 1 player. The work they've done in the labs and then implemented, coordinating with the team is next level.
Saucy's throwing 2 of his own pieces of utility, also landing on that perfect timing. This team has synergy. This team has ideas. They are implementing Coach Kaplan's and IGL John QT's system to perfection.
All right, well, let's see what we're going to get here in the Agent Select as we will get ourselves, it was going to be a little hot out there. We got a Phoenix to kick things off. But again, you remember what Sadak said. Give me all of the flashes.
Oh, yeah. Look, Loud play very similar on this map to their other styles. It's a little bit lower on the flash priority. Instead of playing a KO like they will on the other maps, it is a Sova in this slot, so a little bit more information. Those shock darts are very effective at dealing with Cypher tripwires on the other side. But more than anything, this is the first time Sentinels will be playing against a team with this much initiative utility. And in the post plants, when they try to set up, that is where Loud must attack them with those abilities.
But the thing is, both teams have a similar win condition where when they get to play their set retakes, when they get to play their set takes, when they're not caught off guard, they can run over their opposition. Both teams' win condition here is honestly getting ahead and denying their opponent these set plays. So I honestly don't expect to see a ton of the set plays from either team because I think both of them will be forced to adapt on the fly and fight forward if they want to win.
This game will be decided by good mid-round calling, reading where those hits are coming in, and also by solo players seizing the moment. If they see a second, an angle that they can take and go on it, they have the chance to dominate.
I think especially on Sunset, I imagine we're going to have a lot of very slow rounds, a lot of like poking and prodding across the middle of the map and then deciding where they want to go. And this goes honestly back to the conversation we had yesterday about John. Yes, he's had this crazy career, and now on the biggest stage he's had so far, he's got to show up, and he's going to have to show up against the best IGL in the world across the stage. And Sadak, that's a big ask for a young kid.
Well, you heard the breakdown from our analysts, but now there's only one thing left to do. Settle the score. We got a championship BO5 final on the line and 2 incredible casts. I'm so happy that I get to toss to these guys. Take it away, Vansili and Riv.
Thank you so much, GB. That's right. It's
Let's
time
go.
for the grand final between these two teams, Sentinels and Loud. But when you're looking at this matchup here, Riv, yes, maybe we'd be, not surprised that we see Loud in the grand finals. But right now, for Sentinels, I feel like Sen City has been drinking a lot of that hopium to finally see their team play on the stage today.
And they have earned it. It feels like Sentinels have run the gauntlet here already, and they still got some to go to play against Loud. If you combine the playoff matches for Sentinels here, we saw a bit of the stat before. They've basically played the amount of games they played last split.
They played a lot of games.
It's crazy. 22 games in the last regular season. If you include the playoffs one now, they're up to 18 games. Absolutely crazy stuff. So they've definitely a lot of homework for Loud to read, but are ready for the games for sure. And Sen City's here behind them. The Loud fans already getting to that volume 11 as well as we start off here on Sunset for the grand finals. A lot of tiles work from Sen just to make sure that mid area is controlled from Loud. It feels like Loud's being real passive here. They're ready to go for a first round retake with whatever Sentinels hits.
Not only on that mid take, there was a lot of pressure on both sides from the initiator, getting information on the extremities. And now, as you mentioned, playing the retake style for Loud. There's still a first contact from Tui's, throwing up paranoia, keeping players at bay from Sentinels. Finally a first contact, but the heavy damage goes on to John Cutie. Sentinels yet still want to move forward in this pistol, and Loud decide to pull back. More smoke happening on the left side lane, clearing out towards the left side. It'll actually probably get QCK right now. As the one-way smoke comes up, Sentinels tries to execute in and actually does hit QCK towards the back of the site. There's the first blood. Dropped by the Sentinels. A second as well by Second. And Loud is falling down on this pistol, but the spike down on the east side for Sen.
Fantastic job at not allowing Loud to get into a positioning, as we kind of saw on Ascent. They can't get this utility, these flashes in order, that Sova dart in place, and Sentinels bite back before the retake even really happens there. Less now, a few final kills on the exit to hopefully collect some money for the squad in a different buy next round. But we'll see, a lot of teams have been full classic saving out on that second round, favoring a bit of utility. And we'll see if Loud decides to do that. Sentinels pick up the first round when they start off with a little bit of across the map. They were looking mid first, then they were moving over to the side of A, but they took it slow. Again, something different we're seeing with John Cutie and Sentinels, that they'll work the map a bit before actually making that commitment.
And with Loud, it seems they were heavily pressured in that retake style they wanted to get. Sentinels wanted to continue to fight forward after that spike plan. Now putting themselves for Loud on defense on a stack towards the B side, setting up for potentially a trap play, but maybe getting information first. You already see out in the open, Sadak is just waiting for a contact for a push. Anybody towards the B main side.
You even see Kalanzine trying to play a little tricky hide spot in the market major. He's just waiting for that wall to go up and catch somebody off guard. Again, the slow play from Sentinels, they're pretty much repeating first round strat, right? We see that Zekin and John Cutie are working tiles. This time they proceed into mid, but that door is going to be shut on them right quick. Looks like they could go all the way through here. This is going to be trouble for Loud to regain any positioning.
Loud's been good at it so far, continuing the good reads, always being active around the map on their defensive side. Back towards the spawn, they hear Sentinels stopping towards the A side again. There is some sort of hope here. Tui's, there you go, gets that contact onto Tens, slowing the pace of the attack. Instantly traded out by John Cutie, though, as the plant goes down for A main. Triple push forward, but the crossfire is just too good for Sentinels. They do a little bit of damage here for Loud, and you know what? I'm not going to discount this player. QCK finally pushed forward by Second, and Sentinels get the second round.
All right, 2 patient rounds from Sentinels. They pretty much walked themselves into a situation where they're fighting Loud. The first one ended up at A on pistol. That second one, they're able to find their fight as they push behind enemy lines in mid, which also works out for Sen because now they have a bit of map info of how Loud will play those lower buy rounds, whether or not they were covering mid a lot. Maybe they can read a bit into it once they see it again. All of that information helps. So now, what can Loud do? They tried the B stack. That default take on A for first round did not work, but they're going to heavy stack towards A here as we get a bigger default from Sentinels. And I'm interested to see if Loud does a bit of the extremity pushing here. They need each other to get back for this initiator utility on the retake, so losing somebody on a peak would be detrimental to Loud. They're going to stay back and play a very passive game.
Except for that player.
Except for that.
Tui's gets dropped instantly. Sentinels, once again, in a power play. John Cutie still lurking around towards this B side, trying to see if he can hear rotate out of market. But for Sentinels, it's still an information game. For Loud, it's the aggression. We talked about the extremities, but this time it's towards the B lane. There's the contact on a few, finally gets traded out. But we're even up on a 3-3 with Zekin heavily damaged. And that lurk, though, for John Cutie, it's now open. It's up to Sentinels to try to figure a way back towards the B side to meet up against the IGL.
Going the long way around. Wouldn't be able to clear mid and do not know what breadcrumbs are left there from the Cowanzine push.
Getting hurt.
Yeah, they're right. QCK is able to catch this audio and we'll take a shot.
An easy one. Crosshair placement. Zekin low on HP. Actually dodges away from the flash and made it through. Getting a plant right now for Sentinels would be pretty decent for this bonus round that they have. John Cutie watching Zekin's back as the plant comes down. Snakebite just dropping down inches away at Zekin's feet. And allows both players now to group together towards the back of the site. They see the recon darts or rotate a flank from Sadak towards the B main. QCK, no more flashes, has to move together. They have to play the fundamentals now for Loud. It's a blaze wall first. That's another snakebite, forcing John Cutie out of position. A 1-for-1. Solo second. A headshot on the first. It gets denied right away by Les. A nice trade for Loud. They convert their gun round, but Sentinels, they are definitely happy with that result.
Loud securing that one. Les with the Viper's bite on to Zekin, actually paying off in dividends as they follow up on it. But you're right, so much damage done from Sentinels. Loud are gonna have a bit of trouble rebuying into this. Already see some stingers on the board as we rewatch this play again. Good teamwork, good trade. Fundamentals on that one. Keep pressing W until you can get your teammate anchored on that play. So a good post plant from Loud. We see that successful. Can they keep it up? Phoenix ultimate's up. They may try to go for an A push here as they already have that side quite stacked. And the only one that's going to be seen is Tui's.
Loud having to play once again a gamble stack, this time towards B because of that bonus run that Sentinels had.
Yep.
The economy is very low. The strongest weapon was the one that was maintained by Les on that previous round, which is a Vandal. And the rest are just looking for that trap play. It's up to Loud once again to do a lot more rotations around the side, have better reads. But thankfully, they have a scan agent and Sadat, who's currently joining towards the B main. Spots nothing. This is good for Sentinels to work the map.
What a choice. John Cutie again calling it shots to the left side of the map here. Obviously a retake for Loud, but this should be Sentinels planting, pushing forward, and actually gaining some position, so Loud cannot do anything really here on the retake. The way Sentinels have been approaching each of their games, it seems like they have two variations they can use, whether it is 10s on the Omen, where they play a game that's centered around this crowding up, getting into the site together and just swarming. Whoa!
Saw the top of the head of Sadak and falls. At least for Loud, they have this running back with QCK, hoping that Sadak was still alive to help with the recon dart, but it's going to make it a little bit more difficult for Loud to retake the site. John Cutie already setting up the camera, so that's going to be the first contact. The rest of the team holding back towards B main, looking to just spam. If Loud make it through the first line of contact. John Cutie, flash, beautiful by Zelsis. It allows for him to get the kill onto Les. But there's QCK, upgrading weapon, mosh pin onto the ground, delays coming out from Sentinels. That clock is ticking down here. Paint shells on top of that. Nice shot though from QCK as they're leading forward. Boombot to get more scans. Sasi dropping two, and a beautiful hole for Sentinels in the end.
Not even worrying about the smokes that could come through. They have all the utility and weaponry to fire back onto Loud, and that low buy hurts. All the damage Sen did on the bonus round hurts, and they pick up a third round now. And that was the one variation of the hit where they can follow Zekin in. They can make it work on a map like Sunset. And then Kaplan can switch up the team and you can get a bind out of this squad that has a Yoru for 10s where they're pushing everywhere. They know how to flex and flow between playstyles so well when they get on different agents. Sentinels is just showing different this year, but we got a whole series to go through, and Loud has showed us just as much this season. Coming into round 5, this Tiles push is Loud's again, but 10's answers.
2 right away. But Tui's did get a timing. He made it through. That's going to catch John Cutie. That's allowing to even up the tally. And for the mid-rounding to start a little bit earlier. Les even wants more. No pun intended. As we have a fight now towards the A main side, instantly leaving Sasi alone.
And they may even Taster's Choice this. And by that, I mean, who's going to kill Saucy? Do you get an ult on Sadak? Do you get an ult on Les? Is it different? Do you let him get it down and get the ults that way? Loud's going to be able to circulate these ults in the next few rounds. Saucy gets the plant, and beautiful that he can work off of it with Wingman here. Thrash is available. If this goes down, Saucy may go all out.
That would be such a gamble, but look at him.
It would be.
He's going to hear all of these rotate, so he's trying to get an angle. He's trying to get a surprise attack. Here's our first jump spot. Here's 2 crossing over. The third one already made it through. So Saucy now has a timing. Behind the 3 players allowed rotating across. There's a snake bite towards main. Now it's being watched. There's one, 2, and he will have all the kit left now on his Gecko kit. The Moshpit going down, forced to halfway. Out of position now. Les falls away. There's that Thrash coming out too from the front of the pillar, and Les even has to pull back towards the market. It does not hit him though, but that clock is ticking down. Saucy's getting hunted across, runs away for the time, gets it done, and Saucy wins a 3-on-1 against Loud.
Incredible play from Saucy. You can look at any player on this team and find that type of play coming out of Sentinels here. Absolutely routing Loud. Listen to that crowd. The Saucy call-outs come out as his plays go down. What a pivotal kill, 2 for 10s. For Sentinels to understand the tiles push has been such a priority for Loud. They instantly attack back, snap back at Loud's push when QCK comes around the corner. And yeah, they're feeling that. What a play from Saucy. Absolutely throwing Loud's timing off by the Wingman plant and push into market. Very heady play. We're in round 6 now. A mid play from Loud, thinking that Sentinels might go for this encroachment again.
They have a lot that they can work behind this wall that they just put up. There goes that curveball out for QCK, but Dewey still fell first. Sentinels are just anchoring around. They have support from all angles, controlling the middle. Not giving a chance here for Loud to really flow through a mid flood. With that hack thrown here by John Cutie, the IGL, it gives enough information that A site is open. It's weaker, where Sadak is currently only holding with the Sheriff. And even Sentinels, they're giving him that respect, moving all the way together, forming up orbs rather, and really just working their protocols for the later rounds.
Just the smoke giving them pawn shop control. They know Sadak's right there. And another quick Wingman plant, giving Sentinels so much safety, never having to push into the site.
One enemy remaining.
Somehow Sadak had an opener, had an opportunity to drop John Cutie, but it's an IGL battle won by Sentinels.
Yeah.
Unless, again, potentially in a situation, yeah, you already see him back it up. He's gonna save this one. Money wasn't too great here for Loud, and then his half buy that they had. Trap play was read by Sentinels.
Exactly. Loud are doing everything they can to get under the skin of Sentinels, find that first kill so they might be able to grab Zeus' Vandal or whatever he would have in the round and then move it around again, right? See what Les can get, see what can happen. Sentinels is avoiding it, though. They're understanding and respecting the fact that Loud can still do a lot of damage on these low buy rounds. And you're not seeing any wide swings that don't have an anchor of a Sentinel member on it. Very controlled play here by Sen, understanding their wing condition and holding it close to the chest. 4 ultimates for Loud. Very big swing point in the game. We get another timeout right away. Oh my gosh.
Should be the first one here after all.
Okay.
Yeah. So now just trying to figure out what they can do with this, probably. As we had an inkling that a timeout should have come out on that previous round.
Right,
Since it was that lower buy that we had from Loud, is just for him to decide, okay, we got 4 ults to work with this time around. But that doesn't take away any of the point that you mentioned so far, Riv, that this game means a lot for Sentinels. You know, they made it down to this grand final stage. It's been a very long time since they made it to a regional grand final.
So Loud calls the timeout. This has been uncharacteristic in the fact that it doesn't seem like Loud is, one, getting their pushes into the map to affect Sentinels in a way where Sentinels has to worry. They have to restructure the play. It seems like Sentinels finds what Loud is doing and moves on. They don't really have to change too much. The second one is we usually see Loud have incredible audibles they call in the mid to late round that put them in the position to then stop another take from their opponent. And it seems like they're failing on both right now. Sentinels is able to run through this. And here's why it becomes a big swing round now. 3 round loss row in a row, you're gonna get 2,900 into the pockets of Loud. That's basically on no credits as they have to spend in again. They need to use these ultimates to get some rounds back now, or it's going to start swinging very heavily in favor of Sen. Already they swing heavily over towards the right side to pressure main. Pop flash going right into back alley.
And it definitely looks like for Loud side, they want to try to use that right away. There's the ping on the first one already. The IGL is backing up, trying to get the 100 Fury out, and there it is. It does get a ping on a few. And with flashes coming across, it does get contact for pings, but Zekin still opens up. Sentinels were working towards the mid side after a trap play attempted by Loud with these ults. Now Les is going to be in heavy trouble towards the market. He's there alone, and he's just trying to anchor up at least one portion of this B site towards the map, while the rest are pushing double towards A-Long. Zelsis is currently waiting. He lost his teammate in the process, but he gets the dink and the kill onto Tui's. The flash turns away from it and does not connect on the second one. Krawadzine walks out of that fight, limping away, but still has that support from Sadak. 3-on-3 now in the mid-round.
Finding fights around the map. Loud trying to pick apart at Sentinel's team before they hit these sites. Finally, we just talked about it. They couldn't find any ground before. It'd always be quickly traded back. Now the 3v3 stands.
Les gets traded out.
Yep.
In these moments during this kickoff, he's been so good in these anchored positions to drop 2 and 3. Has been a superstar player, but now Sentinels coming out into this game. The basics, the fundamentals are looking very good. They get a flat and already coming out, looking around, a TP. Moving forward, it looks like Tenz is looking for a fight. He gets punished right away by Sadak as the Rolling Thunder comes out. Now even the Pinks comes out. Beautiful combination of utility from Loud as they drop Zasi and come in for the defuse.
And we talked about how big this round was. Loud staves off going into economy hell right now. That was such a big round. Sentinels would have been running away with a few more. And this first half would have not looked good. Now we have Loud coming back up here. Still going to be a buy coming in from Sen, it seems. Yeah, they should be able to get that low armor in. See this again, too. The retake, it had to happen. For Loud to use the Rolling Thunder, everything they had, it was according to the play. This had to be secured. Oh, Saucy not getting out of that one. And you see, they're still vibing. Loud knows this game isn't out of hand. It's not crazy. The few rounds down means nothing to Sadak and Loud. Still very much in it, and let's see how they play that.
Always unfazed, Loud.
The judges there for Sadak, so you know they're starting to get a little ratty on these. We'll see how that gets used. And these ultimates as well. QCKs can still go in. A quick retake, and Les just pushes them out with the Viper's Pit. We have yet to see how Loud actually fight back with those.
You can see Loud, though, just jiggling across the contacts being those controllers. Less in the back of the site. Tui's on the A site. It looks like Sentinels want to activate it right away. They'll come in out from Zelsis. Second, Satchel to Pross. Contact on players from Loud in the back of Boba. As the plant comes in for Sentinels, it's time for them to play the pulse plant once again. But this time around, nobody holding yet towards the back of the B main. It's a paranoid to push through, and you hear that run it back. It should come across. The save comes out from Les as it allows QCK to stay alive. A whole roster of Loud against 3 left of Sentinels. Paranoia being thrown on defense. There's that judge. More utility flooding towards the front. But Zelsis and Tenz are holding back their ground for now. Beautiful flash out from QCK, though. As now the tap on the spike, trying to draw out the opponents. Beautifully done by Loud. They come in for the defuse, and you saw some hope there from Zelsis and Tenz, and Loud instantly. They held back for a split second, forced Sentinels out, and finally played the fundamentals and won the round.
That's the Loud train I think we've been looking for. It took a little bit to stoke the fire, but man, coming down the tracks, you do not want to be in the way of Loud when they feel like the retake is going 100%. The way they came through Boba here, just fearless, as it were, as Sadak says. Loud just run right into B main. The last time we saw that fight, Sentinels was just lacing Loud as they tried to come into B main. They didn't even make it. Loud gained so much ground there, completely taking Sentinels by surprise. We set up for Sen in a bit of the same formation, but less movement. They're not taking as much of market. The wall that they just dealt with there in B main usually can mean someone pushes up, so you have to worry. Loud is giving Sen a lot of things to worry about here. And with Dizzy down, they're going to be able to have a little main control, but not in sight yet.
Sentinel's just trying to play into Loud's style.
Yeah.
Where when they get pressure on one side, they usually push the extremity on the other. So you already see TenZ holding back towards the A main side, all the way from spawn, trying to catch a forward push. But nobody's really moving here from Loud. They held things back towards the B side. They haven't really fully rotated. And for them, they're just very much still comfortable of playing that retake style towards this A side. For Sentinels, they regrouped after that, after deniability that you saw there from Les's utility with his teammates. Sen is looking to pivot back.
Toying with the door, just hoping Loud will have to keep covering Market there as they start to make their way. Zelsa's knife came up just a bit ago
30
as they entered the
seconds
A main area, but this is a contact play. They want to see how Loud reacts to this.
And finally, after the first smoke comes out on the defense, the other one goes out towards the spawn on the attack. Now you're not allowing here at Tui's to get the high stack and a spray.
There they go.
With his Vandal, which allows here a Wingman to get a very late plant towards A.
How far do they push forward? Little hide here from Second right under the trash can. John QD is going to be flanking far, but it's watched by Sadak. What's the timing here? Loud comes through spawn.
Threw a whole flash towards the air just to try to slow it down for a bit. They're just trying to take down Sadak first to push towards that spawn. It works out. Another one fell within the site for Loud. But Loud have regained control of that B site. The tap to flush out Sentinels once again. Double back towards the default box as Les lines up 2 kills somehow. And the spray comes back here through the cages, but it's going to be difficult right now. Saucy does get the pick. The last one still sticks to the fuse. Woo! Not planned for them to be able to play that push forward. They really had to walk in the site, and Loud was always ready for that.
Pretty wild damage from Sentinels, though, coming out with some pistols on that round.
True.
They drop all of Loud. Loud and the fans happy, though, to pick up another round. Like we said, even looking at 5-1, we saw smiles on Loud's face during the timeout. It's still an any game, and we saw Loud use the ultimates to make that come true. 4-5 now, 3 quick defuses on the post plant here that have brought Loud back into this, and we are going to get a Sentinels timeout now as they get a talk from Kaplan, figure out what Loud is doing differently here to get themselves back in the match. Really nicely done. They didn't have an answer for the beginning, right? We said Loud was kind of missing the early game control. We saw Kalanzine and QCK trying to work tiles in mid. They lose a few members, and that trade did not benefit Loud, especially the way Sen was taking the site. What I think we did get, though, is Loud in those mid-round calls back, having the right positioning, waiting for each other, that patience where we know Loud to be looking for the flank while the spike is ticking, and you're like, is there enough time? Well, it's enough time. They know, they've been there. We're getting that back from Loud, and that's why we're close to tied now. Sentinels will discuss how to get back in 3 ults. Thrash to be used by Saucy, 11-4. He's had some fantastic games. Even though we lost the win on Ascent on the Sova, he's like 20-5 or something at half. The Odin Master over there. Yeah, he's been showing up as well for Sentinels this season. So we get back in.
Also decided not to play the Ascent in this grand finals.
They didn't. That blew up. The fact that we had Icebox in here and Sen have been kind of kicking that out of the pool was very interesting. I cannot wait. But on Sunset until it does just that. Round 10. Uh-oh, Thrash right off the rip. How does Loud respond to instant aggression?
Tried to get a camera pivot towards the mid, and Zelsis already fell. Now just spraying across here, and gets a lucky kill onto a second when that second that falls. They still get a plant now. Hunter's Fury coming out from the defense. A ping does get the hit onto John Cutie from QCK. As here's a shot from behind to lurk once again. Saucy gets it done. TenZ under heavy pressure alone towards the back of the site. Thrash being picked up, the TP away from one, sees the second one, and it does get the hit here. That's gonna delay even more. Sadak is detained. Tui's had to TP away, and now as they finally regroup, they don't have too much utility but these smokes. TenZ is already pushing towards that spike. A beautiful Dizzy allowing TenZ to get that pick. Up to Sadak alone. A nice shot there from TenZ once again, landing out for the kill, and Sentinels finally get another point.
He threw that through the window, right?
Yep.
Oh, we hardly ever get to see the windows used. Awesome stuff from Market. Honestly, little things like that you hardly see in your games are the ones that can catch you off guard in a millisecond. Oh my gosh. You're like, wait a minute. Yeah, there's a window. Vents that. TenZ vents Sadak. And that's going to be the end. 6-4. The timeout pays off for Sentinels here. Big time after 3 post-plant rounds. Successful in a row for Loud.
seems as though the game plan got foiled, but thankfully you still have players that could really think on their toes, though, with how Tens and Sassy played that one, because he lost a lot of players in the process trying to play this or trying to play a contact towards the A site. Kusike gets dropped. The lure buy from Loud. You saw the Bucky TP towards the back. Elise Sadak is there for the support. Tui still holding towards the back of the A site, and that hat's going to help a lot. Neural Theft out. It's a forward push here from Les outside the B site, while the rest are pinged out all around the A site. But for Sentinels, it's a cut noise. Just want to reset for a bit here with a minute left on the clock.
I like the movement. Les said, all right, we're getting pinged. I'm going to get out here and kill the trap at B main, just to make John Cutie think a little bit more. So John always watching the flank, though. They have to watch for Les. Could be a factor in this round that just closes it out.
Had the angle the whole time, and now he gets all the information. Here comes the bombardment, the Mordor towards the back of the site. Contacts onto Kalanzine, while the rest of the Sentinels were there just to get the drive-by. Firing squad leaving Les alone. Yeah, he broke one trip on the B site, but couldn't get this one on the A site, so his cover is blown. Mosh pit to keep him away, but that's a nice shot off the Sassy.
And now no one else peeks.
Versus one, holding a tight angle as Zetkin goes for the crab walk, though, and he'll get the pick.
7-4 now.
Last round.
Sentinels, great control here. Kind of activating on Loud so quick. It almost looked like Loud fell asleep at the wheel for a second. That's just the timing wasn't there. Sentinels get a Thanos timing walking into elbow here. Sassy drops QCK, no flash. And this, three's a crowd.
That was so unlucky there for Loud because they were anticipating that hit from Sentinels. You saw, who was that? I think it was Kalanzine or Sadak looking towards the air with the frenzy getting ready to hit that Dizzy, but he hit both of his teammates, even all three before. But let's hold that thought. Showstopper already outside of the gates and blow Sadak to bits. Once again, numbers advantage for Sentinels, allowing for them to work the map, working back towards his B side.
And right there, I hope I have enough time to say this, never mind.
Not at all. Paranoid going back and forth just to try to delay towards the market, but still allowing Sentinels to gain space. And a plant attempt. As we went for attack first, they lost players towards the market side. Sassy's still alive at that spot, though. You try to hold it back. Plant finally successful for the Sentinels. Smoke to help Sassy a little bit towards the market. Loud just waiting here for that flank coming out from QCK. It's slow, but it's coming as a Dizzy comes up just to try to delay towards the back of the site even more. Finally, that contact. As you mentioned, Zekin sees him. Flash is coming out. There's that execution out for Sentinels. Back and forth, but still the advantage for the attack side. As they know, it was that flanker. QCK with no utility after he uses his wall. Contact out to Sassy, allowing here Zekin just to wait for the tap. Pain shells to keep him at bay. That will definitely end the half right now, especially with that kill coming out from Sassy as Sentinels to close out the half with a 4-point lead.
Zekin used an ult there at the beginning of the round. The pressure's created. It's been such a different in that sense of ultimates being used right off the rip. All of Sadok's Hunters, the Hunter's Furies came at the beginning of the round, came to try and discombobulate what Sentinels was doing, and they only had to slightly respect it because they can dodge it. Zekin comes in, you have to respect it. The fundamental differences in the power that these comps can hit with is huge, and we'll see that as Loud comes onto the attack side now. It takes so much more to orchestrate this composition into a site.
You're definitely seeing a lot from all of these players right now and from the IGLs too, but let's toss it back to Ender where he has something for us by the telestrator.
Sassy finishes the half with a whopping 15 kills and only 5 deaths, and he is dominant in the clutch. Let's check out this round where he absolutely blows me away. It starts out Sentinels with an advantage, but Loud very quickly are able to bounce back with a few critical kills. Loud, we know, they don't play with fierce. They step forward in mid, in main to take these fights, and even poor Tens trying to move over into main get shut down. So, where do we find ourselves? Sassy is stuck in a 1v3 situation, but those players are fairly spread out from Lev. So they're gonna group up, and that gives Sassy the B site for free. He can walk in here and notice he's got full utility down there at the bottom of the screen, including Thrash. That'll be big. But first, it's Wingman up to the plate. He's going to use that ability to be able to take more space than you'd normally expect in this position. The only thing, one of the things that only Gecko can do. So, Sassy moves into market, and Loud are still taking things slow. They're gonna group up together, but if they had split into mid right here, Sassy would have been able to find a pick. But now, Saucy hears 3 players and turns his attention. He has a very important decision to make. Does he try to pick off the final straggler here and get that one that would be virtually untradeable, swing on that guy there, and then go for the play, or does he wait? He chooses to wait, which is a lower chance that he gets a kill, but a higher chance he can win the clutch. He moves on in here and is able to get both these kills here with a sick transfer on that one. It's money. The utility afterwards is perfect, and then going into Thrash, it makes the round nigh unwinnable. Left could not stick through that plant, and the Thrash means that he could not actually get on Spike in time. Let's get the second half underway. Back to our casters.
Sick flip.
Sick flip, yeah, well done, Ender. Great explanation here on how good these players are. It's not only about that meta, the battle of the IGLs, the big brains from the coaching staff. It's also just a heads-up play from all these players that has been looking so good in this first half. And speaking of information to react right away, a knife went out towards the A side, pinging a few here, thrown by Zelsis, and Sentinels knows this hit's coming towards the A side, and they're ready for this signature retake playstyle on the A side. Loud still deciding to work towards A though, so they might have something back in return.
What are we working with? There are some ghosts, so a little bit of a drop on util there. Classics will be able to come in full utility-wise. And the early delay. Early fakes with a bit of utility here. I wonder if that's going to allow Sen in a bit more, but this is Loud are hunkered down here. This is going to be hard to get them out.
Paranoia and Dizzy, that's going to hit QCK, runs inside the smoke. The boom body even spots him and blows him away.
Smokes
a
are
flash
good.
towards the back. Coward seems fully blinded, but he's okay to stay behind the smoke. A tap onto the Spike, a fault line coming out, a spray through the smoke, a spray and praying for Loud to hopefully get this pistol on their side.
They got to start it
now.
now.
Even halfway, the wingman already got blocked. But there's no time left. There's no time left. Stewie comes in for the right clicks. What? This is going to be the type of play so we're going to see in a post-match plays between Loud and Sentinels. We're going to be on the edge of our
What do they call that, cinema? No, I'm just kidding. That was the Tuesday matinee. That was absolute chaos. Oh my gosh. That's the I have one final choice moment situations. Everybody is doing the final thing. They know they're going to go down, and that one was to jump through the smoke and finally kill the diffuser, even though it probably wouldn't have been half. That was just the kind of situation. The pressure Loud puts on the first attack round of their pistol here, second half. A big push here from Sentinels, though. This is going to be another war.
Continuing with the double flash combination from the initiators, but QCK is just ready for that. So not only does he stops the push from Sentinels, but that's building up his ultimate here for the later rounds, even trying to clear for more, grabbing the orb behind the Allen drone. Wouldn't be surprised if they just give him a plan or he just chases the kill. But you're seeing like Sentinels are trying to rework the map somewhere. Go head to head. Omen versus Omen, Tui's gets the upper hand of Tens. Actually did see QCK trying to hunt for more kills there. He got instantly denied by Saucy.
Camera will let them know they can end at A on this one. In Loud, I feel like needed to start setting the pace as they got onto this attack side. Sentinels, as they were on attack, like I said, what didn't care when the Hunter's Fury came out from Loud. They were able to work around it, absorb Loud's utility at market, and hit A, or the other way around, A to B. Here, Loud cannot let Sentinels set up a defensive spot. Loud needs to be in their face all the time. And again, with this composition Loud has, that has to be everybody behind QCK, right? QCK is not blast packing in. He's not dashing in.
Last player standing.
They have to go in together, and right now, they're picking these rounds up together.
Yeah. I mean, as much as Sentinels has utility to retake these sites, for a Loud side, they have as much stall, right? They have that fault line to come out. They have the retards over the smokes.
Yeah.
They have Paranoias if they haven't used it for the takes. It comes down to how they work the map once again here on the attack. Sentinels might have to try to change things a little bit here as they have a gun round to come through.
Yeah, I wonder
that's going to for them to try to control something.
I wonder if they, as Sentinels, try a trap play right away. Go for their own.
With better guns than this.
With better guns than this, yeah. Because it would be good against Loud. If Loud were to go slow on a round, might be this. Thinking the low buy is going to create a tough entry into the site. 4 towards A for Loud, heavy side as well for Sentinels, strong side rather. Looks like up and over flash by Dizzy. No, I don't think they've thrown anything yet.
Heard a flash coming out from Zelsis just to delay a bit, though. Big Paranoia.
Fast again.
And Boombot, Zekin satchels away. Ten's trying to swing back out just to try to catch QCK off guard. A knife is going to delay that utility that would allow for Loud to gain that momentum, gain that space that it gained towards the elbow. As Sentinels wants to fight back, the aggression comes through. QCK still on the top. A Stinger close range, a second throw at the Celsius for the classic. Hot heads on the ground. Finally, Tens takes him down. And all the rest of Loud falls as 2 Eagles looking for that lurk. And Sentinels, they fight back on their gun round.
They realize it's going to be chaos. Senhans are just as hard and weird and fast right there as Loud is trying to hit that elbow spot. Also take a little pawn control. And it is taking control to kind of organize this mess that's going on. The nades that are being thrown. That first nade allowed this long peek to come through. With QCK there, they knew they needed to get him out of the situation, unroot him. It just caused the push. Sentinels is there with numbers because they did choose the right site, expecting Loud to hit A.
Besides, sometimes at some point those paint shells went down there from Zekin and QCK somehow still stood alive. So.
You jump up on the box as fast as possible.
It's definitely difficult there for Sentinels to try to regain the elbow side, but they did. Power numbers. Now we have a tech pause coming out here, but it's quick, you know? Didn't even have a chance to talk about it.
Wow.
That's even better.
All right, cool. I'll take that.
Any day now. And
They're
Loud,
just making sure tech pause works. Right? Tech pause to tech pause.
at least Loud right now still has this run it back here that they could use. They're adding that pressure on this A side to start. Even trying to see if there's going to be a push from Sentinels down towards the middle for a B link control. Sentinels on their end, though, they're looking for, once again, the first contact towards the front. Zelsis with the support and the flashes on the back of the dumpster. So they could fight back. That's all they want to do so far. When they spray it across, they didn't hear anybody from Loud shooting back. So they might be able to start to pivot back and work towards the B side. How about John Cutie?
This is the first time that we'll see Loud start to use this wall here that kind of helps them get an entrance, mostly for QCK and Kawanzin to flash through. Then they can enter through their own wall. And they have to make Sentinels worry. Thrash comes flying out from Sase to check mid-control, grabs one market, and here it comes.
Satchel in, Jusuke still alive, coming back, but his teammates Detain cannot really help yet. Moshpit comes down, the timing on that one. Celsius gets the headshot. Ten's ready for a Paranora. Let's it rip. But the rest of Loud made it through towards the B site nonetheless. They gave up on that control towards the market. The plant coming down here for Karanzine. Hit by flashes all over for Loud. As Sentinels are still held back on the outside by middle and B main. There's that fight, the cutter. Oh my God! It's Sense all around! Leaving out less alone on the 1 versus 4. Positioned now towards the spike. As at least the Thrash does not spot him. Now back and forth we go, and Zelsis gets another backstab. Tens is ready to come out strong in his grand finals as well.
It's been an incredible year for Tens so far. We see him go from aggressive duelist over to smoke, himself saying the consistency it brings to his play is unreal. And looking at how that works, if we think about Tens, he's been on agents that can get out of a situation, but you know where that dash goes. You know where he might be playing. Now he can reset on an Omen. He can audio cut and rat a little bit more. He has so many more options here, and he looks so happy to be playing the new role.
Yeah, it's insane too. Yeah, the questions that came out of Tens' role of like, oh, and he's not able to play a raise too well on split, or he should play a KO because it's like his play style from the other games. But this time as an Omen, he's shining.
His stats this year on average on the Yoru, the Omen, way better than his Jets KOs from last year. Kind of incredible that he's able to put up these numbers still. You see how comfortable he is.
We're not over yet here. 3 rounds away of getting the first map for Sentinels as Louder looking for the contact play. Speaking of Tens, he opens up the round. QCK falls, a tap on the spike, baiting out the players of Sentinels, trying to push towards the spawn. Are Loud. They will not meet any opposition, which allows for them to at least get a plant down to build that economy for the next. Ready with the shorty in the smoke. Snakebite keeps them at bay. But all of Sentinels are here, getting ready to flood back from that A-Link once again. And there he goes. Look at that utility. Everybody's hiding within the smoke, though, for Loud outside the site. Okay. Straight off for kills, and there's only less than 2 left. And Zekin himself is cleaning up the site. Showstopper ready for the next round as Sentinels scored the 11.
It kind of took Sentinels just fighting back as fast. That, I think the mid-round where we saw Zekin fly through that tells you how fast Sentinels want to be going right now. And Loud are going to be calling the timeout here. Boom. Tens playing the smokes. Frags all around for the team. It's not just kind of the 3Ks from Tens. You're seeing the refrags, the trades. Sentinels is a well-oiled machine right now, and it looks like they could close this one out. They get a timeout as well off of Loud, so Kaplan's going to be able to talk to the team to help solidify these last few ultimates. A rolling thunder from Colin here. That can be denied if they throw that, and Zelsis is there to null command down. How's the rest of that site take hit? It just seems like Sen has answers to the ults ready for Loud, so it is going to take the Sadak masterclass here. It's going to take this timeout to close these 5 rounds and bring us back to a tied game for sure.
That's the important call there. What Sadak could really pull out of this timeout. The last one that they have on this map of Sunset. And where Sentinels, when we were watching how that history of the first half went through, for them to score that many rounds on the attack puts them in a comfortable position on their strong retake play style. And Loud has to find a way to answer that back. How do you fight back towards the spawn? They tried to play further back towards the A site and fight through after the initial utility that's being thrown on a defense for Sentinels. They're also alone in these forward positions after. They're not really able to set up for trades. This time around, though, looks like Loud is just holding back for a mid control.
Their weight looks like this. 0 point's going to come over the top. You can see Zelsis' positioning. And Loud get too caught in that. Looked purposeful as well. They kind of stood exactly where they wanted to. So Viper and Breach, seen on the right side of the map, is what Sentinels is working with right now. Again, this wall, only 2 times since this wall was put up from Loud have they tried to work through it. Last market we saw, Zekin came flying through with a showstopper. But now they're giving QCK quite a task here.
Yeah, you already see QCK working up the mid of the map. The L drone comes out towards the right side, but the important thing here is Kalazine taking control of this B lane. They try to use his rolling thunder to hold towards the left side or flash towards the dumpster, but instead, after it sees nothing on the elbow side, they regroup and try to go for the contact play.
Looking at Sadak. Sonar up. Drone has been used. Again, they're really liking this elbow play. At least putting 3 or 4 members in there. They have to get Kalazine in there because the fault lines from that side just seem so much more effective.
Even
to
a
the
rolling
entry, the rolling thunder, to boot. Right, so having Kalazine in this elbow has been a priority for Loud. They set it up again,
30 seconds
and
left.
it's going to be the 5v5. A good lurk here, however, from Tui's could just separate Sentinel's rotation.
Feels like Loud seeing here that Sentinels like to play the retake to just contact in the site, allowing this utility to delay even more.
There it is.
And as he throws out the rolling thunder off the knife, QCK is pushing forward. Just around the corner, though, Zelsis pulls out the null command. Zekin holding all the way back towards that Boba side, where we have a late lurk from Tui, still waiting for that opportunity to strike back behind them. But Sentinels are now running very quickly towards the A site. Showstopper to open it up. It's Planet once again for the elbow spam. Wingmen on the ground. Kalazine trying to delay as he runs forward with utility. Gets denied as Sadak, though, on the other side. There's that backstab. Tui's trying to go for the hero play. There's that first kill. It's tapped at half. There's no time. 10 gets the kill. And it's Loud that stays alive.
Tui's the lurk king on that one. Absolutely pivotal that Tui stayed alive and was able to get a huge kill on John QT there, causing that defensive rotation to have to route around through spawn, take a little bit more time. Everything that Loud did there really hurt Sentinels. Sen tried to paranoia retake pawn shop into the dumpster there, and it didn't really hit anybody. They tried to retake flash on dumpster, and all of what they needed for sight was already used by the time Sentinels got there. Loud really draining Sentinels' utility in a way they cannot retake. See what happens here. Spread out across the map in a default. Same wall here. Loud's just kind of pressuring with this each round to give Sentinels something to look at, and then possibly play through it with their flashes.
Saw 2 sets of footsteps there off that camera from John Cutie. And look at Sentinels, a flash over and a swing after, a quad swing coming out, and that's just being held back. Even Paranoia to try to move forward. Kalazine's all the way back towards middle. Instead, a spray through the blaze wall to get that kill on the market. He's laughing. Sadak's just like, oh, that was a pretty hot situation. As they pull back, though, with the numbers advantage. 5 players to work together towards the A side, but Sentinel has the read on this. Never mind, it's a double pump. Because of the position, we have Tui's all the way towards the B main.
Take flight. Okay, so I feel like we have been missing this from Loud in these few rounds. The past rounds, it would be that they tempted B main, they were a little bit in mid, right? QCK would flash, and then everybody just reset to a default spot to hit A.
30 seconds
Loud
left.
have not been leaving breadcrumbs around the map to be able to make audio calls on a rotation or be able to make that re-rotate. And now we're seeing that come into play. Those audibles we know Sadak for in the middle to late round.
Zelsitake snuck through, but QCK was still holding towards the billboard of the B main. A knife being thrown that would have been huge towards that B main site where they don't have the fault line aftershock to work with, or snake bites, as a matter of fact. Even QCK's re-flanking towards the mid side. But Sentinel's already pushing forward. Spraying through the attacker smoke. Snake bite on the ground. There's that backstab. Too good for QCK.
Wow. What a swingy game. A few rounds here, a few rounds there, but the way the rounds are swinging, that team is in full control. Oh, yeah, that was close. We see it again. Hey, guy. He's like, I'm not KO-ulted right now. You can't do that. I'm not going to be rezzed. QCK with a really nice flank. And that's been working so well now for Loud that they can continuously move from site to site, or the last few rounds, I should say, not for the map. They've only employed it here. So Sen calls a timeout. We got this in the first half out of Kaplan, and Sentinels were able to really come back with a pretty strong round. See what kind of ideas they can muster up during this one. Ultimate for John QD and Tens, kind of passive ults. Really need to make something work to get those in action. But Sadak, do we see this off the rip, or does it become a post plant? They have been focusing from the defensive side. Loud has that Hunter's Fury controls the map. It gets them an idea right away off a drone or a sonar bolt tag. But likely here to see it as they hit the site and try to clear one of those defensive positions Sen will be covering.
And that's the thing. Loud, again, they were able to play contact in the sites and use the ults on post plants instead and not having to waste them. Yes, we heard some Hunter's Fury, but those were trap plays that they had on defense. This time around, though, if they could continue to work the same way, I mean, for them, they don't need to fix anything because they're coming back in this game.
Yeah.
For Sentinels, the question is, how do we want to fight this? Do we want to move more forward here to not allow Loud to play the contact? It looks for information towards this mid side.
Fake TP to B main, but the push is huge here from Sen. They're trying to change the pace of the game of what Loud has been seeing the last few rounds. Feeling in control. Sen trying to take that away. Passive play from Loud gets them safely across the map here. But this is what they were doing before. Not really tempting or leaving anybody at a site. Just making some noise mid, and then they're going to hit A.
This could be basic things too, from Sentinels holding towards the back of the side with John's Cutie set up on the A, just to maybe try to break a wingman with his trips inside the A site. Run it back here, utilized by QCK just to clear out the space towards the dumpster. The plant still comes down. A lucky kill up to Kawazine. Throws up the hat, but the plant still went down for Loud.
That's huge. Kawanzine's the one they want, an elbow. For him to go down, this means that Sen can get back in.
Right now, the goal is to protect Sadak so that he could use his Hunter's Fury. There's that tap, uses it out right away. And now right after, it's gonna be for Loud to fight back inside the smoke. Flashes are coming through. Nades are coming across towards the smokes as Tens is holding off angle. A curveball being turned. A nice kill from Tens. Snake bites on the ground as well. Wingman comes up, trying to get it down. It's at least at halfway. He's trying to stick it fully for Wingman, but gets denied. It's up to a 2 versus 1. A push forward from Bless once again. Denied by John Cutie as they'll get to the fuse and map point.
Round 12 for Sentinels.
Match point.
Tens again. I'm pretty sure Sideshow mentioned it previously, but that flash turning percentage, Tens being at the top. The least flashed member, we see it in action. And John Cutie, that
West
kill.
Flash and didn't care.
Oh, West still actually got tagged by it. Never mind. Good POV. Good POV. It just doesn't matter with Tens. Yeah, but Kawanzine, that kill from John Cutie on a Kawanzine, you saw how confident Sentinels was to step forward there and go for the hit. What a kill to be able to pull up. Sheriffs now for the side of Loud. What a hurt on game point now, as they're gonna try to get QCK up this mid position again. A little rinse and repeat on the strats before, but it brings most of the team to keep him safe.
QCK with the Sheriff, the double swing out, the wallbang, forcing Zelsis away. Trying to take the mid control, even shock darts thrown from Sadak to keep him back. Sentinel's trying to push forward. It was being watched by Les, so you have 3 players now contained in the A site. That said, though, with the amount of rounds that were coming back there for Loud, that one single loss now map point for Sentinels. The economy's broken for Loud. They have to try to get something done here. Controlling maybe an orb on the B site, a Viper plant off the pit, using his owl drone to sell that fake with this. As we got the backstab though for QCK. It's perfect. But finally, John comes out of the camera to trade that out. They get information on that Sentinel player towards the back of the site. And they try to execute now for Sentinels. A tap to allow Paladin to swing out instant
30
headshot.
seconds left.
Still not deciding to go for the plan for less. They want to use it for Kawadzin. It's been the name of the game so far on how they're forming the arbs in the plant. Sentinels now trying to go for a 3-player retake at a disadvantage. Look how far back here Sadak is. Still waiting to see somebody's going to flank across. Delays being thrown early for Loud. A flash towards the market. First contact is less. Kawadzin avoided the mosh pit. Now swings out, hit by at least the fragment. Plant denied. A push forward from Tui's. Zelsis is alone. And it becomes a nice post-plant hold for Loud.
That actually is one of the coolest rounds I've seen Sadak come up with. When they were running back to A, you saw Sadak instantly peel off. It's like a light bulb went off in his head, peels off, and then sets up to quickly set the drone. It looked like they were actually running all the way back. Says, okay, Tui's, give me that ult back here. They do a global distraction to allow QCK's hit to work even better. Sick thinking. Absolutely disgusting.
And we said, just Sheriffs?
Just Sheriffs?
It was the 2 first kills they got.
Honestly.
QCK and Kawadzin with Sheriffs to make it.
Making the crowd ill.
Yep.
Making the crowd ill.
Maybe he'll never smile again.
9 to 12. Pop flash towards mid, possibly.
Definitely.
Yep, pop
even
flash
satchels out from Zekin. And a paranoia on top of that came from 10, so try to do a trap play with the lower buy that they have on the defense for Sentinels, but again, it's the masterclass IGLing calls from Sadak, holding all the way back towards spawn.
It's wild.
Even towards the extremities.
Just wild. All right, into the site here. Just 3 rounds away for Loud to secure us our OT. It's going to be a low buy from Sen. Back in the site, they're going to hunker down and try to find those close angles. It's how can Loud dislodge them. Ultimate for Kawadzin could come around. That's the ultimate plant. If they can keep Kawadzin, then it can elbow without some John Cutie spam.
Easy one there for Zelsis.
Ooh, they lost the breadcrumb. That's what they were leaving this time. Sadak goes down.
And they have to make noise now. This is all going to be heard by Tens, but Tens only has a Sheriff in the back of the A site. Sassy with a pistol himself, so this is a very weak A site hold. A flank coming behind here, a flash. Tens is fully blinded. The lurk comes up from the side from Les. Yeah, Sassy gets the headshot. And it's a ding from Les. 3 players remaining from Sentinels coming back once again from the A link. Tui's now takes control towards the back of the default. Gets 1 for his troubles back there. 2 versus 2. A pit out, a rolling thunder. Giving a lot of chances for Loud here on the pulse plant. Camera coming out, forcing now Sentinels to go inside the pit to fight back. Zelsis is low on HP, upgraded into a rifle. They actually have 2 rifles to work with. There's that first deniability to run across. Zelsis does get the pick though. And Les has 1 more stink bite.
And they have to call it
by him. The tap on his spike. The kill from Zelsis. The defuse comes out for Sentinels as they finally close out map number 1.
It's incredible the amount of times we see Sentinels squad rush, crowd up and squad rush a site. You see it all the time on Split. Then they'll be defusing while there's still members of the opposing team in the site, pressuring the peaks, pressuring the opposing team to come out of the woodwork. How many stick defuses does Sentinels have in the past few games? It is incredible.
A great first map as well. Incredible play from both teams. And again, this is a great appetizer to this grand finals that's in front of us right now, Riv.
Really, really great stuff. It feels like Loud were not themselves in the mid-round column, where Sadak usually excels. We see the strategies just absolutely explode, and the opponent cannot stop it. Here, Sentinels had a great read, and man, they had a great attack side, too, to set this up.
So Sentinels topple down Loud on the first map, their map pick. Now it's time for Sentinels to play on their map pick on Split, and that's going to be after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Mick standing here with Coach Kaplan after we see the Sentinels win map number 1 in this riveting best-of-5 kickoff grand final. Coach Kaplan, I heard you mutter something when you walked up here, and you said that was easier than I thought. This map was so fascinating because it felt like both you and Coach Peo took advantage of your timeouts, and each time you did, it was your team that would win the next round. Walk us through what you were telling your team each time you would call those timeouts, because it felt like it was such a pivotal part in keeping the team in control.
Yeah, honestly, we would just... John's flowing with the IGLing today. Jordan's doing an incredible job helping out with... He's got a lot of good ideas. So a lot of the time we time out, I actually basically had a call for the next round. I was like, hey, I like what we're saying in the freeze time. This is sweet. I think after we do this and it works, let's rip this the next round. So they're making it easy for me today so far.
Happy face over here from Coach Kaplan. Best of luck on map number 2.
Thank you.
Sentinels start off strong with a 13-9 win on Loud's pick of Sunset, and now they are one step closer to walking away as the kickoff champs. This is going to be, well, a very fascinating BO5 here, guys, because I don't think that Loud... They got something cooking, surely. I have to believe that.
Honestly, I'm a little concerned with how he responded, how Kaplan did at the beginning of the evening. Yeah. That was easier than I thought. They're making it easy on me today. I'm like, bro, it's still Loud.
Slow your roll, dog.
Right? Like, easy now.
But they did look right there. I thought that they dealt with the comp that Loud was running here incredibly well, especially in that first half on the attacking side. This team was looking dominant, especially in the way that they were constantly taking A main control. Zekin getting set up for these really nice double flash with the KO and Gecko Dizzy to double satchel in, constantly opening up these rounds and just giving John so much to work with in the mid-round.
And I think the dominance that they've showed on Sunset goes all the way back to the offseason. Now 9-1 on this map. They've done it in the offseason. They've done it against different teams. Now they're doing it when the stage is the biggest it's been for them up until this point. Sunset is their map.
Yeah, and they're really proving as well why that this comp is legit. That this is a comp that I think a lot of teams I would expect to replicate. Because even when teams have VODs out on it, they're still finding success in these retakes. On the attacking side, they're still getting that control that they did. This KO Gecko combo is just so incredibly strong right now. And Sentinels, for my money, is the team implementing it the best.
We were even seeing it in the way that they were like constantly going after A main, right? They never really let them have any kind of space, any kind of freedom. I feel like with that composition is definitely like what you want to try and like exemplify here. And it worked out quite well for Zekin because my guy was feeding. He was having a good time out there. And even though...
You mean feasting?
He was feasting.
Feasting?
They were feeding.
I mean, yeah, no. Well, I mean, you can still eat. Anyway, point is...
Let's just stick with the fact that Zekin was feasting.
Zekin was playing very good video games.
Zekin
but of course, not all that shocking given the hot run that he's on right here. Loud are definitely going to need to find a way to shut that down.
Oh, I think it's going to... I mean, Zekin is my GOAT. Right? And he's just played so well.
That phrase.
I won't. He's just played so well, and I think, honestly, on the other side of things, Tens has too. Right?
Yes,
like there's just something about Sunset. He just shows up in a big way.
Absolutely. And for Zekin, you saw it there. 6-4 in head-to-head kills against QCK. That's that A main fight that we kept on seeing, that we keep on talking about, that is so important to the attack side of this map. Zekin was always winning it. We talk a lot about how good this combo is, how well it sets up the Raze player, but you still need a player with impeccable movement who picks the timing with their teammates' utility right on the money and also has the aim to back it up, and that is just Zekin. He's so consistent on this duelist role, not just because he's an excellent player, but because his team sets him up for success each and every time.
Yeah, it really is, you know, like you don't put the I in team. It sounds cringe and really lame, but it's honestly
and it is, but it's true.
It is, but it's still true, and Zekin exemplifies that 100%, of course, so this puts Loud a bit on the back foot here. Smix is standing by with the coach of Loud. Let's see what he has to say.
Smix here with Coach Peo after that loss on that first map. I know we're about to head into Split, but I have to ask, that map was, even though it ended up being a loss, it felt like it was really close, and it was without question that Loud continued to play without fear. What are the biggest learnings, and what are you going to be doing heading into Split?
Mesmo sendo uma derrota, a gente viu que a Loud foi valente no mapa e buscou a vitória, né? O que você acha que vai acontecer agora no Split?
Eu acho que foi um bom jogo, muito mérito da Sentinels também, do que eles estavam fazendo no mapa. Acho que a nossa postura foi boa. Agora é Split, a gente já ganhou deles uma vez, a gente tem mais ou menos uma ideia do que a gente pode fazer agora, do que eles estão mudando, né, para esse jogo. E a confiança total, que a gente já virou várias séries e vai ser mais uma.
Yeah, we did a good job, but they were better than us. But we already played against them on Split, so we are expecting to win this one because we know kind of what they do.
Amazing to hear that confidence. Best of luck on map number 2.
Let's not forget the last time, as we heard the coach say, they played, yes, it was a win, 13-11 in favor of Loud, but does history repeat itself here, Doug?
I think it's interesting to hear how he ended that interview when he said, we know how they play. We know what they do. Dog, you knew how they played and you know what they did on Sunset.
Yeah.
You still lost, right? And you think about how good of a performance Sentinels had on Split, what, 24 hours ago? Now 12 hours ago. That math doesn't add up. And they were so dominant on that map.
Yeah.
Preface, I love Brazil, I love Brazil, I love Brazil. Now the point. I think that the win that Loud got on Split last time was off of individual performance and big moments from players. Clutches, rounds that Sentinels should not have lost. Not necessarily an excellent game plan in that second half. I think that Sentinels right now is the best team in the world on Split. Their mid-rounding on this map is excellent. Their protocols are on point. They play around the solo initiator beautifully, and they have a ridiculous number of looks on how they play the retake. That's the easiest thing to focus on this defensive side. Sentinels will rip you apart if you let them play their retakes.
And I think if QCK continues to struggle going up against Zekin, the long day is only going to get longer. They're only going to have a harder time. If they cannot create space with how tight chokeholds are and how important map control is on Split, it's going to be rough.
It took Sadaka and QCK having a ridiculous second half to salvage Split the last time these two teams played. We need to see a better game plan against this Sentinel Split. No one, in my mind, has been able to shut it down yet.
Yeah, well, the coach of Loud seems quite confident going into Split, but if you are a Sentinels fan, you have to be feeling quite good about Sen's chances. It's time to find out who walks away with the dub. Let's send it back over to your casters, Fancilli and Riv.
Definitely, the coaching staff of Loud seems to be very confident going into the second half, but I'm pretty sure Zelsis is also very confident for this map too, because he talked about it in an interview, in their winner's interview yesterday when they qualified. Like, Loud got a little bit lucky on that one, and I don't think they're going to be able to do that again. So we'll see if they're going to be able to polish things up and not see their heroic plays that Mimi mentioned that Loud brought out for them to capitalize on that second half the last time these two teams met against each other.
It was wild. Sadak finished that game. The last 2 rounds with 7 kills, a 3K in one, a 4K in the next. Like the caster said at the time, they just wanted to end that game. It was over and he decided it. I am so excited we get them back on Split for the rematch though, because they did test each other. They pushed each other to the max. Sentinels had things that could take Sadak out of Vent, yada yada. We get to see it all in play right now. Oh, QCK straight up to Vent to start.
They are quick. Again, no pun intended. Damn it.
You're trying.
Trying to take control now towards the A tower, and it's a late split for Loud as well. You see both Les and Kawanzine holding passively towards the A main, seeing no pressure. They can once again take control of A Heaven, and then maintaining A Heaven control has been the name of the game on this very map in this meta. There's still a player holding towards the back of the site though. Zelsis is hiding behind the map through 2 cages, through an orb. A snakebite gives his position away, trying to look for a trap through this trip. But it's Kawanzine that breaks it, runs through, and scores first. A 1-for-1 though, as Tens is low on HP. Spike finally going down as Sasi is on that flank on the A main. Les has fallen, so the control on the A Heaven is going to be a little bit more difficult, especially when Tuis falls. Giving an opportunity for Sentinels to bombard utility. Nades and a flash. Trades off towards the back. Fault line not able to come out as 10 swings from the elbow, and Sentinels win a pistol.
Sentinels take the pistol. A lot going on in that round. Loud, very confident in their movement. Nice find to be able to get all the way through vents towards A Heaven, and Waterfall in. And then comes again the Sen retake. They gather together, able to take out the sides, extremities, and basically everybody meets towards the top side of sight for that flash from Sasi to come in. 2 from Heaven, 1 screen. But they are patient on that retake. And a big play there as well, insight from Zelsis, to be able to even deny those few seconds, allow the B rotation to be a little bit closer, so they are in position there. It took them a bit to get Zelsis out of the site. 1-4 here. Loud will slow work their wall up here towards the vent area, I believe. Sasi says not so quick.
A Sixth Sense gets the pick. That's the Sky down for the attack, but Fault Line pushes him away. Les, meanwhile, did get an entry to trade it back towards the top of Heaven. So Sasi's in a tough spot, but he's been good in this very spot before. trying to isolate a 1v1 as Khaledzine and his teammate pushes in. Double shot and even a 145 damage.
Oh my God.
Sheriff and a double nade and the snake fight. Good shots coming out, but the utility is even better for Sentinels to answer right back. That spike down out in the open, 1 versus 3, but Tui's does have a Sheriff. Zelsis is low, Zekin is low. This is doable.
Sunset deja vu with that nade. Oh my word. And really nicely done, because I'm sure John Cutie said, somebody's destroying my trips in B. Let's just hit whoever is in sight. So those mollies and grenades, a very high chance to be hitting their target, and that they did. But what can Tui's do here? 2 one-shots, and he has to connect with John Cutie twice if it's not the head.
He had a lot of time to work
30
with.
seconds left.
A minute on the clock before he made it towards the line of scrimmage of the A side, but a camera refresh for John Cutie, allowing for them to get ready for a triple swing on a contact. Tui still looking to move forward. 18 seconds left on the clock. There's that contact. There's one on one end, but was not ready for a second on the top of heaven.
You see what these rounds mean, though? Yeah, while there was the win there, John even wanted to drop those weapons. And the win would have been the big W. Sen not letting it happen again, though. Able to pick up that round. Still losing a few members, though. So not too bad. Loud still do some chip damage to that economy. And now we'll see full Vandal buy across the board for them if they can start to take this. Wanting more. They're saying, just give me a few more. A few more. They know they need it here against Sentinels.
Which is surprising, too, that Loud decided to pick the attack side first.
Yeah.
Against Sentinels' very strong defensive halves on this map.
Toxin screen down.
So now they have to try to work something. Getting a plant maybe would have helped them a little bit more in the further rounds, but at least they still have a gun round now. 3rd round on the board for Split, but 10's long range with a stinger. Laser beams QCK. Wow. Allows Sentinels to get the power play.
That was like, oh, they're still going to be. I was going to say, that's a trap play to mid, but it really only needed the smoke to drop and 10s to be there. They were all ready to back him up, though, if it need be. Now the rotation back to a bit of a 3-2.
Yeah, that's something that probably Bren would say. They have 10s! They have 10s!
And they do. I mean, just pushing out with a stinger as well, knowing you're going against the full buy round, didn't even phase him. Knows he can hit that headshot, get the aim punch, and finish it, as it were. Paranoia still there if they want to play the retake more so. And they are going to find A being a little troublesome here as Loud takes the site.
He misses snake bite, so Saucy has to fight alone. Finally, Zelsis swings out, doesn't care about being vulnerable. It's a 1-for-1, but the advantage is still for Sentinels. Less than Tui's. They've done this before at a disadvantage. The first one to fall is Saucy. Almost gets that tap in. 1 HP. Pain Shells once again. Is it a touchdown? But Tens doesn't care. Swings in for the kills with the stinger. First and last 2 kills of this round. As Sentinels win the bonus.
Man, Tens picking up. You're not even gonna say, oh, he's for the ultimate. No, Tens is just heating up. That's as good as having an ultimate all the time. And he is cleaning up with that stinger. Opening kill on the round, final 2 kills on the round. Tens is let loose right now. A low buy again for Loud here. And they have not had a good time once they get to the site, Vansili. It seems like Loud needs to figure out a way again to start chip damaging Sentinels before they get to the site. Get this utility out of their hands because the retake is just too strong. Okay, ramp control here for Loud. Just try and pressure. Try and get Sentinels to move. Dislodge them from the original starting spots. And coming up from the vent, could get a kill here onto Zelsis.
The drops and Zelsis goes back up. There's a smoke for him to hide behind the Viper wall. Makes it out of safety, so the timing's out, but at least a stinger through 2 smokes puts Zelsis down.
That's crazy, Vance. Sentinels, oh, nice shot on the 10s.
Yeah, that's crazy. Sentinels are losing players with a buy here. From a Loud, a lower buy that they have. Finally, the anchor towards the back of the site. Swings for 2. Sadak looking to trade it out. QCK was there.
2v3.
Looking for a timing. Made it through, but QCK falls a 2v2. 40 seconds left on the clock. Spike is still up, so they actually managed to take it back and move forward. But John Cutie's right on the top of the beam, not allowing Loud to leave anywhere else.
As Rob Moore would say, this kid can frag. Holy moly, and he does. Calling the shots, fragging the shots as well. And the interesting thing I wanted to mention about that round Sentinels used that exact strategy to kill Sadak when he had a judge and vent the last time they played. So Loud's like, oh, this strat? Let's do it. 4 up ramp, 1 through mid. Zelsis gets out. And Sentinels still find a way to come up with a round, even with a cheeky little trap play there from Loud. All right. Loud has been collecting these timeouts once they have Rolling Thunder a bit. A few ultimates to use here. How do they procure the W, though, on the next round? Saucy, as much as Sen want to play back, they can. Again, you're going to have your cabbages going out whenever you want. Seekers are going to find Loud, and they could take 40 seconds into the round. Sentinels will still be comfortable knowing they have the right position. So Loud really trying to figure out what can we do to get Seekers out? How can we work the map so it doesn't affect us? Maybe that audible, maybe the Sadak mid round here gonna come into play now that we're back on a full buy and a chance for Loud to get back in. Very reminiscent of Sunset. Sen is starting so hot on these maps, and Loud is calling an early timeout. Rinse and repeat here, deja vu.
Exactly. Money is bought all the way down, ultimates to work with, full armor. This is a heavy investment for Loud this time around, and an opportunity to swing it back in their favor. They lose this one here, potentially Sentinels could take a 6 seconds or a lead.
Another
You don't want
handful.
that to snowball for Sentinels.
Yeah.
Looking how things starts off, though, when we look at this Rolling Thunder, they're not really trying to set something quick. Even Spike is dropped, trying to avoid flashes at the beginning of the round. Wall comes up on the attack. There's no answer for Sentinels. So for Sentinels, they're staying quiet on their positions of where they're trying to hold the A site.
Yeah, they have options, right? They're keeping Kawazine in a nice fault line position. They can go for ramp if they need to in a bit, or they can go for something else. We see that fault line coming back off a cooldown, so it wasn't an initial push from Sentinels, giving safety here to both Sadak and Les. So that's one guiding light, one trailblazer now used over towards the right side of this map. I think this might activate your B side. A little start to walk in. They just hit the cam.
And they pressured on both ends. So they're actually didn't even break the cam yet for Loud, but it did.
Oh,
the
that's
smoke,
true.
and actually the Trailblazer came up, and that's actually quite crazy because not only the camera didn't break, the Trailblazer did not break the trip, but it got pinged out here by Sadak as he dogged up. So Loud's gonna have to be ready once they start hitting the site. If they want to split towards the A site through this Rolling Thunder, just get ready so you can break this trip and not get sprayed by Zekin's position.
Loud are really trying to get the Seekers out right now, and Saucy is not giving it. Here we go for the Rolling Thunder into the site. It's gonna still be the retake from Sens.
30 seconds
The
left.
flash in the Seekers does not allow to get QCK's kill on Saucy, but swings out still for that one.
Good
Second on the top of the heaven site to drop 2 of his own. Spite let it get picked up once again. Nice shot by Les. A second one of the second, turning it around back in favor of Loud. It's only Zelsis by himself. First contact against QCK. And there's that second swing from Tui's. Not hunting down towards the heaven side, but Loud definitely, instead of playing protocols, just want to fight.
They had to at that point. I mean, as the clock runs down, you don't get much more room to work. You're gonna have to go, and you're gonna have to accept that Seekers will find that out. Great push through. Flashed and denied by Seekers. Loud still get the ground they need and are finally able to push forward out of the site. Not allow Sen that setup that they've been getting. Unfortunate. 4-1 now. Loud feeling good though. Very fortunate for them. Ultimate for QCK, just one away here if they can focus an orb. And definitely a light at the end of the tunnel to start grabbing more rounds. Obviously a buy here for Sen. They had quite a bit of money to go through with those first 4 rounds. And this is a default we see Loud go to a lot. They'll set up in this 2-2-1. QCK will now push up towards the vent. Sadak behind, but they don't have time.
What a read here by Sentinels. Showstopper does not get any kills yet, though. You saw the idea out from Loud, but we'll hold that thought for a bit. Paranoia for Loud to try to re-engage for control inside Garage. And finally, as it slows down, you could see it. The Trailblazer came out from Sadak, and he just waited at the corner with this dog up towards middle, hoping to bait the Showstopper out towards middle. But then Sentinels said, okay, no, we're going to take the extremity instead, and almost caught a few off that Showstopper.
Everybody trying to flip the timing right now. Sadak, oh my gosh. Oh, he's being watched.
3 players are looking back. He knew the orb was coming down. Sadak finally spotted, and he's in heavy trouble.
Yeah.
Easy pickings here for Zekin as Don Cutie is anchoring towards the back of the site. Cage coming out, trying to get the hat out.
One enemy remaining.
Beatboxing around the map here as the rest of his team is able to clean it up from behind.
Just Cypher walk around there, trying to find his hat, trying to find a body. But he just could not. He just couldn't find that nook. All right, 5-1 as we come up on to round 7. Zekin 9-2-1. I feel like there has been a lot of showstoppers out of Zekin just this series. Pressuring it. That one from Loud really well absorbed. Understanding that would go into mid or from B main. They could rotate back around to mid. But Sentinels just seem to have the read after the initial play again.
Zekin's been a nuisance towards the top of that A heaven side. And Loud can't seem to really push him away from that spot. And as they try to go for control towards the A ramp, this time a slight change of pace. Ten's trying to play that aggressive position up towards the A ramp. Doesn't even care about the satchels. And Kusike falls as well. So you see sometimes it's aggressive from Loud, sometimes it's slow on the A ramp, and even the positioning is well read from how Sentinels want to play. Ten's and Zekin known for anchoring quite well on that A heaven side.
Cover going out.
Already. Loud working numbers down here. Sentinels is not making anything easy for Loud. I think this is what we see from Sen, right? If we had Tens on bind, they'd be pushing extremities everywhere. The Sen comp for split means they stay back. They crowd together, they retake together. Being able to flip styles and identities like that, I think makes Sentinels so strong. And hard for teams to read that aggression.
Oh, the trip across too easy one for Saucy.
Down A.
Saw the idea there, and that late lurk,
30 seconds
not
left.
gonna do too much. Okay, at least that kill onto John Cutie, winning that fight. Rare moment there for the IGL of Sentinel sign. You definitely see here with 18 seconds left. Phantom in hand. They're just gonna try to save it. But the idea for Loud was trying to go for just basic utility, hit that A side. The one pesky trip, not breaking that utility from the John Cutie side on that A site, allowing the anchor player of Saucy so good. Back of sight, flower pots.
Yeah.
Hell, like he's so good in all of these rounds that we've seen Sentinels play. Their defensive side on split so far.
If we think back just to the round Zekin blasted into B main, we were almost about to talk about Loud setting up their default again, right? Partially through the round, Loud want to set up a default. It's kind of telling to just look at that scenario and say, Sentinels doesn't want Loud to do default anything. They're not giving Loud time to default anything or get the benefit of defaulting anything. They are really messing with how Loud approaches the game here. One of them is just staying back, staying safe, and making the retake that much stronger. So Loud try to put the game in their hands. One of our first fast blast packs up here, that was facilitated by Kalenzin's breach fault line.
Staying alert, staying safe, and
that's what they need.
Swing towards heaven. Even though you had the same type of conditioning that it's Zekin out there outside that window of the A side. This time it was Tens trying to hold it out, but you saw the crosshair placement from Loud side. Instant entry and advantage for the attack.
Slow play, denial, delay right now coming in. Just so Loud can't complete the strategy they want, but they're also happy to see some of this util from Sentinels, lessening the power that they're going to have to deal with as they enter A site. It looks like it might be a commit to B. Oh, no, okay, we see Kalensin start trolling down the sewers and the rotation back over.
Yeah, they're definitely gambling this rotate back towards that B side. Seekers coming out just to keep those players anchored inside B. That's going to make it difficult for Zelsis. Couldn't find any surprise kills. No trap coming across on this B side hold. I was going to say potentially they're going to try to save their weapons here, but look at that instant rotate back from Sentinels. 27 seconds left. And Zelsis is trying to find a timing.
This is it. They crowd together. All the power in one spot from screens.
They still have a dog and a flash, so that's going to help them get information. And already preemptive utility used by Loud for the pulse plant. There's the Yacht shot coming through, forcing a dog to fall back. Yep. There's that flash to swing out, and Kusike gets the first pick. That's definitely going to be for the last two to save.
It's kind of like you first. Never mind. No, we don't want any of that. Loud What a quick round by them, but let's look at how they took it. It is one of theirs. A spray from Les, that opens up. That's a 5v4 that's legit. Another spray coming through the smoke isn't something you can replicate, but the speed Loud took on that round is what kind of gets Sentinels off kilter there. Loud can do that again, so definitely seeing that speed is playing to their favor. QCK is gonna have ultimate after this, so off the rip, we might get it again from Loud, and I think that's the way they should go.
And I love that slight adjustment from Loud. A simple just push towards that window side, because when you're looking at where the anchor player towards the A side, usually Sasi, is just waiting towards the back of the map, playing behind the trip, so you don't really have too much presence on screens or elbow. So they just want to gamble it there when the wall comes down for Loud to get the pick, and the gamble pays off. For Sentinels, are you going to try to readjust on this? And it starts off early. I mean, Sasi's already at the entrance here, looking to potentially flash for info. As a knock comes out for the first time too, and we talk about that line of sight, right? And look at TenZ. Instead of being towards the A heaven, he's opting out down the straight line from screens towards the entrance of that A site.
There's a check, making sure the Viper wall that just went up and down from Les did not provide any movement. A 1-3-1. A lot of options for Loud here. They can actually call any audible they want. A very flowing strat to go through vent or B main here, or male rather.
And Male has a lot of utility, looking to get that showstopper out for control. Denied right away. Somehow gets two.
What? It was like a
second
from the grave.
Is insane.
What?
One straight bullet probably before he fell down.
Seriously, yeah.
Boom, that's two down and already the pit out on the defense. Although Loud is still trying to commit into this. Spike is still up on the back of Sadak. Zels is holding behind here, the double box. Trying to wrap around, waiting for the tap of the Spike. 3 players just trying to clear out the pit, and it never checked that corner. So everybody's dwindling down on HP. Now the plant comes down. Zelsis still holds it, giving a chance here for Sentinels to rotate across. Even a hat comes out. There's that kill from Zelsis. They spot the last 2 players. The lurk is not even going to work. Last one now pinged out. 2 E's on the top of B heaven. The flash, the swing. The defuse is started, and the kill comes in for John Cutie. 7-2.
A round you can chalk up to New Jersey's finest. Oh, what a double kill from Heaven. Zekken's season has been unreal right now. They talked about him on the desk in between game 1 and 2. He has been putting up numbers, but also you put him in situations where you should see a player going down with no kills. He'll come up with 2. He'll come up with the unreal play, and it's just wearing away at Loud that they can't get past this kind of stuff right now.
Flick of the day.
Flick of the day. I'm gonna bring it back for something like that, honestly. Operator still there. Sentinels feeling very much in control of this game, receiving each one of Loud's strats so far. So what is next? Tui's gets the op. We got double Omen Operator on the map right now. Less with the ult if they can gain ground into a site. And maybe even try to flex with it to put it down first.
And that's rare too. Usually it's used on the defensive side for QCK, and Tui's makes that work though. Once again, a high gamble that pays off for a power play for Loud. But they still have to go through some heavy firepower of Sentinels here. But TenZ is alone towards the A side, only has that op to work with. A push down from Zelsis, so we're trying to go for, again, those one and dones. Hoping to get 2. Hoping to get information as well.
I think he gets the mid lurk. They go all the way around. Loud is being very safe here.
I think Zelsis just turned, so he might have heard him across.
Got that little step.
Yeah.
If they make any noise on ramp, he'll know.
There you go. Allows TenZ to inch out a little bit more. Get that pick. Zekken to join him towards the back of the side. There's a second shot there. And he's been good in this position as well. Paranoia on both ends, not allowing to push forward. A TP backwards as well. But then finally, QCK and Les comes in. They traded out 2 versus 2. Zelsis too far to throw the snake bites down to deny the plant. John Cutie to meet up with him as Les gets the ult out to control the elbow, and both moving towards the screen.
That's a wild amount of ultimate right there. Pushed out a bit because of the column, giving him much more room to play with here. What do they have? 2. They could Viper Bite elbow and try to make their way in, watching just the entrance to sight from the top side here.
But that boom bot Gives a clue here. Oh, that players are coming across the wall, bang after. But the second one is nowhere to be found.
Silly.
Just sticking the spike right now, and Celsius will get the defuse.
At the beginning of this map, we said Sentinels somehow gets these in-sight sticks on the defuse. They take the site with members of the opposing team still alive to force them out of their position where they feel safe. That was out of the ultimate. And I think Loud also predicted they might find some utility at elbow. Both swing out middle site, and that's all they wrote. Sentinels stick to defuse again. It's becoming all too common. And they get the round 8-2 now for Sentinels. It's not the same comeback that Sunset had for Loud, that's for sure.
I feel that there's a moment of pressure there for Loud 2 on that 2v2.
Ouch.
Well, hold on, though. It's a beautiful fall. And Celsius once again using and proving that the fault line is cosmetics. QCK falls for this heavy pressure that Loud is trying to get towards middle. Sentinels are crunching back in, looking to fight back. Sadak is stuck behind the boxes. Satchel's coming out. Celsius with a jump kill. Doesn't care, twerks away.
Sentinels is not allowing Loud to play the game right now. Continuously pushing up, finding their own fights. Pushing Loud out of their own strategies constantly. Here to reset, try again, less. Mechanically gifted, ready to open up on any members that peek, but Sentinels stay hunkered down, trading each other and ready on these hard angles. Look at even all the way out of A. At this point, usually you have members anchored in sight, but they're not giving Loud any opportunities.
Exactly, they got active information. The camera's watching everything from A main and also towards Heaven. They just flashed towards the garage as well, coming out from Saucy. So now the only positions that they could think of is
30
mid,
seconds left.
vents, or rotate back towards A main, holding outside of the radius of that camera. It's not going to be easy for Loud to take position, so you already see it still anchoring up now towards the middle.
Yeah, this
or
is
give
a
it up
save.
this round, yep.
Save for sure. Knowing the ultimates are there, Zekin could easily just pop in. Seems like he has ults on rerun right now. Just more in his pocket once he uses it. And
which, sorry, gives me an opportunity to talk a little bit about that pressure I was talking about and falling on those slight mistakes. It was a 2v2 where they boombot outside of their own pit to give their positions away. And that's something that they're going to have to clean up here if they want to play against a Sentinels that looks so polished this kickoff in this year, in this season of the VCT Americas.
I don't think we've really, we've seen it before, but it's uncommon to see a team be able to play to their win conditions so much and not have it affected really at all by their opponent. They're able to switch something so slightly and it keeps the flow going. Look at that, that's Mance. Mance getting a head scratch right there. It's a cute cat. All right, there's some lore for you as we get back into the game. Final round here, can Loud pick up a third one and stave off a quick 2 rounds or 3 if Sen can grab pistol the second half? Are we gonna explode?
Exactly, a rare full-out explosion towards the B side.
Yeah.
Sentinels just holding back, using the camera, looking to pressure up, trap towards the male instead. Plant coming down for B main. Seeker's out as well. Instant retake attempt. QCK surprises one, but second comes out with a showstopper following. The Seekers gets denied. Les is out towards the pillar, gets a pick. Look at that TP for the flank from Toomies as well. Things are looking good here for Loud on the post plant. A high-low stack now towards the dumpster. Paranoia and Flash coming through. The high-low is good for that first pick. Ken's looking to trade it back, looking left and right through the Viper War to get the pick. But John Cutie now in a clutch situation. Remember that TP I talked about before? Not even needed this time around. Kaozin winning his 1v1, allowing the hat to finish 9-3.
They finally get that third round, and it is a huge one. Sentinels had the read the whole time. It took Loud everything they had in the tank to get these rounds, to hold the site, to get themselves the victory there. And we could see just in the final rounds how Sentinels would make Loud work for it over and over. We're not seeing Loud dive in off the back of QCK, and Sentinels know that. QCK isn't getting these huge blasts, and it requires the team, and it's been tough for them.
When I know that we have Loud fans that are loud in the back, but you know who's louder than that? Smix with Mama and Grandma Zekin.
Thank you very much, Vanzilli. I'm so lucky to be standing here with 2 superwomen who are responsible for our superstar duelist on the Sentinels in Zekin. To my left, I have Grandma Zekin, and to my right, I have Mama Zekin. Grandma Zekin, it's such a pleasure to have you here.
It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure to watch the two unfavorable team, the Loud and Sentinel. They are good.
This has been such an amazing match. How cool is it for you to not only see the team perform so well, and of course not only see Zekin do so well, but to also see so many fans in the audience that have your grandson's face on the signs, his name?
Maybe I'm the oldest audience here because I think Zachary at the age of 3, I'm playing with him. The bowling, the tennis, and everything. Yep. And then the other one, the Minecraft and everything. Pokemon.
So you heard it here first. If you want to have a superstar grandson, play games with them at the starting the age of 3. Mama Zekin, before we let you guys go, I heard you talking about how important this game means, not just, again, for your son, but of course for the Sentinels to make it to their first global event in years. What would it mean for you to see them make it?
We're very proud of Sentinels and the whole North America. For me, we love Sentinels since day one. All the fans, let's go USA! Woo!
Let's go USA! Vince, Illy, and Riv, back to you guys.
Of course, gonna let that breathe a bit. Of course, starting those chants. The fans behind Sentinels, and yeah, I'm probably gonna get those games too with minivans so that I could see him play just like Zekin now. But
absolutely.
Speaking of him, 12-6 so far. The spray transfer that we saw that was sick on that first half when they were playing against the showstopper of QCK on that opener. Sentinels taking the lead now by 6, taking the attack side of split, where Loud still also has a pretty decent split side on defense. An opportunity to fight back, and the fight starts for mid control.
Look at this wall. Loud's put up. The Sentinels will have to weave through a bit if they do want to take a B male control. Jump peaks to come through. Yeah, Sadak would love to save those guiding lights and trailblazers.
Yeah, Sentinel wins that one rather. QCK and Sadak low on that HP, and even Sentinels resetting in the mid-round, pivoting towards this A side, but still having a couple of players lurking towards B.
Yeah. Smoke delay just coming out of Tui's there. He's going to take A ramp control just for now. And this is going to give Loud the thought that they can rotate over towards that B side. If Celsius can sell this... Oh, okay, the noise is already there from A.
Yeah, that trailblazer comes up, trying to find a timing as Tui's is spamming with his ghost through that smoke.
Good rotation from Loud.
Reload, yeah. The dog finds information towards B main, but there's a beautiful flash for a double swing. And it looked beautiful as a rotate for Loud. They were looking for the pressure towards middle as well. And we mentioned 2 lurkers on Sentinel's side. John Cutie punishing that push from Loud. Already a 5 on 3. As the Satchels comes in, and we'll have a secured plant for Sentinels in the second pistol of split.
Ooh, tough entry there. You'll get Sadak back over. No utility to get back in this one, so it's just going to be the 3 members to help with a fault line.
Yeah.
5 of Sentinel. So a quick take by Sen with a little bit of pressure around the map, knowing what rotations might be coming through, and just playing this wall a little bit.
And that small pressure that you mentioned rather towards that B side kept Sadak the whole round pretty much.
It's a great
Took
point.
a couple of seconds before he actually rotated back with the rest of the team to move in this A side for the attempt at the retake that will get fully denied by Sentinels, only losing Saucy in the process.
Yep. Pulling those members to anchor the site longer than they need to. Sentinels seem to have such a read on what Loud does right now. See what happens. The Sheriff here for less. Feeling pretty good with a bit of that money as we watch the replay. Just combined retake. Get back into their spike. And Sentinels find that first round. So Loud did grab 3. It kind of takes the pressure off of losing that pistol, but it never feels good to not get the start. 2 Buckies going in for Loud here, trying to play it close to the chest and hopefully get some of these angles right on top of Sentinels. They're going to work the wall still with a bit of hesitation on the left side of the map to see if Loud wants to push.
You've been pinging it out?
Yeah, that's going to be one of their big things coming into the gun rounds if Loud cannot get extremity control.
And this is where you start understanding the playstyle of Loud. Lower buys that they usually have shotguns to work with. This time 2 Buckies for Kalazine and Sadak. So as soon as the fault line came out,
instant wall, instant camera, just to try to spot players running through. And as nothing really happens, they're playing around this map, around the A site. It really kind of leaves Kawadzin pinned here in this position. So then the pressure comes back towards Les. The Trailblazer now spots Kawadzin, who goes for another fault line. The long range there finally connects. Oh! Something take down Zekin. There's that bait, allowing Les to just swing out from the back of the map. Beautifully done for the crossfire set up for Loud. It was looking pretty good for Sentinel so far, but somehow the heroic plays comes out.
2v2.
30
QCK
seconds
and
left.
Tui's only with pistols. A plant for heaven. Both players though falling back in the back of the A site. 2 flashes still available for Saucy. This still a pretty good position now for the attack pulse plant.
What a second round. Are they really going to steal this away?
Remaining.
Not at this point.
No,
Only
it just
Tui's left.
dwindled.
Paranoia though might give an opportunity to isolate one, but it's a double swing right after. Nice little beat here, allowing to get the kill and at least stop the pressure that Loud was almost converting there on the 50.
That got sketchy. And Sentinel's buys will still be pretty sketchy coming into this round due to those frags from Loud. But Loud needs to start securing the rounds. They're not really even able to cycle ults like we see Sentinels doing on their rounds. So the advantages aren't also coming from those factors. It is just tough for Loud to find a way in. This gun round, however, could start that momentum.
I think it was dialing all the games that Grandma Zekin was talking about here.
Yeah.
The next Zekin.
Yeah. I mean, he was doing jump map before this too, just getting the vibe, getting his movement down. We know Zekin's movement is one of the prime things he's known for, so always doing that. Here he goes.
No satchels behind the flash though. Zekin couldn't get that kill, but there's that Sadak Judge. Avoids it. But you saw the stun turning back, so it's a fake to turn around and actually stun him to get the kill. Beautifully done by Sentinels. Tui's now out in the open. Zekin is the one satching across with his own Judge. Opening up the B site, a plant for main, 10s on the boxes, looking towards the spawn. There's only less so far. As his other teammates, well, it feels like they're leaving him for dead. They're still holding towards middle and A main as 10s picks up the kill.
It's an absolute masterclass right now from Sentinels across these two maps. Looking, the way they took Mail, let's just think about that. The Trailblazer goes through, and you think it's a Vandal that would verse a Judge, but no, Tens gets a Guardian kill on the Judge that's waiting, that did not even get stunned. Like, that is crazy. The things you think should fall to the wayside for Sen are going in their favor because they're all behind each other on these calls, and they are making it work as a team. An incredible team coming into the season.
Important kills to save now for QCK and Kawadzin, where John Cutie is moving forward with his teammates. Putting the camera up, spotting that raise, and there's that pinch from the other side too, towards the ropes. One to fall, the second one stays alive. So at least they kept the stronger weapon alive. That's QCK, the duelist with the Vandal. But it's still map point though, nonetheless, for Sentinels.
Map point with Icebox in the mix next. See this play once again. Just after talking about how Zekin is vibing, is feeling it. He gets a nice jump and drift in there into B site to open it up with the Judge. They have so many options, so many variables. I don't think we've really seen the same round from Sen here on attack as they've been moving from that 9-3 score line.
You're hoping to get something done here with that Vandal from QCK. The force buy, of course, coming through for Loud, so the two strongest weapons is 2 Vandals to work with. But they're spread thin here on the defense. Thin also on utility with 1:15 left on the clock. There's no Paranoia. Only 1 flash left from Sadak. Thankfully, Kawadzin is still there to support towards the A side with his own flashes and breach utility. So all they're trying to do right now on the A side is trying to delay with that util and go for the crossfire setup on the top of mid.
It makes sense. I mean, use your fault line to get it back, create an opportunity with it the first time, and they try to get a quick peek towards mid. So Kawadzin relying on that to be back and probably timing it just right that they'll have this A-hold as they get over to the right side of the map. It is going to be the lurk from Saucy, this vent lurk again. We keep seeing in the 1-4, and it becomes such a big kingpin for the round. Saucy fakes towards B main. Seekers are out, and they're going to start moving
30
here.
seconds left.
There it is. Oh, absolutely ridiculous. They're so far behind enemy lines, Loud doesn't even know.
Just because of that pick that allows that pick to happen for Zekin on the as one was falling back. Now players are falling down towards the A side. Kaotzin alone. Guardian cannot hold the doors.
10 seconds
There's
left.
only one left, 2 east. B site, Guardian as well. No flash as we mentioned. Sentinels a full roster on the post plant. It's looking like a done deal. He's even walking the whole time. They've respected Sentinels so much on these lurks, off these post plants. Just probably look to pad some stats up here. There's that first one. 10's low HP. And there's that swing out. Finally getting that last pick. Sentinels are one map away of winning the kickoff here in Americas.
They would love those points. Right now, they are racking them up from round to round. Every member participating here from Sentinels to keep it going. And we're going to be going to Icebox next, Vansili. Something we don't have too much footage there for Sentinels, since they're the ones who usually ban it or have previously banned it too and haven't had to see themselves on it.
I actually spoke to Kaplan and Drew. They're like, we didn't sleep too much. We still want to prepare to try to win this one as well against Loud. We have some tape, we have some footage. So I'm looking forward to see what Sentinels has cooking up. But Loud, hopefully here, is looking to cool down Sentinels' amazing performance on Icebox. And that's coming up next.
Rachel, you okay?
No. I live with a broken phone. I can't trade in.
Okay, that's dramatic. Better plan's Verizon. Everyone can trade in their old phone and get the new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus with AI on them.
A new phone?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Let's go.
Wait, I'm on Verizon. Can I still get it?
Yeah.
I gotta trade this in, right?
New and existing customers can trade in any Samsung phone for a new Galaxy S24 Plus watch and tablet, all on us. That's up to $1,800 in value, only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
good times keep on rolling for Sentinels as they are now up 2-0 in this grand final for the VCT Americas kickoff. And wow, I did not expect Sentinels. I expected them to be, prepared and ready for this game, considering that they've been here before against Loud. Just not like this. Dude, that was crazy.
That's a map that they lost to Loud.
What a recovery.
Like, what a complete turnaround from this team. And you can show, how much work I think they put in the offseason to then be able to also have the trust in each other to make these adaptations coming into the game, having the confidence to say, hey, look, we know we're going to have to go back into this map. We're going to have to go into it early and to crush on it.
And specifically, we have to give credit to Saucy, because at the start of this tournament, when the first 2 times we watched Sentinels play this split map, I was honestly kind of unimpressed with this Sky. I felt like he was wasting utility a lot, not totally warmed up to the new changes to Sky, but he has had a 180 in the late stages with the Sky gameplay. The util was absolute perfection, holding it for just the right timings on split. And when he plays Gecko, he is electric as well. He is having a ridiculous series thus far, Christy.
He was the superstar for this team back on Sunset, right? You remember all the clutch rounds he was able to get, just absolutely putting up numbers.
23 and 13.
Yeah, big old numbers. But then also, like you were saying on this map, while it was less flashy, you still have to take into context, like some of these rounds on defense, he was anchoring into the sites. I also loved, there was a moment towards the end of the game where he sets up this huge fake up into B heaven using Seekers and the flash to allow his team getting space on A. But it wasn't just that. He walked in and still got a kill, and that's what forced those Loud members to sort of give up their positions on A and fall straight into the crossfire of his teammates.
And again, there's no way you can understate how important his role is on both the maps we've seen thus far. Sentinel's comp on Sunset built around the util combos from the initiators. He knocks out the park there. On split, solo initiator, it's just that Sky, and he still steps up to the plate. He is an absolutely world-class initiator player who is having an even better match than normal here in the finals.
The way he cycles his utility on split, especially to make sure he still has a flash in the mid-round, in the late round to have impact there. The way they call around, peeking forward to get information, even though it's all just on that Sky, is really, really next
It's honestly the reason why John's calling looks so cinematic.
Absolute cinema. All right, but here's the thing, though. Loud, they have been in this position before. And last time, wasn't really that great. They did get swept by Optic, and this is where things, Ender, are going to be quite problematic here, because not only do you have to, find your way back into this game, you got to win back to back to back, and that's going to be really hard with the way Sen's playing.
Yeah, it absolutely is. But, it's been a while since that sweep happened. More recently, it looked like they got, we're going to get swept versus Fnatic last year, and, well, the ending wasn't quite there. They did battle back, and the player I am looking at to step up when the going gets tough, especially moving on to the next map, Icebox, their pick, it has to be Les. This guy is an absolute machine. Been a little bit quiet so far today, but if there's one player that Loud can rally behind, it has to be him.
You think of the historic finals from Loud. You think of Lock-in, you think of Champions 2022. You think of every big match this team has had, and a constant force in every one of those wins is Les. He is a big match player. When he is in moments like this with the pressure on, he is excellent. Sometimes you'll see him take risks, go for plays, but it's almost always successful. The moments he chooses are make or break from his team. And now in a position where he's no longer the young guy, no longer the rookie on the team, who has been with Loud playing at the top level for literal years now, he needs another one of those performances if the Brazilian squad wants to come back.
100%. And focusing into this next map of Icebox for him, this is a map where he can have a huge impact on the attack. How can he control space into mid? How can his lurking affect those rounds? If he's able to get up into tube, get under tube, find an opening pick after breaking some Killjoy utility, a solo player in that position can work wonders for your team's macro.
He's the individual we need to see step up, but we also need to see a lot from the IGL Sadak. We have been giving him a lot of credit today because he deserves it. No IGL has had the consistency this guy has, but he's going to be up against the Sentinels, who are yet to show Icebox, and it's going to be
been a while.
We've seen a lot more variety recently on what teams pick on this map.
And when we saw Loud play on Icebox, it was against an EG that was playing the madness in the deadlock, right? Loud locked in the double smoke comp with Harbor and the Viper.
And they got it here.
They were crushing, right? Like Cow and Zine on the Sova was getting ridiculous kills through smokes. Tui's also had a phenomenal game.
Let's look at that other side. What will Sentinels lock in?
Because, okay,
Gecko, Jet, okay.
Okay.
So
I
this
like
map,
this.
you basically have 3 required agents pretty much. You have the Killjoy, you always need that. You have the Viper, you always need that. You basically always need the Sova, but you can choose to sub out for the KO if you want to. So this is a Gecko KO combination. Those util combos are going to be absolutely critical for Sen.
Oh yeah, the Gecko dominates controlling B main space early on, and those combos for mid-track plays on defense, next level.
Well, folks, the question is, will Sentinels close this out, or will Loud find a way to bounce back and dig deep? Listen it back over to Vansili and Riv.
Thank you, GB. Indeed, only one map needed now for Sentinels to topple Loud from this series.
Unthinkable.
You know, Ender was talking about this at the desk where, you know, back in 2022, the sweep, Loud, Icebox is that map as well, where you saw the comeback for Fnatic and Loud losing. So this is going to be quite an interesting map right now for Loud to not only prove a point that they could claw back in the game or maintain or fight back, but also win an Icebox game under heavy pressure.
Looks like they're gonna put the pressure on to start here. As you get on the map, we'll see some interesting purchases. Loud bringing the arsenal in, a double Sheriff buy here, a frenzy on Sadak as well. They're bringing some power. They're looking to clear people in 2 shots. So you expect those Sheriffs to stay close, hip to hip. Push up towards B. They're gonna get 10s off of the site right away.
It's not only Sheriffs, but also a lot of Ghosts now. Basically, it's going to become a brawl.
Oh, he stays.
Fundamentals and trades staying over. All of them are blinded! Tez with 3 kills in a round. Last one to go, finally denied by Tui's, but he's all alone. And second, again, the twinsies come out to work.
And the last thing Loud wanted to see is a pistol round like that on map 3 from Sentinels. Absolutely incredible. Outlaw coming in as well. Holy crap, if 10s felt like he was online in the other games, this one just got turned online as well.
How does he find these timings? Remember the last time with an op in the smoke, getting some kills on split, Shorty coming through this time, getting a perfect timing for this flash to blind everybody down on Loud side and get a 3-piece of his own. He's gonna be a force to be reckoned with right now on this map. Loud trying to change the pace, aggressive now towards the A side. Saucy falls.
A quick pipe shot. You see both of the walls over towards B quickly going up. They're gonna hit towards A, so they try to draw attention, and QCK is gonna pick another one up as second answers back.
Yeah, but then we have that ADS from Kawadzine picking up the Bulldog that was left behind. Zekin falls. So the Outlaw will not be able to get picked up yet to allow these pawn shots to happen. You definitely do see Loud here, one shot at anything here with the Outlaw, or also just spamming with these rifles, the submachine guns, the Spectre to get the kill. But after that first initial push coming out from John Cutie, Loud seems to be in a very good position to hold this pulse plant.
Slow push in, back control the site. They just trade whatever they're defending right now, so Loud can fire all the way in. Okay,
that's a nice shot. John Cutie pushing 4-2 versus 1. It's up to Tui's alone once again, and that wall's gonna be an annoying to deal with. He gets the first kill. Celsius is trying to stick it, but Tui's gets the pick. The Red Bull clutch to tie up the game early on Icebox.
And Loud comes alive much earlier in this game. It has to feel good for them to find ground right now. The first 2 maps went 4-0, 5-0 before Loud answered back. Not this time. We're gonna see him a little bit more hungry here as we get into round 3 after this replay. Loud feeling good after the second round bye to win after losing pistol. Still smiles, still vibing. Can never count Loud out. Cascade forward. Still working this wall onto B, but now they have Harbor's wall to take towards A as QCK another first kill of the round.
Time for Sentinels to push out quick, and that Cascade was annoying to deal with. At least it got the kill out of that for Sentinels with the low buy that they have. Whole classics, actually. Just utility.
Yeah.
Really, the plan was trying to get 10s with an orb. A death allows for him to get the KO ult in the next round. For Loud, it's a reset. Using utility now to clear towards the A site. Dizzy throwing up, a swing through the Viper wall. Beautiful kill from Kawadzine onto Zekin. And once again, nullifying these surprise attacks that Sentinels are trying to do. A little bit of pop shots, and it's replied. Tui's gets the pick up to Zelsis. This is looking clean right now for Loud's conversion of the Thrifty that it just got on round number 2.
Clean cut, clear. They take a site. They take down Sentinels for another round. Like you said, Sentinels buying classics, seeing that a lot more from teams, able to fill up the utility. And it actually feels good because if you do go down with your classic, you have utility coming into this round now. So just get to dip into the pocket a little bit, and you already have what you need to be throwing at your opponent.
Utility and weapons for sure.
Right. Operator's going to be coming online here as we see Zekin spending a little bit more. Still quite a few away from the ultimate on Orb. So this op hopefully coming into play for them. And see, once Loud figures it out, that might change their tune coming into this round. But they are going to go for this pressure quickly onto Long B here.
I think the dart missed, so it allows John Cutie to potentially get a surprise attack, but just saw that jiggle peek out. Loud falls back in instantly. One of those plays that Loud likes to do here is go aggressive, instantly stop, and try to re-hit right after. Get into timing out for the defensive side. Alondrone gets denied. Not too much information, but at least a Reckoning comes out to clear out the site. There's still players outside the perimeter, though, of this Reckoning on Sentinel's side. KO ult that we talked about before. Tens has now activated it. Flash being thrown. Tens falls down, becomes a camera, allowing John Cutie to get these 2 picks. Now off the post plant. There's a super late lurk right now from Les. 2 snake bites available. Wall is still up. Cascade now being thrown
nullifying the op.
Exactly. Nullifying that, but also allowing here Tens to come back up. There is that res, 1 flash that could be huge right now to use for both of the defenders. Dizzy comes out, Tens gets ready to move forward. John Cutie gets the pick off the 2Es. The push for that flash allows Celsius to get the pick. Les becomes the last player standing, also dropped by Celsius as Sentinels will get a flawless on the defuse.
Once they got Tens up, reset, they launched everything at yellow.
Yep.
We saw the entirety of Loud back there double taking on which corner they wanted to peek at and then trying to dodge the mollies they were hitting around them. Incredible hit. John Cutie finding 2 there was super big, making the rest of this less pressured on the side of Sentinels as they retook.
Also very nice to see, as we talked about, the stop and go that Loud is doing, that Sentinels could also do that on their retakes. Hey, the walls are blocking us, let's just res Tens. And then we'll use more utility on the second wave. So very well done. Good calls on the fly here from the IGLs. As Loud on Sadak's side is calling Loud to try to push very aggressively behind the Cascade and trying to clear out the A site. Once again, this KO from Tens continues to nullify the utility that Kalazin's trying to bring, allowing Zekin to be posted up and get the first blood against QCK.
They couldn't clear A site fully of the Opper. The Cascade forwards just waited out by Zekin, and then they fire back. Kawenzine able to trade now on to Tens.
Oh, utility! Wow, Marks goes on the ground, bounces off Les's head, who turns around and says, wait a minute, with another kill there. Onto John Cutie, even if they're to dash away. The quad denied by Zekin, but Kawenzine is there for the trade. One slight mistake, and you saw how Sentinels just lost that round.
Yeah, Sentinels as well has been looking at a relatively timid timing from the Loud squad in all these maps. And you almost see that there as Saucy's ready to throw one and be like, they're still coming into, wait a minute, they're in sight. Yeah, that's the timing Loud's trying to play right now. Right in your face. Awesome stuff. Loud turning the heat up. Kawenzine now with the ultimate on the Hunter's Fury. We saw this being used a lot on Lotus right off the rip to deter something that the defense was doing or the offense was doing. And we'll see if it clears out the position of yellow or right under Ness where John Cutie was playing the other round. He doubled up. Focus towards B, less watching the rear here. And Sentinels are playing a little more timid after seeing Loud's aggression on that last round.
Even scaling behind here, the Alondrone. Once again, green control. Orb up for grabs. It seems as though we're trying to go for the quick yellow control. John Cutie just waiting. Posted up are 2 of his teammates around the corner, also watching flank under the tube.
Viper's pit up.
As they pick up the orb. So they have it available for less. There's a swing on both ends. Nano Swarm to delay Sadak from pushing forward and trying to get this plant down. Underhand flash, a swing out of that one. Blinds 2, Tens picks up the kill. Plant then comes down instantly though. Zelsis gets the kill onto Sadak. A 2 versus 4, disadvantage for Loud. Those 2 ultimates are still available, and we might try to delay as much as they can for Kawadzin's Hunter's Fury to do some damage! As that's one slight mistake there, Les is able to punish it. And that pit could be Very detrimental for the retake of Sentinels. Snakebite on the ground. Wingman's trying to defuse it so far. Les falls. And Wingman gets the defuse.
Van Silly, you mentioned something really awesome on the last round, is that the walls that we saw Loud beat EG with, using to encroach farther into the territory, get the snowman, push them off, are being used by Sentinels to pick up their util and their members.
Yep.
Saucy's able to throw a free Dizzy, recollect Dizzy with the Harbor Cascade or Wall Up, whichever one was there, and then they re-hit the site again, using Loud's walls against them on this B retake. We'll have to see how that gets switched up, or if Loud can pressure forward to not allow those walls to be so efficient for Sentinels. 3 ultimates here for Loud. We're back now to a tied one of our closest to the series here, as Sentinels ran away with the early rounds of the first few maps. Does not seem like Loud will let that happen here. A low buy on some members of Loud, but still those ultimates are what they want to execute.
Same type of play here.
Yeah.
Just trying to have Zekin give him an opportunity to get a op pick. Alendro knife comes out canceled, no information. So we're going back and forth. It seems like deja vu in round number 7. Will they be ready for Zekin posted at the same spot, looking towards the pipes? And yes, they are, because looks like Loud was trying to move down towards 410 instead. Saucy ready to greet them, though. Pushing forward, Sadak gets that pick onto Zekin to trade it off. Less with the lurk that they mentioned on the desk, but he gets spotted by the turret, and Zelsis is going to be on a 1v1 in that section. Meanwhile, though, able to get the lockdown up on the attack, which will potentially allow Loud to move in and get a plant.
Thrash already used on this. Great job by Loud to avoid that and be able to kind of skirt around that ultimate of Saucy. Here now, Sentinels with the retake. Loud, they are ready.
The knife is in the back of the site, does not spot anybody, so Sentinels could start working forward of the site. A trade-off that happens, back and forth. Tui's again in a clutch situation against John Cutie and Tens. Tap on the spike, it's not really for him.
No.
So he has to lurk up, and that high tide is going to be annoying to deal with, but it was a tap. Tens gets the pick, the run across, and John Cutie wins that fight.
IGL coming up strong again. John Cutie, these situations that you put him in, you see him coming out on top quite a bit. And for pressure to be on a new player, it does not seem like it affects him all that much. Grabs the operator, they're gonna have that going into the next round, as that's been traded back and forth a little bit here.
You should run.
As we see this play right through window from Spawn. John picking up the first one. And just having to dislodge the rest of Loud out of the site here. Crazy to be able to come in 3v2, easily taking down the members there. John Cutie for the 1v1. Now ultimate's ready for him. Zelsis has the retake, so they can ensure this to be a next round if they get that retake going just right. We look at the side of Loud, they're gonna call the timeout. Hunter's Fury is still there for Cowanzine. You have Bladestorm now coming up for QCK. What's the effect? Because we know the Loud comp isn't using QCK as Ospas was used, right? It's more flexible. They can do what they want, but also if they want him to aggress, they can. How do they give him that space, though, with this composition? You're not really throwing flashes over a wall. You're not doing too much, not flashing anybody, to be honest. You're just breaking crosshairs.
And technically, for Loud so far on their attack, they can't do whatever they want. Because again, when it comes down to an initiator battle between Cowanzine, and Tens, that knife denies so much information for Loud to really try to gain that space to move together or even get some pings out. So Sentinel so far on the initial hits coming out from Loud, they could always stay posted up, really. Yeah. And you continue with the same great protocols that they have on the retakes. I mean, they've got 3 defuses so far in the 4 rounds that they won. Loud had to figure out a way to hold the pulse plants.
All right. Scattered low armor across both teams. Trying to get an upper operator shot here just to start off the round on some high lows. Very big pick from Zek, and he's gonna stay.
And he's got support there, Dizzy, to try to get more information. Instead, there's a second jump. Cloudburst coming through, so they know the pressure is coming in towards Loud. But look at that instant pivot. 2 players now pushing forward towards the A side. The rotate coming across as well. Orb, which should soon be coming up towards middle here to allow for them to cross. Meanwhile, the same good old thing this time not being Sadak, because it's Cowanzine on this Sova using the Alendrone to bait out the players of Sentinels out towards this B sign, and they'll walk slowly towards A.
Full retake setup now for that side. All Loud has to deal with is the ultimate, or sorry, utility from Zelsis, and that's just delay denial. Probably won't come up with too much. They'll be able to wait this out, and the Reckoning lets them know this space is free. QCK and goes even further.
Got a Hunter's Fury if they want to use it here, unless QCK could do something. Actually, he's so out of position, Kawadzin. Not going to be able to use it. So he's going to be in a one and done for QCK. Gets a pick at least before he gets traded out by Zekin. A 4 versus 4, trying to use the Hunter's Fury for the pulse plan instead. Zekin gets the pick up to QCK as Nanostorms are now trying to delay here on the attack side. There's that recon dart coming through. Kawadzin rips out the Hunter's Fury, but nobody's on the spike so far. Just a tap to actually bait out the ult. Here it comes, the wingmen to come out to start the defuse. Sentinels are fighting forward in front of their wall, but the shock darts are coming out, denies the wingmen defuse.
Guard the wingman!
Couple of kills coming across though. Kawadzin and Les are holding the ground, Snakebite on the ground, and there's no time left. Saucy on a 1 versus 2, hoping to make it expensive, at least on the exit. They both ran out of ammo, but both still died from the spike. Loud tie up the game 4-4.
Beautiful chaos of a round. Oh my gosh. At one point, John Cutie grabbed onto the rope to block Wingman. He was just sitting there holding onto the rope, spraying off of it. That's crazy. Everybody just trying to body block there. They're still able to get the util. The Viper's Bite actually coming up huge to cause the vulnerable there. And a little handshake to end the round. High five between those two. 4-4 now. These rounds are getting chaotic. This is awesome, and see how the players are just kind of regaining control of what's been happening in sight. We start this one off. Again, the focus from Loud starts with this B hit. They tempt it, they cascade, go with the drone, and see what they can get out of a fight here. Because Sentinels, they've been given that peek. Tens will be there, or Zekin. They're trying to get a first kill.
That type of round reminds me of Pearl all over again. Trying to play double controller of the pulse planet. Everybody's playing lineups and sprays through smokes. You're just crossing your fingers to actually get the diffuser.
Just need some Odins.
Exactly.
Start spraying.
At least it's been working for both teams. Sometimes you win some, sometimes you lose some, but it's a clean slate in round number 9. 4-4 our scoreline. Sadak trying to push forward off. And the orb coming down on the defense. Tens only has a Sheriff alone. Underhand flash information. But Kawadzin, they were ready for that this time around. Kawadzin and less. All comes out, denial, attempt of a plant. But Sadak still is able to put it down.
Wow, Loud is staying so much farther forward. Staying too yellow, still pushing out from long. Nice util kill. Zelsis is just dancing and dodging in there. Nice kill by Kawadzin.
Who gets a 3rd in the round. Even Sadak, I mean, the trades are nice. The position's great. It does allow John Q to get anything done inside of his own pit. So he's gonna let that pit evaporate so he could save his weapon. But Loud are able to fight back and take the lead now. It's been a while since we've seen Loud having some sort of commanding lead.
Yeah. Teamwork's on point for Loud here. Like we said, this composition doesn't just have one dashing in with free space being given by flashes and a bunch of utility. It requires Loud to be behind each other. It takes a lot more to get this composition to work that Loud is using. You gotta remember that. Very easy for Sentinels to pick apart the gap close if they can't reach QCK on the dash, right? He's left out on an island. Everything Loud does has to be in sync, and here they collect a really nice round at B. They get the ultimate out of John Cutie as well, so they have to deal with less going into this round. Well, their own teammate, but 5-4, 10, or round 10 rather. Pretty good buy here for Loud to be looking at low armor buy for the Sentinel side.
Low armor buy.
And
pushing
mid.
Exactly, looking for aggression. Staying outside of the range of the Dizzy. Something that also EG struggle with taking control of green. Nonetheless, Loud scores first. Advantage as Zelsis is under heavy pressure, forced to fall back in the back of the site. Mosh moving forward to the way as Saucy gets 2. Looks back at the top of the 410 as Tui takes him down though. Still an advantage comes out. The orb for a plant on the top of the A tower coming out from Loud. Null command available for Tens if they want to try to retake this one. But it comes down to if they could get these picks, and they cannot. Tui's looking clean on those 2.
Tui's toying with them here, and look at Reckoning up again. Yeah. We just saw that clear a sight for Loud into A. This is what we saw from Zekin in the previous map, so just raise ult after raise ult. Loud is collecting those ult. They're collecting Sen's head right now, and they want this 4th map real bad. 3 ultimates to be used as Saucy does that work, but It was the workaround. Still enough control over the site here for Loud to be able to control it. Okay. I didn't know if it would go in. Where are we going? Towards A again. Reckoning held and ready.
Blade Storm available. Bumping into each other, getting concussed by the Reckoning. A ping coming out on the Fury.
They go for him.
Zekken's able to dodge it, though, so that does no damage at all. Zekken dashing forward, looking to reposition on the top of the A tower. QCK with the opener. There's that pick, but instantly traded out. Sadak's on the top, and they tried to do the null command on the Sentinel side. But as they were doing a lot of noise for Loud, they stayed back towards the site and just picked out Sentinels on the retake, trying to be a little bit more proactive and aggressive against Loud's take.
Last with one. John Cutie here to try and clean up 3. It's going to be tough. I love the choice. These final shots come through. You might look at Colin Zeen's Hunter's Fury and say, why go after the Jet? Why go after Zekken? Well, you're keeping the Blade Storm out of sight. He may updraft. He may do a bunch of stuff to dodge it, but your team has freedom from the Jet's ultimate. They just focused on Orb to get that site.
They don't have to deal with an updraft for instance, and they can just focus on crosshair placement for these type of kills.
That's an easy one. Why are you ulting the Jet? I'm not going to explain it. But no, great play there by Colin Zeen to actually take Zekken out of the mix. Really heady stuff there. Very happy. You see Loud still vibing. Even when they were down, they had the same smiles on, and they have to be feeling even better now, Van Silly. Final round here of the first half on map 3. Loud comes back to take their first half, possibly 8-4. We see the spike down, so this is going to be a weighted out round. They're seeing again if Sentinels will give them that peek at yellow just to get that first fight with less carrying the op in mid.
And finally, Sentinels are able to take control of the A-side pressure. So you see how Zelsis and Zekken are currently posted, watching belt, watching main. So they know now that the hit's coming towards the B side, at least to start. The early call from Loud to take control of yellow, as you mentioned here, Riv. At the same time, important to keep Sasi alive because he has a Thrash to work with. There's the commitment now for Loud for the first initial hit. But they haven't really crossed the line to try to tap a spike. They're trying to waste that utility out first.
I'm gonna stick this. They're using a different wall now for Harbor. They're not allowing those sections to be created as much as Sentinels retake. This wall is covering mid and Snowman entrance now. Straight across instead of diagonally. Cascade goes forward. They should be able to gain position, get that default plant in, and this is going to be hard to uproot Loud with 5 alive. But here comes Thrash to try.
Thrash and giving time for Tens even to rotate across, and QCK still get the pick though onto Zelsis as we got one. Looks like he was detained towards the back of yellow. I think that was going to be less here. But an off shot missed here by Zekken. QCK answering back on the Tens. Looking good for Loud on the post plant. You needed Tens to come across with these flashes to help, but instead it's Loud winning this post plant, pushing forward.
There it is.
Dropping the IGL. Again, we talked about it took a while for Loud, and talking about Loud with a definite strong lead in a map, and they're definitely showing it here on Icebox.
And a perfect correction to the way the wall was being used against them at B. They throw this wall from before, at the end of the round, they do still throw the wall that covers Snowman, but look how far up they are now. They're not at yellow trying to take the long distant fight. Well corrected by Loud for the 8-4.
At least he's making me smile. At least right now, our first time we get to see a look of Sentinels on Icebox. We'll throw it to the desk to see what they think about it.
And for a first look, you got to say, not bad for Sentinels, but Loud still very much in this. They're trying to claw their way back into this series, but the pressure is certainly on here, Doug.
Yeah, I mean, I think the truth is they've got to continue this momentum. They can't let Sentinels really get to a comfortable place, or they're going to be able to pull this thing off. We've seen Sentinels be able to fight through adversity. We've seen them pull off insane comebacks across different maps.
Yeah.
You cannot allow them an inch.
They're the team who's gotten the closest to a reverse sweep and lost the most tragic way. You remember the lock-in finals 2 rounds away from making it happen. But that's not what you have to remember. You have to remember that this is a squad that can always rally back. Sadak is the leader, is always someone who believes in that comeback being possible. They're good for it. But for Sentinels, they're going into this second half with a composition that I think is going to be stronger on attack. This is still going to be an uphill battle.
Yeah, I think so. I think the one benefit is that every time you look at Sadak, he's laughing. Right? The vibes are still good. He's still cutting it up with his guys.
Kind of have to, too.
And I think that's the mark of a good leader, right? Like, that's something that often can go unnoticed and not really mentioned, but I think keeping that positive mental for your squad, given some of the roster changes, given that you have younger players, matters a lot.
But talking about mental, if there's someone who can get it back for Sentinels, it would have to be Kaplan. He's become really a leader for this team, developed into that role as a coach. If they could do it in this fashion, a comeback on one of their opponent's strongest map on their debut, showing a new comp to 3-0 Loud, the Americas champions, it would be unbelievable for their first win in a regional finals in 3 years. This means everything for Sentinels, but Loud, they would be the team to rip it away.
Yeah, a statement could be made here, but if we've learned one thing, you never count out the Brazilians. Let's send it back over to our casters.
Thank you so much, GB, Doug, and Mimi. Indeed, we can never count out the Brazilians now as they take the lead. Mentioned before, a very strong first half that they've shown on their attack. This time, Sentinels trying to see what they're going to look like on their own attack side. We know that Loud has been very annoying with this double controller against EG, how they're able to lock down this B side. And that's why Sentinels, for the beginning of this pistol, are looking to move 5 players with a potential post-plant situation.
Yeah, it does. You see the armor and the 2 mollies on Zelsis. That makes me think Zelsis wants to be the last alive with a bit of protection and that molly post-plant. Let's see what Sentinels tries to do. Loud with great util dump into the side. Just got it. And deny Sentinels.
And also denied the 2 nano swarms that was going for that plant. So that's going to be even more difficult for Sentinels to play that pulse plant. Staying anchored up. That's the name of the game. That's what they have to do, and they can't. Until Zekin finally pops the first one against Loud. Cowanson gets the flick onto Tens. Zekin is now alone. The double swing high-low. And Loud looks really good. A slight mistake on just waiting the timing of that plant. Denied by the shock darts of Cowanson. Allows for them to score 9.
Right, and the focus that Zelsis, like you said, was to have 2 mollies post-plant. Everything was instantly snuffed out by Loud. That was planned protocol at its best right there. Beautifully done. You see it again in the shots, just absolutely connecting. A far cry in difference from what we had first round pistol of Tens and Zelsis just cleaning up the right side of the map. Loud finally get theirs. They start off here in the second half exactly how they want, but they're going to match up against Stingers. It's not the classic buy from Sen. They're going right into this with aggression. This is going to be a reckoning build-up for Tui's. That seems to be the focus.
Looks like Sentinels couldn't punish it because of the cascade that came out. Yeah. So they cut Noise and Sen and looking for the snowball. After the KO knife gets shot out, double flash clearing out the back of the site once again. Just trying to bait out utility. Wingman, though, looking for the setup to plant for the A tower, so changing things around. Just parkouring across the A site. Plant now comes down. Aljone only spots Zekin, but already Loud has funneled back and pushed towards the back of the A site. Sasi scores first, no long range with a stinger. And definitely fighting forward. Alarm bot to also ring the bell, allowing here Sentinels to try to fight back on the left side of 410. But Les is able to even up the tally. The stinger buy from Sentinels. They're trying to keep the weapons and the engagement close. Nanoswarm getting the pick onto QCK. A 3 versus 3 as the time is in favor of Sentinels so far. The high tide coming up. Tens with the long range stinger once again. And Sentinels are able to score on the force buy.
Sentinels push through on the force buy and completely take Loud off guard. No idea that was going to happen in sight, and it wasn't a flank. It's nothing else. Sentinels behind each other, pushing straight through. Saucy been incredible with the stinger. Tens has been incredible with the stinger.
Enemy remaining.
And the positioning that they had as well on pipes was incredible to be able to pick up those kills that Tens had there towards the end of the round and shut down the defuse. Wow, Sentinels come up huge there. What are Loud going to do? They go to a Bucky, they go to a low buy. Sentinels now can start to push for a possible win on this map. They need to tie it up, but that could easily happen now with the way this would swing. Loud taking every precaution on the defensive side now. Sadak knows what to do in these situations. They've been there before. And no different how they want to play this.
Jiggling across, spraying through the top of the A tower. Les made it out with 22 HP remaining, and instantly we're moving forward for a plant. Red. Looks like the years were spotted there by Sadak with the Sheriff. ADSing down, baiting the plant for them to move forward. At least the backstab is there. Zelsis watching that flame dropping QCK. Flash is moving forward across the high tide. You hear the repel, Zekin's just waiting behind it. And they're okay with it for Sentinels. Yeah. They are playing against pistols at this point.
Just
really loud.
For the
last
ones.
two guys can't really do too much. You already see him pulling all the way back. You were just looking to run in and die from the spike after. But Sentinels are looking pretty good so far. Getting that force buy on that second round and winning the way that it did really foiled the plans now for Loud to have a very strong start on the second half.
Dug it down.
I mean, I think they quickly identified as well with the cascade they're seeing. Tui's having ults that they might have been able to stinger rush the second one, catching Loud off guard, catching them in a position where they feel safe, grab an orb, and then reset. Sentinels, they want to attack as fast as possible. And just from screens there, they're figuring out that they can take it down, so there needs to be a little bit more protection as they head towards that next area for plant on Wingman now.
I still love the play that you saw there from Tui's hiding all the way back towards spawn, getting that pick and dying to spike, allowing him to be one away from the ult. Of course, it was the kill that was more important to get that ult point than his death from the spike instead, and it allows for them to maybe try to look for that pressure to pick up that orb towards B-side, because Sentinels never really took control of that B-side. But Sentinels in round number 16 decide to do it. And they deny the opportunity of Loud of building up ultimates here.
It's been a while since we've seen this little box shot. The back of Snowman you can hit on top of green. And now they're waiting. For QCK, it did look like that dash went across. I think he's got the call. Zekin saw that little hair bun fly through. And now they wait, and they call such a good wait. The patience of Sentinels causes Loud to go for the full rotation, expecting an A hit, a free sight here, and it's going to be the call from Sadak that they need to come back. What a deep plan!
Yeah,
oh, they're still going.
They want to definitely try to start working and fighting towards the spawn. You see that set up from Tens, but this time he doesn't have a flash to work with. So it's really going to be Zekin trying to catch one early, sees that there's no early pressure coming out. Here's the Eldril and falls back into sight instead. So an opportunity now for Loud to rescale for the retake in the B site. Zekin behind the cascade, a 1-for-1 though. One coming through, blocking vision on the left side of yellow. 3 players posted up there for Sentinels on that post plan as well. So you hear the utility coming out for the retempa take. Zelsis on the top of green. Look at all that delay for that utility for Sentinels on that post plan as well. And looks like we want to try to save, to fight for another day, to try to keep the op for QCK.
Oh my gosh.
But Sentinels will get 7.
6 rounds for Sentinels to solidify themselves as the kings of NA. It's crazy to think it's that close. Loud still in the lead though. There's work to be done. See here, this push through from Sentinels taking Loud off guard. And the play, the macro on that round, absolutely throwing Loud and Sadak for a loop.
You're definitely seeing the hope there from Sentinels for sure. Coming back in the second half when they were so strong on the defensive side for the beginning of the series, or even for Kickoff so far, showing that they can have the momentum and the potential to really close out a very strong attack side on Icebox as well. As a change of pace, change of position from Loud. Same wall, but from a different position to block out vision on mid and green. Zelsis decides to walk up on this, and the rest of Sentinels holding behind it. There's nobody really watching an A-side push, except for an alarm bot. Yeah. And I find that interesting too, that it's an alarm bot instead of a turret, because somebody could now move up on the top of L. So for me, maybe Sentinels are really looking to commit towards this B side.
Exactly. Maybe the pace they move, they feel comfortable just going forward, knowing the back won't be timed. And yeah, they're gonna get into position really fast here. A Stinger, a Guardian, but the operator's there for QCK.
Did not expect Zekin to be on top of yellow. Tui's with the wide swing and gets picked off. QCK's too far behind. He's still anchoring towards the A side with that operator. Gives a chance here for Sentinels to move up. Recon dart prepped up ready, but it's shock darts instead. Same plant position behind the wall, and there's no utility there to deny him. And as I say that, the shock darts came through.
A good way to recognize from last round to this round that Loud can stop that plant. That's the call from Sadak, saying they planted deep. The team saw it too. We can deny that the next time they do it.
They have to have the important timing here as that's a nice shot from QCK. Talking about Sentinels, the wall came up. They can pick it up and try to go for a plant. And meanwhile, a pushing coming out from Celsius, who gets a pick onto Sadak on middle. QCK now, no targets available for a pick with the operator, especially when the wall comes up. Celsius also lurking through towards that kitchen. Here's the shot from the operator. Here's the footsteps of Kawazine falling back towards orange. So the rest of Loud pressing forward towards yellow. A nice spam through the poison orb. QCK falls. Now a tap on that spike, baiting out the swings from the Sentinels, but no picks until Celsius gets the lurk kill. One more to go. Celsius again with the lurk to put 3 in the round and putting Sentinels 1 round away of tying the game.
We heard Kaplan talking to Smix at halftime about how it's John Cutie and Celsius, and you have to think that there was a lot of Celsius going into that round. The timing, the calls, how much time they needed to defend in sight or play back in sight for him to get there. And the flank controls the map. We see Celsius come up with 2 big ones there towards the end. 9-8 now. Sentinels only trailing by 1 with the last 4 rounds in their favor.
Get out of my way.
It's going to be a push down here. Loud wants to start to get aggressive. Even on their low buy, they have to get under the skin of Sentinels here. They can't keep playing default, it seems.
QCK just heard the turret. Actually, he's still in range where he could maybe surprise somebody, but instead just wants to deny visibility for Sentinels by breaking a turret early. So Sentinels pushing towards the A side instead.
Should be a wingman plan here. Trade back and forth. Nice shot by QCK.
Dash activated as well. Stinger upgrade. Back into the Sheriff. Snakebite pushing away. Reckoning instantly getting popped. Asasi gets the plant from the wingman assist. Now there's that jump up. Sasi almost got that pick. Onto Les, jumping up towards the A tower, who does get a pick of his own with the Sheriff. We talk about the lower buy here. Loud has to make plays, and it's working out. 100 Sphere out from Kawazine. No contact. Les with the wall bang onto Sasi as well. It's up to the IGL. John Cutie spraying across left and right. Now Les is sticking on that plant. It's looking pretty good here to hold it in the end. The lower buy for Loud. They're thrifty as they answer right back, and that hope is slowly dwindling away here since Sentinels forced by in the second round of the half.
The Cove really putting a damper there on Sentinels trying to get to the spike. Sasi throws out a Mosh, just boink, right off.
And that's crazy that he's able to get and break the turret down towards bottom mid and still come back to get an opener on holding the A site.
Loud making the perfect little corrections here to pull it back in their favor, but this is still a lot of money for Sentinels as they come out of a timeout, and Kaplan uses these to great effect. It's going to be Loud as well in that timeout, discussing how this can work. And honestly, Loud has actually been doing quite a bit of damage with the low buys. They came through the other round with a Stinger Guardian still tagging on to Sentinels. So as much as Sentinels have the timeout here, Loud gets to discuss what they want to. And QCK back on that op. Seems like it's felt pretty good for them. They had Reckoning to control that last round, so it is going to be up to a little bit more of that personal utility here to make sure Sentinels is not attacking aggressively. They are going to clear space with Thrash in this coming round, and then they're going to have the site with a lockdown if they don't have that to hold for, or if they don't use it, they can have it for the next round. So a lot of things Loud has to deal with right now. Sheriff for less.
I mean, he's got money.
There it is. I was like, wait a minute. I was like, no way you just have a Sheriff right now. We just talked about this.
There. Yeah, you'd mentioned clearing out. I mean, that's the pathing that they usually do here with the Thrash. They could clear around the 410.
Yeah.
Pick it back up and ult just behind 410 to really gain even more space, allowing time for them to set up for a pulse plant. And that's why you see Celsius moving up with the team. John Cutie's the one watching the flank to start. The knife to see if Loud's going to try to push forward with QCK on the yacht, but he's posted up towards B instead.
Initiated.
So cycling the lockdown before the Thrash to start things off.
Don't get in my way.
Les is just trying to get that timing.
I mean, why not?
Yeah.
He'll be fine back there to
run back in. Plant on the left side, though.
Ooh.
They do get the spray on it behind the cascade, so that's spiked down. Remember, the Thrash is still available for Sasi. Celsius getting some sprays. It's the battle inside that pit. Playing on the extremities of it, but with that spike being down out in the open, looks like we have to try to reset for Sentinels. It's a Thrash to make some noise, allowing Celsius once again to look for timing on that flank. Underhand flash being thrown, spike now being picked up. as they pull back away from this, leaving Zekin on the top. But this whole time, as Zelsis is lurking towards middle, that op was always towards that B side. And if they don't use the right utility to try to clear it here,
30 seconds left.
QCK could have some easy picks.
The lurks, or the rotations have been so late for the last member of Loud. This time it's gonna pay off.
And that's well done here on the positioning from Loud. Because of that op being posted up on the B side, they could focus on the kitchen, on the rotate down at the underpass. Even the op gets to pick off the south.
Time.
All of them falling down, 5 seconds left. Actually, there is time at this point when Tens picks it up. So 2 versus 2, the shorty. Tens still gets the kill. But Les now in a clutch situation. Information of where Tens is at. The high-low, Tens doesn't even need it.
Oh my gosh.
How did that happen for Sentinels to be able to convert that round when they drop that spike in that kitchen?
It looks impossible. QCK with the shot, it gets denied. Just out of range with the shorty as well. Sentinels, they're kind of just going for it in these moments. You know, you have no other choice there to plant, but to make it happen. The positioning counted, and Loud did not. That shorty kill was it, right? That pretty much solidifies it for the rest to come around and figure out what they need to do.
They want to go quick. It's a flash over the high tide, and then a dizzy towards the front. An aggressive push forward as Zekin almost got that punish onto Tui's. But there's the blades from out. The headshot up to Saucy. The spike is down. No command denies also his knives. Trying to run away towards yellow. Zekin pushes forward for the 2 kills. Opening up the B side for a bit. There's still 1 player left. It's Sadak with the Vandal. Pushing forward. Gets the kill up to Zekin, who was protecting the spike platter. As Last gets a nice shot. The rotate from behind, unfortunately there for Kawazine. Almost had the opportunity to get the pick. It's up to the Sheriff alone, upgrading now to the Phantom. Nanosword now being used. Even the turret on the back, the orb comes down. John Cutie swings on the other side, and Sentinels have tied up the game.
Just like that, 3 rounds away from being the Kings of NA. Kings of Americas. Will they be able to make it happen? QCK on this yellow has been doing so much work. And then Sentinels are snapping back quick. They're figuring out what the dangers are in these situations and acting accordingly. Zekin, Jersey's finest, coming up again, laying people down. And yeah, we are at 10-10. The big difference is Sentinels have 2 maps under their belt here, looking to finalize. This harbor wall again, connecting just down long B and then towards mid to slow and delay, but Sentinels is happy to do this. The rounds they move fast, they are just going fast off the rip. Rounds they move slow, they get the read they want.
That's right, the job's not done here for Sentinels for Loud. They're still looking pretty good. Lots of money. An operator out once again for QCK towards B main, a jump spot from Zekin, but they also have ults to work with for the retake. So Sentinels has to continue their due diligence here if they want to try to win this map, but Loud has been looking for answers so far, just to try to close out this map.
I think that was a miss. Zelsis walks up like that.
The swing for
a miss.
Does get the surprise kill onto Kawadzine with the contact. Dizzy now being thrown towards the air. Flash moving forward. Zekin dashing up. And that lockdown comes out prematurely. The spray through the cascade. Zekin falls. The molly, though, is a little bit too far behind. I don't think it's going to break it. So that rotates the players back. Zelsis again trying to go for that lurk. But it gets stopped by QCK with the operator. It's a reset with only 24 seconds left. Sentinels have no choice but to commit towards the A site, but they still have a pit to work with.
They have to get in. They don't have wingman to plant here. It's going to take everybody being in sight to cover this. Tens again taking that nest position.
John Cutie, though, not looking to use his pit. There you go. Brings it out towards the screen. Breaking line of sight for the operator. Knife even thrown towards the screen. Spotting 3. High tide separating the A site. Allowing Loud to try to swarm out with the 4 players they have remaining. They have a cove to work with for the defuse as well. Tui's is the one that's going to have to stay alive here to give chances for Loud to fight back this round 21. Tens pushing forward within that pit. Still working on the other side. Or Loud outside the dice. Sassy gets the spray. Tens inside.
One more.
The pit.
2 more.
The trays come out. Tens gets the third. Sentinels take the lead. They only need 2 now.
What a wall coming up from John Cutie, placed perfectly on the left side of a site, like you said, making Loud come through. They have to take damage. They have to worry about their positioning. Sentinels is making nothing easy for Loud here on any of these rounds from the get-go. QCK, even with the off push, not deterring Sentinels. They stay, they re-hit. Tens, being tens, absolutely on fire for these series coming in from Knockout. And all of it through Kickoff.
That's crazy as well, looking at Loud on that round. They had the perfect play, the lockdown to actually funnel players into the op. And instead of really trying to gain ground off the radius that they've gotten and the space that they could have had from the lockdown and pinned Sentinels really inside the A site, they played for the retake instead. And the Sentinels fans are behind the team for sure here, as again, only needing 2 rounds to actually sweep Loud in this grand finals of Kickoff.
And coming out of this, it is again a low buy for Loud. We've seen Stinger, Guardian rounds. They continue to have to reach into the pockets with how much they're using just to get through these rounds on Sentinels, but still not coming away with the win. And Sen picking up 3 more in a row for themselves. It only goes back to Loud for 1. Sentinels correct whatever happens, and they hit even harder the next time. It just seems unstoppable from them right now. 2 rounds away from solidifying this. And the wall's about to drop. Back A for Loud. They're not going to play too much. They'll put less on pipes. We know that Sheriff is always good for 1. But Sentinels, they're all boating down this B long, and they're making their way towards that yellow again.
Because the high tide didn't come early anymore. They just tried to really push forward for Sentinels, knowing that the harbor's so far away to try to assist and delay even more. Now it's time for Sentinels to activate their lockdown on this attack side to try to get the plant in, pushing away Loud back towards the window. The timing of the flash misses, but it still allows for them to push forward. A wall comes up from Tui, spurting through with the help of Sadak, dropping 10s. Pulse plant now still activated though as the plant comes down for Sentinels. In a defuse attempt for Loud. A tap on the spike first, a swing out towards the yellow. It's a 1-for-1. QCK with a headshot at the Saucy. Snakebite on the ground. John Cutie trying to stay alive. Pushed away as well by the enemy Snakebite. Cloudburst up, jump towards the air. Beautifully done here. Living John Cutie with 2 kills, but Tui's is still there for the trade.
Loud. A bright light there with the individual skill. I think something we've been missing with the individuals being able to pop off on their own. What a cascade from Tui's to save himself. That was insane. Last second thinking to turn the round right around. Get Sadak the kill that would save him, and you can see what it means to Loud. That was a big one. Almost being suffocated out of the game if they weren't able to take that round on the low buy. So yeah, the low buy comes up with a win for Loud. They get a little more momentum. Reckoning is here to deny a take, an operator in the hands of QCK again. They have a bit of extremity control here. This is the first time we see Tui's. No, okay, he just goes up for the wall. I thought he was moving forward.
And Loud and the Loud fans continue to show that they're still here to fight. Zelsis using a different path and going through the high tide, using his orb to try to lurk inside the kitchen. Sentinels 4 players set up. Slowly moving up here towards the A site. I mean, they did give their information away the first Dizzy that came out. So maybe orb control could be the play. We're 1 away from getting a thrash out for Sasi and Bladestorm, and Zelsis trying to count on that one, couldn't capitalize on that pick.
It's the first time Zelsis has been kind of the spearhead of the strategy. Yeah. He's always the last to move, giving info. A was waiting for Zelsis to cause the disruption here. Loud doing a great job at holding their positions and not moving on this one. Sentinels cannot find an opening just yet. Waiting for Util to make that a possibility.
So you see the high tide now being thrown from the generator. And already crosshairs are set towards that right side. Now Orb finally picked up, trying to use that thrash to create that space, but a right hit comes out. The audio cues allows Loud to spam through that wall and get 2 picks. And it's the same story once again. Trying to rotate out, and where they're rotating to, and op on the B side. Beautiful hold to start things off for Loud.
He's got cement boots over here. He just does not leave the site. Sadak finds him on the rotation.
With Spike down, 13 seconds left. Loud gets the last pick and the last so far. 12 to 11. as they're looking to move this over to Bind.
Match point.
Oh my gosh. You know what? I want to see Bind. I want to see our last map. Let's go to 5. Sentinels calling the timeout here so Kaplan can get in the ear of the players. Chat with Zelsis and John Cutie, figure out what's happening. And Loud really accepting that round well. The cascade and just denying Sentinels. A lot more of seeing Loud not be pressured. The way we usually see them on top of the play, in front of everything and making the right choices. Sentinels has been able to make them error out quite a bit today. It looks like Loud, though, could get us to a 4th.
And this is the last timeout now for Sentinels. At least, of course, it's the last round of regulation as well. Why not burn it now? Trying to figure out how you want to close this out.
He doesn't want any tweets. He didn't time out. Well, I'm going to time out. Yeah, this is that last one. Thrash, Second's ultimate here. 10 just off of 1 as well. If they can get a long B orb, that's an easy grab to make sure you're not going to really deal with an ult on the other side, but be shutting down that re-entry utility retake from Loud. 25 seconds here for the players to ponder what may be this next play. I think Sentinels understands now that QCK is a staple at whatever site he's at, depending on the depending on what they do, he'll be at the other site if they don't hear the op at the current attack. So they have to worry. They have to figure out a way to push QCK off.
Keep up.
That's a big question for them.
They have the setup, though. We've seen the Dizzy in the flash before. Zelsis popped up to get the flash towards green.
Pop.
But QCK has the angle. Flash does not affect him. Just waiting. The Thrash, I don't think even got the information. Oh, what? Almost felt like that was on him.
Yeah. Just pulled away from the flick.
But Tens picks up the ult orb and also has the ult command in the ready. Trying to delay even more. A high tide comes out all the way back from kitchen. That's Tui's slowing down any type of push that Sentinel's trying to take towards green after getting that ult, anticipating an ult command hit.
Zelsis gonna start doing a little roaming towards Belt as they keep an eye on mid. Great choice by Loud and how they've rotated this coverage to lean over towards the B site. And yeah, seeing Saucy, you're probably like, okay, wingman spike, we got it. Perfect. A lot of information there for Loud.
But it's mind games. Look at them rotating back towards the A side. They're thinking, hey, Sentinels might pull back towards the A side and they're gambling for it. The gamble doesn't turn out this time around. It worked for at least 2 all-ins. But this time, Sentinels are pushing forward in the A site.
This is a very sketchy plan.
Wingman comes out for a plant. Sadak gets the pick, and a second one up to Zelsis. QCK with the off kill onto Zekin. Not even needed the assist. The pain on the last one. The flawless from Loud. As they're able to push this into a 4th map.
They had to reach for a lot of that towards the end, but Loud are able to get it. It's the fact that they were able to figure out what Sen was doing. Correct the little things where it would be Tens or Zekin trying to get that first kill and coming up with the first frag. Loud needed everybody for that retake. And they started to understand that you were getting a Sentinels that was using your walls against you. I think that was one of the biggest things.
And it started off with
a
these
lot of
plays that looked like it was going to be Sentinels the whole time, right?
Yeah. A lot of adaptation here from both squads, but Loud able to come out on top. Loud able to bring us to bind, and man, that's gonna be a spicy one.
Definitely a spicy one, too. It looked like it was gonna be PTSD if they didn't close this one, but they did. Bind is coming up next for this grand finals after the break.
Take my beat back. Take my beat. 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 Take my beat back. Take my me.
Loud show why they are a team that you always have to be afraid of, because just when you think you have it in the bag, a 3-0 sweep, ain't gonna happen with the Brazilians as they managed to pick up a massive win and force that map 4. We got the whole squad here to talk about that game, and we got a series, folks. I mean, look, can Loud push this? 100%. They're capable of doing it, Ender. But, man, they really had to dig deep there to pick up that win.
It looked like they weren't going to be able to push it to the next one, though, right? Because what happened is that second half, they could not scrounge together round wins. And it really turned around when they could get a huge eco win in round 18. Because every single round, they were losing the openers, they were getting overwhelmed on site, and then the sheriff shots came through from QCK and less to open up their way back into the site.
Talking to Kaplan last night when he was mentioning the previous match Sentinels played against Loud, he chalked up that loss, that 13-11 on split, to eco rounds and clutches that they had no business losing. And this comeback slips away in the exact same way, honestly. 2 tragic eco rounds go the wrong way for Sent, and credit to Loud. I mean, their players took advantage of every opportunity given to them, but they puts them in a pretty tough position in the series now.
This game was a 13-11 where Loud stole away those 2 round wins. If they don't get those round wins, they are getting clowned on, just like last year where they have a big lead, 8-4 at the half, and it slips away. It is a miracle that they managed to hold on in this game, frankly.
I mean, they were full steam ahead. Sentinels were. They had forced in the second round after losing the pistol, and it seemed like it was wraps. They had won, 5-6 rounds in a row. It seemed inevitable. But again, those Thrifties shifted the entire
that's just the way that this game is, though, right? Like, those eco rounds, we constantly hear players talk about that all the time. The ecos, the Thrifties, you gotta win those. If you don't, how you gonna win?
Exactly, because how did Sentinels start the comeback? It was after losing the pistol round and then forcing up on round 2 to win that and get them back in. So Sentinels had some of that help, too.
Yeah, they're really the rounds that matter in any close game like this. But I think the players who were pushing it over the line for Loud, it wasn't quick. I don't think he was having a particularly good game, was getting shut down at B-main constantly. It was the same guys who stepped up the last time Loud played this map against EG. The supportive line of this team is so damn good. We saw what we needed to from Les, but also from the 2 guys that were rookies last year when Loud picked them up. Tui's and Cowan Zine had massive moments, and their util was on point throughout, Doug.
Well, and honestly, Sadak had a couple of really big moments as well, but you're right. I think being able to highlight those 2 players when you desperately needed some sort of spark to get back into the map was enormous. And as this team continues to develop, given the new addition of QCK, being able to pull out those big moments from the younger players on the squad is huge.
Yeah, and I want to give a lot of credit in particular to Tui's and the way that he plays this Harbor. I think he is the best Harbor player, period. When they were playing the Harbor Viper comp constantly last year, it was always him on that agent. He goes back to it here. It's the hardest agent to frag on in the game. You're constantly having to juggle so many different pieces of utility. So many players complain about playing it. Boaster refused to play Harbor all of last year. But this guy shows up. He has insane individual impact and also has that util always on point. Timing with the teams in the retake, on the executes, his use of the push walls and how the team scales off of it. It's always on point for Loud.
And it's so important to have a player like that, to have players like those 3 we just listed. And it really is what has defined Loud's entire identity. This is one of the rare jet maps that they play. And, on a jet map, you expect your jet to be a higher performing player. But no, Loud really share the burden across their team. And that is why I think the comps work so well for them, because there are other comps on the other maps, and we're going into Bind next. They're going to be playing double smokes. They're going to be playing multiple flashes as well. Those comps are all about enabling those support players to get a little selfish, to take those fights earlier. On Icebox, those players had to play, dominate in the post plants a little bit more when they're anchoring sites as well. Now when we move ahead, those same players are going to be seeking much earlier fights, and that's when they become even more threatening.
Well, let me go ahead and take off my analysis hat and put on my host hat.
You're not wearing any hats.
That hurts. We'll move on to the next one, though. Map update, here you go. You got yourself a Bind pickup here for map 4. And there are a lot of different things that we could be seeing here, Mimi. I'm excited to see what Sentinels can potentially do to maybe throw off this Loud team that's starting to feel themselves here, because you do got to quell this momentum before it gets a little out of hand.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talk a lot about how Sentinels is a team with world champions who have been there, done that, but it's been a while for all these guys. You still can't discount that the pressure is on. So for me, for Sentinels, what I'm looking at for isn't necessarily a specific comp or a specific player. It's the emotional leaders of this team, and in particular, Zelsis. We give this guy a lot of praise because what he adds to a team, you cannot discount. He is the best in the business at building up his teammates, at helping them feel good after a loss. And the team always mentions, Sassy in interviews in the offseason was saying he gives the team a reason to play. And he'll have to do that again to deny this reverse sweep.
Look, he comes in after a game loss like that, decked in the trench coat, busts out the briefcase, opens it up, what's inside? Vibes. He is dealing those out. Now it's time to move over into Vines, where Tens is going to be dominating on the Yoru. Come on!
I mean, Loud, again, going back to this comp that we've seen themselves set a standard for, the triple flash. They love it. They're willing to apply it to pretty much every map except Split, it would seem.
Yeah, almost every map, and they've had mixed success with it, but it seems like they believe in it enough that they're willing to roll to it again when the tournament is on the line.
Now, one thing that I was seeing from them previously I didn't love was the Breach was playing B long every single time. They showed that so much. I think we need to see a different look on the defensive setup from this Breach. I need more showers control from that Breach. Fault line, great there. For trap plays as well through the teleport, and also the blast, the flash lines. You can lock down that choke so wonderfully, and it'll be far less readable than B long round after round after round.
Good ideas that we've seen from both teams. But now the question remains, who walks away the winner? Will Sentinels manage to pull off the 3-1 here, or will Loud take us to a map 5? Let's send it back over to Vansili and Riv.
It almost felt like my arm was part of your body, but thank you so much, GB. We are definitely moving into map number 4 on Vine, and yeah, I mean, Ender raised some great points there where it almost felt like Loud was really red on their positioning when they played against Leviathan and how they're really playing their attack site, leaving Sadak on his own. So at this point now for Loud, what have they fixed, or can this composition also play off very well against Sentinels Yoru?
Tens Yoru is just in your face on this map. I was mentioning on the other maps that Sentinels kind of almost have the double identity now if they want to switch from that Omen Tens where they're all playing back to where Tens can be Tens again. It's not a Chet, but it's going to be a Yoru. And you'll see gate crashes that go all the way into attacker spawn possibly with what they're trying to cook up. And I'm sure Loud has seen that. I'm sure Sadak knows Tens is going to be trying to route them at all times. And they go for a bit of a default here with focus on Hookah so far, making sure those extremities are not owned by Sentinels right now.
Seems like Tens is set up to do a flashbang dance.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the contact was there from Zelsis towards the U-Haul, but as there's no contact there, there is that solo play from the Initiator once again. But Second went through the TP. Loud still answers back as they have the player advantage in this pistol round. Tens trying to gain some more map control up towards short. No!
What? It's not supposed to work like that!
It's almost like breadcrumbs on a trail. It's like, piece of candy. Oh, piece of candy.
Oh my gosh.
Denied. 3 on 3. Zelsis now finally spots the contact in towards this A site. Decoy thrown out by Tens, not being shot out. The bait doesn't work here for Loud. First one tap on a spike, trying to see what their hot hands are going here for the attack, trying to delay and deny the flank to happen, trying to get a TP. But thankfully, it's only Kawatsin that fell. The spike's still up. They spot Sassy on the backstab. There's another TP. Les re-swings, picks the pick onto Sassy. Zelsis then comes back out, and somehow it has become individual peaks one by Sentinels, putting Tens in a clutch situation. Nice long range there by Les, and this is not a good time if you're a Sentinels fan to see Les starting to activate.
Loud, very happy though, Vans. You have to know it. They have started down on every map. Last map we went back and forth and Loud found their ground, but this is going to be a nice start for them here. As long as Sen don't get that second round again, as long as they don't. Looks like a classic buy. Looks like Sentinels will not be able to formulate that purchase on this one.
First defensive side here that you see from Sentinels, but no gamble stack. It's actually a heavy pressure towards the A side of Flash to try to pinch for information coming out from Long B. Just simple orb control. Putting it in the hands of Tens.
Looking for this timing. Already one flash thrown by Saucy. So getting a quick peek to see if that was true, and they are still pushing up. And now just the pressure game, but 3 in showers. They're gonna leave Tens here for sure, and then back up towards the rest of the site. Now they'll play the site kind of vertically instead of horizontally. If U-Haul control is gained, they'll just fight loud out of U-Haul as much as they can. Oh my, what a read.
Just holding the whole time.
And they can hear it too for now.
Right now it's just meeting up here from the spawn. A walk contact. Zekin is gonna be the first one. Sees it on the first.
What a smart peek.
Hands now switching back to the right click instead. The hot hands being thrown. It's clear.
What a
QC
smart
gets the
clear.
pick. It allows Loud to split the A site. Smokes all abundance. Inside A, within the smokes. QCK gets the execution onto Zelsis. There's still players there, though. All of Sentinels have rotated towards the A side, trying to do at least some sort of damage. That's John Cutie with 2. But with that round here, you'll have the run it back activated for QCK in their bonus round.
And Loud, even with these 2 rounds, look like they're in so much more of a groove. They have the read on Sentinels. They know Tens is gonna be somewhere ratty. Trying to be funky on the Yoru. Instant peek. Zekin did not pull their attention away. They are ready for the tricks that Sentinels will bring to the table here. All right. On to the next one. Loud to pick up this bonus would be gigantic, especially on the low buy they're forced into here due to some deaths.
Ninner wanted some showers control out for Loud's camp. They did it. Converting that second round from the pistol. Now the bonus. Pressure came towards this B side. Knife was being thrown to get some information towards the garden. Sentinel still able to play a forward position inside Hookah, though. A TP across once again. Snakebite being thrown a 1-for-1 surprise play. Actually, it's a win here for Loud because they could upgrade a weapon left behind by Zekin. Underhand flash. John Cutie's fully blinded, but stays in the smoke.
Easy out there. Loud continues to pressure at Hookah area. Tens now, if you look at the minimap, throws this gate crash again, goes all the way to spawn, and will have a rotation around the side of Loud if it comes to it. Great shot by Cowanzine.
Still a great opener. Then the wall comes up on defense. Keeping John Cutie alive was important here, so they could spray across for these 2 kills. Now it doesn't really matter on this TP. A flash moving forward, allowing Sentinels to push up, get the wall bang onto Sadak.
30 seconds left.
Tui's all alone, Vandal in hand, 26 seconds left, so he's got time to work with.
Oh.
The first shot now shows that he did try to look for some cover through the brimstone smoke.
Yeah.
John Cutie intends just waiting on the other side, letting Saucy be the first contact. Oh, there's the backstab. Oh, with the third! Oh, saw that coming.
My gosh.
Somehow the positioning of Tens could have been costly there, as it seems as though Saucy thought that he had his back. But thankfully, John Cutie was there for the save.
Tui's putting the scare factor on that round for Sentinels. A 3v1, and we almost saw him go down 1 by 1.
One enemy remaining.
And look at that replay. You just saw the last 2 times that Zekin went for paint shells to open the door, snakebite towards that front. So they do have a heavy pressure set up to try to really get some players vulnerable and line up some kills.
I mean, they love teleporters too. Oh, it starts off right away. It was just saying both Zelsis and Zekin have used the teleporter now. Even with that util, as we have a first shower hit, and it's not going to stop.
Trailblazer trying to bait out the players, focusing on that dog so that Zekin can try to swing out again for the pick. But everything calms down now.
Yeah. Man, that was quick. Both players realizing it was, both teams, it was just attempt at showers to see how deep they would go. Now back towards mid. Switched up a few times. Zelsis up top!
The timing on that one from Cowanzine. Saw the shoulder as Zelsis gets the pick. Lesto walks through his own orb to answer right back with the second one on, to avenge his teammate. On top of that, giving an advantage for Loud. On the post plant, Snake Fight even misses.
Yep. Holding. And they, knowing Viper's there, only have to look for the flank now because they're going to have shower control. Loud really cleanly gathering these rounds, especially after that shower. We see Sadak recalling the hit towards short. Loud seems on point for these strats now, and they take back a gun round after that bonus goes the way of Sentinels. Just the last few shots here, and preventative utility to shut out Sentinels.
Gambled the Snake Bites here to flush out some positions, but Loud doubled up in U-Haul, one towards Showers, and they have their own utility for the pulse plant as well. Not looking good at all. Here's a spray, comes across. John Cutie stays alive at 6 HP, but at the end of the day, it's still Loud's round.
They go 3-1 up. The attack from Loud, it seems like they're moving quick enough, but also taking care of the extremities. Loud is that TenZ isn't getting to use the Yoru like we saw in the last bind game from Sentinels. It was much more destructive, much more distracting to the opponent here. And you know what? I say that, and we might get it out of a dimensional drift here if he starts getting in the brains of Loud, trying to ping him out for this strategy. Run it back can happen just as well with that ultimate from Brimstone and the orbital strike, so they may just microwave U-Haul here once they get the chance.
Might be a difficult one here as they have a lower buy for Sentinels on that end though. Doubling up towards the boxes at the short A. Loud already just held back by that smoke that was dropped on the defensive side. That being dropped here by Zelsis.
Ready to gate crash out of a shot.
Yeah, it's being quiet right here. They tried to play the contact after that smoke, knowing the position where Sentinels likes to play on vibes. Now they'll use a run it back to even confirm that the main default position of the A site is open. Spawning Zelsis at triple. Utility being used out here on both ends. Deniability from Snake Bites all the way out from the B site, landing at the default spot, preventing a plant from coming down. Also, making sure that the smokes could dissipate, but a second smoke comes down. Another tap. Utility baiting out. Zelsis trying to get some right clicks. Everybody's hiding in the thick of the spawn. But there's that first blood finally inside the A site as QCK moves forward. Now being pressured by Zelsis. Right click classic coming through. That's really going to stop the bleeding after this. Loud is in a beautiful setup towards the end. Better weaponry.
Last player standing.
And even better health.
So much more confidence coming out of these Loud strategies. We just saw Loud tempt the plant without having Showers control, knowing how much it would rile up Sen. They only had a smoke covering Shower. That doesn't prevent anything. They were accepting mollies, they were getting shot while planning. Loud wanted to take that fight, and QCK, as you said, pushing through to break that defensive smoke, absolutely threw Sen off. Nicely done here by Loud to get another round secured. They do it differently too, giving Sen a different look to work with. John Cutie's gonna have ult for next round, but Loud's feeling good on the momentum, and they'll have Cow and Zine probably on ult along with Tui's. So we'll see this again. Once QCK got to that right side, it caused a lot of trouble. And then it was just hunting after that with blood in the water.
Yeah. Thankfully, though, silver lining for Sentinels, the Phantom that they saved in a previous round became the Phantom that they saved into this round.
Yep.
And also on top of that, the economy has been built up also in the ult economy. That he could now finally maybe start using that dimensional drift. So they're moving up here for information and control. TenZ position all the way towards the left side as well. And could TP instantly towards the A site should Loud try to pressure in the pit that John Cutie just plays down towards mid.
Saucy. Look at me, not at TenZ. Oh, the spam through the bottom left corner.
And it's punish as TenZ was looking for a hero play to trade it right back and maybe TP away. So that's two players falling down. Saucy alone on the anchor towards the back of the site.
It's again the 1v1 prowess right now that Loud's able to hit. Sentinels isn't finding these kills from TenZ or just the members trying to do their own little excursions here like they were on previous maps of this series. Loud is tightening everything up. It looks like they could get this entry into B to count as well.
Saucy's been good anchoring the back of the A side of split. Can he do it this time around on B? No, it looks like the fault line, the side of it just hit him. And Sadak's able to punish him for trying to anchor solo and do the hero play. The last two guys will most likely save at this point.
And they still have Cow and Zine's ult after the frags on this round. They've been cycling so well here to get themselves in the site. Sodox is going to be coming up soon. I think these next rounds, Vansili, if it may be even a timeout for how Sentinels are going to use this showstopper. Is it to put pressure on and Zekin and Tens are activated, right? Are they going to use it for a retake? Because right now the retakes do not seem like their Sentinels doesn't have enough room to get the retake they want, I should say. So that's going to be a question. How is this showstopper going to turn it around for Sen?
It's definitely hard to get the room or to retake when you're losing players in the process of what Loud is currently doing and really picking players apart in their positioning within these sites. So yeah, you might come down to those plays where you have such a low buy right now for Sentinels. It could be a potential just half buy with rifles, and you have to do that hero play. Potential with the, hey, let's Hail Mary towards short. The amount of times here that Sentinels, or should I say Loud, try to contact up towards short and really try to execute through the brimstone smokes. It could be one of those, hey, let's try to flash, let's try to showstopper.
Yes.
Get one for trouble. Second, hopefully your rocket's gonna get two or something like that.
All right, it is the timeout. Kaplan has called it. 4 ultimates in the arsenal of Sentinels. Right now, I'll just go with the only one they're missing is John Cutie's Viper Pit. So now you know what they have. Can they get a 5-2 out of this? Around 6, yeah, $2,400 on their credits. Now they're back onto a full eco buy. So yeah, Kaplan wants a word here. This is a point where they need to start swinging this swinging this half back in their favor. And what can Loud do against that? If they're expecting this, they play back or do for a double take, right? You have the Rolling Thunder. So if Sentinels actually starts to aggress on you, they can kick back just as hard with that ultimate. Remember, QCK is 1 away, so that might be an option for Loud here to make sure they're 2 ults against 4 this round. A lot of options here. Loud's been focusing A for the past few, and a lot of pings going down from Sentinels straight down mid here. Or short A, I should say. Let's get this started. The fans are ready. Timeout's over, and we're back on to bind here. 5-1. Loud looking to bring us to a map 5 with the momentum they currently have. Let's do it, Vans.
Zelsa's taking control of Shower, so there's no early smoke moving out towards the extremities of short A. Looks like we had a nice flash that came out from Sadak, though, on the top of the palm tree, blinding 2 players. Sadak gets the pick onto Tens, not allowing Zekin to really move forward with a showstopper satchel from the APC. Beautifully done here by the IGL as Sadak off this timeout, anticipating some sort of pressure towards short, and that flash was everything.
Oof.
The walk forward, the first contact in, the continuous kills out of Sentinels. Spike down at the same time, Seekers coming out. Now know that Sadak now pivoted across short towards the sands, while his teammates meeting up with him here in the back of the fountain. So look at Sentinels, how do they want to pivot this? They keep it towards a 2-2. Regaining control towards Hookah so they can spray on one side. They've allowed TPs towards the A site. You have 2 players pushed up in their area to watch that as well.
Slow movement through Octagon. They have to attempt everything here, hoping to find either util or that error peak. Left. And it's buddy system right now, right?
Yeah.
Movement from John Cutie and Saucy. They will not part from each other, just the flank watch on the other side. And then they collapse once they know the spike is down here.
But right now, Zelsis is in range here. If it did come a moment where these players fell down towards Long B, they had the orbital strike. So time was precious for Loud, and it did not take advantage of the time left.
For sure, Loud 5-2 now as Sen pick up another round. And just to note, let's be sure we're cheering for the results, not the build-up to the result, to keep these players in the mode they need to be in and focused on just the kills. Good push, good play. Sen come up with another round. And now it's going to be 3-3 on these big-time ultimates.
That guy's definitely not smiling.
He is not smiling right now. They're having trouble finding a way to break that smile. We saw the other guys, too, noting it. All right, 3 towards A here. And the split still from Loud to prepare themselves for a push. Tens hasn't been able to get as much space as he did last time. I know we keep saying that, but they're really, really cutting him close.
It's Tens close range with the TP. Zek in first contact once again. There's that jump spot. Tens is getting ready for the left side if there's going to be a reswing. Les setting out for an orb late towards U-Haul. Already activates it up. But this is going to be good information here for Sentinels because nobody's really moving behind, even a Boombot to try to bait it out. Will Lau be ready for the position of where Tens is at the corner when the TP's also gone? Tens now in a position of a one and done. While Loud are looking to activate with the null command towards the A site. Full execution coming through. Tens around the corner. There's that first shot. Les falls down. Kyusuke also heavily damaged as the rest of Loud are trying to move out towards the showers. And off the run it back, left. 2 players instantly fall for Sentinels. Trying to delay, trying to deny is the Orbital Strike coming down from Zelsis at 1 HP. Off the push, allowing the flank to happen from Sasi. Now in more delays, there's 15 seconds left. Kyusuke decides to push forward and they flip the site. Loud is now planning for spawn while they have the Rolling Thunder to work with. Look at that position. You saw that Kyusuke ran through the molly just to get a good position towards showers, so this is looking really good for Loud on the pulse plan.
Moving in, not too much util there. The heals have already been had. QCK.
Yeah, nobody's gonna focus on this.
No way. Gets it. 3K for QCK. Remember, the ultimate was just used recently. Halfway there already. Can really start to flex into the site, and they get that ultimate out of Kawanzine finally to make it work. Been holding on to that just to make sure it was right. And they do collect the W. 6-2 now. Loud starting to show a lot of confidence that we were looking for in the first 2 maps. Where do they go? Just a split to the right side. Sadak is going to be the one who is on the lurk as per usual. This is the way we usually see it when Sadak's on the sky, when he's on something that can info detect. Here, he'll still be able to do it a bit with a knife and just his eyeballs. Slow push from Tens, and Sentinels playing more receptive now to what Loud is trying to put onto the map. They aren't getting these extremities checked as much. Hookah seems to be very important for Loud. To get that, to get John Cutie, but they've tempted it a lot. They fault lined it a lot just to mess with Hookah.
Exactly. It seems as though it was something that Sentinels is trying to read on the game plan, but we'll hold that thought. Sentinels, after losing a player, trying to gain some more control information by contacting down towards Long B. And now they jump spot, or actually just a quick jiggle from Zekin to see the other 2. They're gonna have to turtle back into B site. But yeah, looking at how Loud likes to pressure towards Hookah, but the first few rounds, they haven't done it. Sentinels realize, okay, we can't do the trap plays with the TPs now. So they let it go, and it allows Loud in round number 9 to actually do that execution to get the pick. But not before now the execution towards the A side. The showstopper out from Zekin, landing onto Kawanzine.
30 seconds left.
QCK though once again doing some hero plays. Just inside that smoke as Tens walking through, gets the execution, traded out by Zelsis at showers. Running through the molly, Zekin gets the backstab onto Les. Tui's is now alone with the swipe pipe down. Zelsis with a drive-by once again in the stinger.
They're trading 3Ks, that's what it takes. 2 3Ks in a row for QCK, and it's not gonna be enough. Sentinels still find a way through. That was the stinger swing as well from Zelsis. Some say he's still swinging.
Stay in range of my...
Wow. Dimensional drift is there for the next round. We'll see this play once again, just up in the face of their opponent. Celsius with a quick pen there to get the frag, knowing it would come through. Fearless play here. We're going to have weapons on both sides.
Exactly, and you saw from that replay after Kyusuke got that pick onto Tens, running back is available in round number 10. Loud looking really good on the attack. Haven't been fully figured out here by Sentinels as of yet. As they're looking for the contact now towards short. I think it was through smoke. Zelsis falls, running back once again. After the first kill to try to clear it out. Now they spot Zekin on the right side of showers. Even utility pushes them all the way back. Should allow the plant to come down though. Tui's looking all the way back from the spawn. Here's a TP, sees a TP, and does a little bit of damage there onto Sasi.
And he's going to be in position for the molly, too. So the post plant was the lurk.
Dimensional drift inside U-Haul. Tense is going to call out their 3 players in there. Aftershock to deny the defuse, but it's gone halfway. Second got hit by that one. Molly then comes down for the post plant. Less with the shorty on the Saucy. As more flashes coming through. But it's looking pretty good here for Loud on the pulse plan so far. More shorty action.
Oh my God.
As the short kings come out for Loud. They take the lead by 4, or they maintain the lead by 4 so far.
Yeah, Cowan's in there with his own 3K. Great play by Loud. Loud's starting to figure out the map to where they don't need their full squad to get in. So much different from the previous maps in this series. You have Tui's all the way back watching flank. You still had Les at short A, who didn't have to get into the fight until a little bit to when the spike was half. Really good patience and control here by what Loud is doing once they're inside the site. And like I said, they're doing it with even less numbers now because they're making it work so well. So quick molly or quick orb over. That's gonna land just about the spot right left of the wall. So that's gonna be a U-Haul orb. I can make sure that wall doesn't leave them open once they get past it. Showers control this time, and Kawazine first blood.
Yeah. Easy one so far. I mean, they used a lot of utility to really flush out early aggression, knowing that Sentinel's on the lower buy. We're going to try to do something aggressive, but the aggression came out from Long B instead. Tui's always ready for these. Place in the last one, all clean.
Look at that, 3Ks around. One for everybody. It's like a prize right now. Collected by Loud in handfuls here. Tui's ult back up. They're going to be able to figure out whatever they want for final round, but they will receive 3 ultimates here from the side of Sentinels if they don't go down on that first blood. Loud went from slow playing kind of to the extremities to that round was Kawazine walking up showers to contact and just frag somebody. Like they're using it all right now, and they're not they're trying to keep a precedent out of Sentinel's head. They're not showing the same thing. Loud keeps switching it up, and Sen keeps guessing.
Well, they're guessing right this time around. Sadak solo into showers, but he still gets one before he falls. That's gonna pull some players across. Seeker's coming out, confirming now that hookah control finally comes out for Loud. Ult from John Cutie, preventing a split from happening aggressively for the attack side as well. Because they've lost Sadak, can't really push through. They're gonna use their orbital strike instead. Beautiful utility, that spray right in between. What a play there for Loud to take control of B main.
Slow. Okay, that's heard by Saucy at least, but does Zekin move? This is great ground to be gained by Loud.
And Loud right now did a great job just to enter towards the site. Saucy splits out the push, and that's a spike down. But QCK was still there inside hookah to trade her right out. Zelsis trying to count the timing to get through the smoke as it dissipates. And he's able to fall away. You talked about Zekin anchoring for the longest time, TPing through, and now you understand when Loud takes control of hookah, it's so hard to deal against for the retake.
Exactly. Even if you have B main control in the Octagon Garden, it doesn't seem like it matters with what Loud is going to start doing to push and pull you around that hookah, around the market side of the map, and maybe even showers, because their numbers are working so efficiently in groups of 3 or 4 with that lurker still around the map.
Very well done so far here by Loud, and a 9-3. Hopefully could be the 9-3 curse for the Sentinels fans. But until we start the second half, let's toss it down to GB, who's working the crowd.
All right, guys, so I can't settle who's going to win this series because it's just been so freaking intense. So what I decided to do was really just resort to science. We're going to do a push-up contest. Yes. So I got Tiago and I got Mango here. They're going to represent their respective teams. Gentlemen, assume the push-up position. There we go. There you go. All right. It's 1st to 10. Whoever wins, turns out they're going to win this series. Crowd, chant with me. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 6, 7. They're in a rhythm. 10. Get going. Oh, he's clapping. He's clapping. He's clapping. They're all clapping. I can't do this. He's winning in 1 hour. Hold on a second. He's trying to do some dance moves. He's trying to do some dance moves. Oh my. mean, that's it. I got nothing else. Who won? Who won? Wait a minute. Was it Loud? Was it Sentinels? Oh, man.
Odd number. We got odd numbers.
They got odd number. They're being numbered out over here, guys. Firstly, I just want to thank you all so much for participating. Give it up for these guys. I mean, unbelievable stuff. Come here, come here. Oh, my God. And for you guys, Doug's giving out some free stuff. All right, Vansili Riv, please take this carnage away from my hands, if you don't mind.
Oh, my gosh.
What the hell just happened? It felt like one of those never let them know your next move. We went from push-ups to one hand to kickstands to b-boying. That was insane.
All I know
that
is we got a GIF with GB dancing on the floor now. That's all that we got a GIF with GB and 2 other people dancing on the VCT Americas stage.
Oh
That's
my
all
God.
you need to get out of that. Awesome stuff by the 2 from the crowd. Love the showmanship. Thanks so much for coming out and making that so awesome.
So even if the Loud fan won on push-ups, the crowd was still behind to see who won for the series. So I think it's still even out. We don't know who's going to win this series yet,
right.
So we'll just let the game decide. In the pistol round now, Sentinels on the attack. Working out very slow contact to start things off in their default. Again, you're seeing the same thing though. Jump contacts coming out from Loud and getting ready to delay. Deny with Kawanzin. The fault line set up at the elbow, but it decides otherwise to pivot towards the A site. And it's a great read so far because that's where Sentinel's moving as well.
They are encroaching back to the other side of the map. If you get that kill over towards B long, gate crash from 10s. Everybody's hitting the site, but they go back to strat B of round 1. That's going to be the A hit. Not enough noise at B long, so we go for short. The molly from Zekin now, but Loud ready on the other side for this as the smokes start to clear.
And with the orb to use the dog, but it's towards the right side to allow Tens to move forward. Inside showers, and both twinsies are working together on the left side of triple. The right click classic. Sentinel score first in the pistol round. Sadak falls, and therere's trades instantly all around. And the spike's still down. 30 seconds left. Delayed enough for potential backstab coming through as Tui's just got spotted. They saw 1. Will they see 2? Beautiful flash coming out from Tens, but they both
did see 2. Quick heal.
Comes down to John Cutie. Left side of triple. Gas down, wall down as well. Pivot back from Loud, using all the time in their favor.
Oh, the headshot.
Kusike down to 8 HP just to try to delay, so Tui's come out of showers. Gets that pick, and there's the trade! Beautifully done on the coordination of Loud. They come out for the trade, and Tui's will get the defuse. Loud now are at 10, and they're really trying to push this to the brink in map 5.
To go to Lotus between these 2 teams as well. One of the biggest chess games you can run on our 3-site maps. Cannot wait. Cannot wait. It looks like it is on the horizon. A stinger buy here from Sentinels. We saw this be effective on Icebox. Can it have the same result here on Bind? Loud has just been so strong. Guardian in the hands of Tui's after those frags and the defuse, building himself up to alt. Stingers and Bulldogs around with Sadak's Judge close in hand, guarding U-Haul. All right, so send flip it. 10's now on the left side of the map to gate crash back to the right. So a little bit different from round 1. But Loud has no reason to really worry about anything until Sentinels puts their full force into a site hit.
Trying to move quickly, try to pivot some players out. The knife came out from Shorty into Sands. And with that, it allows for Loud to just pull back for a bit, but they do have players to try to work for utility. Sadak holding as Judge, and Sentinels definitely know that tape. So everybody's pivoting towards the right side of APC to try to get the backstab. Zelsis just got spotted, Molly to Molly. Lass and Sadak now pinned inside, but the Judge gets the kill. Second trades right back with the Stingers. Advantage for Sentinels as they get the plat down towards the A site.
Rotate around. Gonna be a little too late here for QCK with the damage that Zekin's doing with the Judge as he flies through sight, picks up the Stinger once again after that damage has been done.
Yeah, Loud got a piece of their own medicine. Ten's also winning that fight. The Stinger meta hasn't returned. One more to go. It's QCK denied by Celsius off the trade to Tens.
Again. They do it again.
This is amazing. Seeing a Stinger meta coming back from the Sentinels. That's Kaplan at the helm, pretty much. He's the one that brought that up back in the day in like 2021. What was the team name? Like Echo 7 or something with Rob Wiz.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, we're going way back.
You're digging deep. You're digging deep. But yeah, the Sentinels have made it work twice. Clobbering through the site to get that plant down in the first round pretty much secures the decision to want to buy on that second. The little bit of extra money flowing them into a state where they want to rush with Stingers, and everybody behind each other makes it work again. We see it a second time from Sentinels. Now Loud has to wonder how they work their low buy. You can expect Les to get some sheriff shots in, sure, but how much damage can they do to stop Sen from pulling back a bunch of rounds here?
This is a very similar situation as we've seen in previous maps where the Stinger really allowed Sentinels to start building up a bit of that economy, but Lau was still able to maintain
no headshots.
They're just trying to go for wide swings. After the kill, the TP across. Now at the helm of the push is Tens with the rest of Sentinels inside the B site. Should be an easy plant in the end. Right now it's QCK just trying to keep them busy. The other three are still trying to fight back, deciding if they want to TP across or just try to fight at least one player that could be straggling behind. And that's John Cutie waiting with that Stinger in towards Sands.
Safety for now is what Loud chooses. They don't want to have to clear too many angles on that, and Sadak has the knife. How long are they going to wait for that? Well, they're going to have to wait till next round.
Yeah, pretty much. You could see it. Just trying to delay, trying to get at least one weapon, and I love that it's also John Cutie watching that flank with the Stinger, so if they lose that one, definitely will hear from Loud's camp, they probably won't keep that Stinger. Unless you're Sadak, you could probably get something done with that. But at the same time, though, we're not only snowballing the economy from Sentinels after that force buy, they're also starting to snowball, getting very close to these ults on the attack.
Those ults could be met with a QCK retaliate. We will see. Getting it there. Hey, sometimes it just takes a few bullets to calibrate, okay?
Hey, at that distance, the instant pull down and get a shot like that, that's sick. Great way to utilize that Stinger.
At that point, you feel like your mouse is going to fall off your mouse pad. 10-5 here. Sentinels starting a little bit of momentum. We'll see if gotta go fast is what they are thinking. Tens is going to make quick ground with a few steps before slamming onto shift. Looks like it's going to be a quick pop flash.
Sentinel seems to love doing not only a double flash, but this time a triple flash with a decoy. Does push Loud away, allowing the dimensional drift to come out. Now again pushing Loud all the way back towards the spawn, forcing the defenders to play the retake.
Quick take. 5 towards the top side here for Loud. Let's see where they decide to get in after these smokes clear, because right now the delay is heavy from Sentinels. QCK will break the barrier first.
Has to be him. Waiting for him to rotate back from the B side, hit by the dog. Close range shorty, denied right away. But they get information of 2 players from Sentinels on the pulse mine and U-Haul. So for Loud, they're trying to fight back towards Showers. Saucy getting ready for a pop flash so they could swing back off the tap of the spike. But there's deniability off utility. Can't stick onto the defuse quite yet. QCK deciding to move forward. 3 players all the way back towards short A. And the wallbang gets him. But you saw that molly that just came down. There's not enough time here at this point, and even not enough bodies to escape for Loud. Everybody dies, and Sentinels, they get round number 6.
The post-plant game is becoming so relevant here for the way Sentinels are playing. We see John Cutie using Viper lineups on different maps as well. Here it's up to Zelsis to stay alive on these ones. And a great push through. The shower push we saw was actually Sentinels using Loud's smoke against them. If a Yoru bounces his flash off the floor inside a smoke, it will pop flash right outside the bloom of the smoke. Almost impossible to dodge. Combine that with a saucy flash as well.
And a decoy.
And Sentinels has answers for the defensive they're seeing. Answer right there as well.
Exactly. Sometimes you don't need utility. You just need Tens to move forward and get that kill. And he's going to control Showers as the rest of Sentinels holding it back. Again, understanding a lower buy for Loud in round number 17.
Fake teleport.
You see the very low buy that you currently have for the defensive side. Crossfire set up with shotguns inside hookah. It comes down now at the mid-round for utility to be important for Sentinels to try to flush things out. They have what it takes. I mean, the dog, the boombot, everything.
It'll be tough. A minute here. Ten's patience again pays off. He'll have free alt orb here in a second if he wants it. But more playing for the shot. As they're waiting for this low buy from Loud to get antsy. They start getting a few jiggle peeks in, and that's just enough for Sens to connect with the crosshairs.
And that's the moment of hesitation coming from, there's a minute left on the clock. Loud has no information of where Sentinel's at.
Right.
So they have to start moving forward to get information because they also are playing a composition that doesn't really allow for them to scan anything outside for Sadok's knife.
It's a great point. You don't scan, you have to jump peek things. Sadok's not on the sky. He's trying to hit a knife. The knife can be dodged. They cannot confirm much without putting themselves in danger, and Sentinels is punishing that positioning.
Every single one of those kills were just Sentinels posted at the right spot.
Right.
Everybody just walked into their crosshair.
No jiggle peeks.
They literally didn't even need to raise a finger, move the mouse. It just kept it there the whole round until finally Tens is trying to create some space and trying to find information, and not only donates his life, but that allows for, once again, Sentinels to pick up here an ult that should be very important with the dimensional drift for them to clear out the space and play the pulse plant that's been very good at so far.
I think we got a decent buy still for Loud, maybe a timeout call from them, figuring out how they can start to defend what is happening from that side to say, yep, there it is. They call through. They need to stop the bleeding right now. Sentinels has come up with 4 rounds, and a lot of the rounds, Loud is not able to have their full member retake because they've been picked apart across the map. Of this default, Sentinels continues to run and come up with so much. So Loud, again, that buy, little discussion now. Let's see if they can right this ship here, because with the rate Sen is catching back up, we may not get a Lotus.
Right now, you can definitely see what Ender was talking about, the vibes coming out of Sadok's briefcase. And he's always smiling, pumping up the team. But on the other end, the other IGL also brings up the vibes in a different way. Just small little chants, whistling, we got this, let's stay cool.
Hell yeah.
And Zelsis seems like he has a read on something right now on how Loud are currently playing the defense. So Kaplan letting him speak.
Checking the notes.
Trusting the calls.
He's like, you sure we planned that? Is that one that, I don't have that in mind. No. We'll see. Loud getting the same amount of time to chat. And they have a lot to throw at Sentinels here. This could be a round. They get that Kalanzine ultimate up. We've seen multi-kill rounds from him, one after the other. And it's very possible they have 3 ults to fight back on this, but Sentinels has a few on deck as well. This could be very chaotic. They go back to that default strat, setting up at just about every point of the attack side to make sure Loud isn't getting space. And Sentinels, we talked about it, of Loud's comp. Oh, Sentinels knows that Loud has to use their bodies to peek. They're their own sentries here if Loud, or if Sadok's knife misses. So they're always looking for these shots.
They're about to go for a 4-player hit towards the long B side. So with the initial noise that they made towards Showers, it was an instant TP from Tens. A jiggle now spawning a couple, and that's a beautiful fault line, but it's instantly traded. Too many bodies to deal against. Les gets taken down, and that's Walls denied. Smoke's too far away to try to smoke it back out, so it gives a chance now for Sentinels to move inside that site, and that's why Tens gave his life away, so he can have a dimensional drift this round over and allow Sasi to get the plant and Seekers on top of it. Not yet, because it gets denied from the aftershock from Elbow. Orbital strike, but he's going to stick it still. No Seekers. There's a flank coming. That could be huge right there. Cusick getting the pick. The execution onto Zelsis. Null coming out. Up to Tens and John Cutie. Now up to Tens only. And they cannot hold. It took a while, but seems as though Loud finally were able to answer back on Sentinel's pulse plant protocols.
I like it from Loud. They split up the flashes. They split up the aggressive entry and how it can hit the site. And QCK's Thanos timing it long didn't even require any flashes. He peeks, he kills, and the rest of the team of Loud is able to come through. They did get that orbital strikeout, and Kalanzine does pick up the Rolling Thunder as we expected on that round. So they can now fold over this power into another victory to bring it to game point. Again, Sentinel still has quite a bit in the pocket for this round with ultimates in Zek and Zelsis and Sasi. Crash down A.
Walk down. Flush down.
With Brimstone as well.
Not
Getting
even
that
smokes.
speed.
It just went with a Brimstone flash. Taking control of B, instant rotating. But with that, look at Sentinels. They haven't budged at all. Loud's been very proactive, rather, with this type of composition on the defensive signs.
Imagine they find something there, right? Loud's protocol is to just fight a war at Fountain at B long. Sentinels are now going to try to re-hit this area to see just how much came down, and QCK out of it. First blood for Tens there.
Allows Seekers to come out too, to force to rotate. Even that Rolling Thunder that you mentioned before from Kawadzin, it's pinned towards that B site. But now it's read by Loud. That small split second saw the TP, heard the TP. So Sentinels now have to at least try to gain some ground. Loud trying to be ready for this one, but Sentinels also posted up so they can TP away if they need to, should Zekin not get the picks with a showstopper.
And you don't expect the timing. Les does look.
Inside the smoke though, Sadak gets the trade back off the Sasi. Second pushing all the way forward. A double swing towards the back of the site. He does get the first pick off the Sadak and also onto Tui's. The TP came across like they wanted to for Sentinels. Loud eating into the strategy, eating into the bait. And we'll have Sentinels pulse plant now towards the B site.
And there's a bit of the singular pro play from each one of them. Strength coming out and some all-stars there. Now up to Kawadzin. Great shot to capitalize. It's going to be a tough one to get this down with what's going to be happening, obviously. He just looks for the exit kills that's going to happen to him. But with Tens coming around on the outside of this round, his teleport from B gate crashed into spawn. So Les had an inkling. Yeah, there's going to be a teleport, but maybe it's a little bit later. And Tens finally found that timing, even though Les did look. It just shows you just how patient Sen's pushing forward, how much they're making Loud have to consider this angle or this, when Loud just wants to be watching the site take and denying. Another kill for Kawadzin as we get a teleport out of Zelsis, searching a little blood in the water, but they cannot take him down.
Kawadzin still been doing a very good job getting a lot of value out of these fault lines to not only set up himself but his teammates, but the amount of times we saw, I think it was twice in this series so far, where he was able to get a fault line aftershock combination to get picks, get kills. So utility is still quite good here for Loud. But again, it comes down to that storyline on that second half of that forced by Stinger that we had from Sentinels, allowing for them to pick up 4 rounds in a row. Now finally going back and forth. Loud still in the lead by 3. Tens looking for Showers control solo with the shorty. Flash being initiated down towards long B though for Sentinels to try to see if somebody's gonna try to tap an orb. Trying to deny it away from QCK. But he's got Tui's with him. Shoots first, TP's away.
And he's gone. Now they have to worry. I mean, they heard the TP. Was it fake? You're gonna leave one? They can at least clear out and start to lean the other way. Calls from Loud are gonna say B long's getting hit right now, so just be sturdy in your positions. Kawadzin starts him off.
Great way to be sturdy. The headshot through a couple of walls, dropping one. Right now, Sentinels are trying to move in towards this B site. Baiting out Util, baiting out the aftershock first, potentially even the Rolling Thunder, as Louder all towards the back of that site, trying to wallbang off the tap. John Cutie getting the plant and also getting the pit. Activates it on the top of the B site. But remember, QCK meanwhile picked up the orb on Showers, so they have Rolling Thunder and run it back to try to go directly against this pit. Here it comes right now as QCK leads the charge. Looking through, trying to spot some players. There's the headshot onto John Cutie. Pit will now come down.
Oh my gosh.
More information as Tens inside the smoke, traded out by Sadak. There's only one player left in Celsius. Fully Flash does get the backstab onto 2.
Celsius!
A 2 versus 1. Only as it's gonna work with almost got the clutch. But Tui's was there for the trade. The defuse. And Loud will be at that point.
Game 5, Lotus on the horizon. Loud's timeout paying dividends a few rounds ago to find a way to get the Brimstone ultimate in. Then a few rounds later, the Rolling Thunder in. And now The retake on the site again. Loud finds success. They stay alive.
One enemy remaining.
And they have a chance to push us once more to our final map. Still a lot of chances, 4 even for Sen to get to the OT here. Loud almost has this one locked down, but you cannot give it to anyone just yet with the way they've been playing. See how they jump into this next round, where they're going, what they're doing. Ten's ready off the rip for Dimensional Drift. And he's going to start just throwing out info to the team here. We'll see how Loud reacts.
You got money to work with here for Sentinels in round number 21. Backs against the wall, spotting Sadak inside U-Haul, mauling into full to push them back. They can try to regain control. Les has a judge, but he's towards the B side. QCK and Dewey's holding the A site.
Spike down A.
Off the Dimensional Drift information, trying to get utility behind and sprays behind it. It's actually Loud that capitalizes on all of these kills. Ten's alone against the world.
How bad do you guys want a computer? Ten's a lot of work ahead of him here. And I'm sure Kaplan is looking at the Lotus notes at this point. What a great 2 maps from Loud. Incredibly hard fought on the last map of Icebox. That was such a back and forth.
He does get the first contact. Still 40 seconds to work with. Doesn't have any more gate crashes, so he can't really come through. Walking through the snake fight as well.
Yeah.
And that's going to make it even more difficult.
30
Pit coming out
seconds
from
left.
Les, Judge inside, Ten's dancing around the corner of that pit. Walks in right now to pick it up. No way. As he walks across the TP though, QCK's waiting. Is it going to get cleared? TP's across, they didn't see him. He made it through this 14 seconds left as QCK chases him down. We will be going into a final map to decide the winner of Kickoff.
It did not look like it was in the cards for Loud to be taken 2 in a row. You have to agree the way the first 2 maps went, seeing Sentinel's prowess, how much they did. But we got to Icebox and Loud started to heat up. We get to Bind and Loud takes control. The question is who has momentum going into map 3, these teams pushing each other to the distance.
Yeah, definitely if you're looking at this series so far, it could potentially be Loud at this point. Winning those 2 rounds, those 2 maps the way that they did. Now also having tape on how Sentinels plays Lotus where they haven't pulled out on their side. They might be able to flip this series so far in that last final map on Lotus to be decided. Sentinels versus Loud after the break.
Everyone thought that this was going to be a 3-0, but to quote the People's Champion, it doesn't matter what you think. We're going to a map 5, baby. And yes, Mimi, I fit a wrestling reference.
I need your protest.
I thought Tens was the People's Champion.
Well,
He's my champion.
Well, he's not a champion yet. They might get reverse swept here.
Okay, well, look,
Nicely
let us reflect on this, because I do feel a tinge of deja vu, because Loud have kind of been in this position before,
Kind of.
Ender.
They've been in this
They've
position.
kind of been in this position
Do the
before.
numbers 11 and 3 not mean anything to you, GB?
I mean quite a bit, actually.
They mean a lot.
Yes.
In the first event of last year, too, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Loud have already brought it back 2 games in a row. Please, they have to see it through, or it will be clownery of the century.
It would be, but this map was dominant from Loud.
It
was never allowed to get away with absolutely anything on this Euro. They were shutting him down
They had him red.
consistently. They were dominating in the opening kills throughout this one. Quick had an absolute turnaround from the first few matches of this series, especially in that first half. And honestly, I was quite impressed by this triple flash comp, the way they were teleporting through, setting up these pinches to punish Sentinels before they could commit to these XX. It was really well called by Sadak and well played from guys like
Yeah, QCK comes in after a pretty poor icebox and drops 18 kills in the first half. And it wasn't just like kills everyone. It was multiple rounds where it's a 3K, it's a 4K. Huge rounds where he alone is sort of winning them for his team.
Yeah.
It was a fantastic turnaround. And that is a bright, bright spot to head into a map 5 with.
Yeah, we'll see if he can continue it going into the 5th map, going into Lotus and what they kind of have cooked up. I think this obviously is a win condition for them. For Loud, if they want to pull this off, it's got to be off the backs of QCK being successful, because we got to go back to their previous roster. When they were in trouble, yeah, sometimes it was less. Aspas would also step up, and this is the first time it feels like eyes go towards QCK.
Yeah.
You got to do it.
Yeah, now, though, we find ourselves in a pivotal Game 5 situation. This is it. I mean, for all the marbles here. And at this point, you kind of got to turn to the callers out in the field, right? You got to look at guys like John. You got to look at guys like Sadak. What are they going to bring to the table here, Mimi?
For Sadak, this is where he is comfortable. He has played so many BO5s when he dominated in Brazil in the early days, when he was playing in pretty much every international event for years on end, and when he's been playing right here in Americas. This guy's used to this. But for John, this is, I believe, the first time in a VCT game that it's gone to 5 maps for him. The last BO5 he played was 3-1 losing Ascension with M80. For this IGL, who has had an amazing story to make it to this point, has impressed so much thus far on this Sentinels roster. The calling has to be impeccable. He has to pick his team up and turn this around, or people will remember Sentinels as a team who choked the 2-0 lead, who lost those 2 eco rounds on Icebox and let it slip away.
Last year in Ascension, it was the biggest match of his life. And he lost it, and he could not qualify for VCT, but Sentinels still knew him. Kaplan knew he wanted him, brought him in. He has the next biggest match of his career ever again today to win the trophy after not qualifying. He has to come online here. And on Lotus, the next map, like, this is an IGL's playground, especially on the attacking side. How can you abuse doors, give fake info, out-rotate your opponent? It is going to be a battle of wits against these 2 legends.
Yeah, and that is just going to make it all the more better. Of course, if you're just joining us here, you have missed quite the series because it has been a roller coaster. Up and down for Sentinels and Loud, but now we find ourselves here on Lotus, the final battleground to decide who will walk away as your America's Kickoff winner.
Now, Lotus is a bit of an enigma here. We have 1 VOD on record for Sentinels. They were playing the Fade Rays, the Omen, the Viper, the Killjoy. Loud have yet to play this map. We don't know what their read is. Will they be playing a classic Rays on this map, a Dive Agent? Will it be a Phoenix? Will it be something completely different? They have been holding on to that information throughout this tournament, the benefit of them playing so few games to get here, and now it's a surprise in Game 5 for Sentinels.
And honestly, I think to go back to the conversation we were just having around Sadak and John QT, this is the perfect stage for this to be settled, knowing that both teams tend to anti a lot and they tend to study film a lot, and obviously Sentinels has a ton to watch. This is a perfect setting. Like, John, if you're going to win this, it's going to be by feel, right? Like, you're going to read the map, you're going to read what's happening, and you're going to make those adjustments in real time.
This is where we do have to make the reminder that Sentinels played more rounds than every other team in playoffs to make it to this point. They have the most tape out there of anyone. And in these last two maps, and especially in this final map, I think that puts Loud at a big advantage in being able to look ahead, being able to prep, being able to have those ideas, and their opponent have no clue what comp they're going to play, on top of the experience that they already have in these situations, on top of the fact that they have been here before, have won map 5s before. This is honestly so difficult for Sentinels to win at this point.
The good thing for Sentinels is Lotus was played all the way at the back of the beginning of the tournament. They only played it one time. They haven't shown everything just yet. And also, when it comes to how they can adapt on the fly, no one does it better, right? Kaplan coming in with the timeout calls, how he and JungQT know each other so incredibly well, playing together so many years ago on Ghost Gaming, reunited here. They know each other. When those timeouts come in, even if Loud are throwing them something they haven't seen before, they're going to be able to find the right pivots in order to counter it out.
I think I really like this too because it feels like it's a strength against a strength here, right? Like we know where the performance needs to come from, and I think there's a lot to look forward to on both sides. We know that Sadak is very good in endurance. We know he's very good at mid-rounding. We know he's very good at dissecting his opponents. JungQT, obviously at a much shorter tenure, has shown a lot of the same.
The question is, though, has Sadak figured him out? Like, it kind of feels like he's slowly but surely getting their number, slowly but surely understanding how they want to approach the game. At least it feels like that.
I think it's always map by map. I think every map is a reset point. If your team is doing it right, you cannot let the emotions from the previous matches, the tendencies of the previous matches carry through. Sentinels is going to play a very different comp from what we saw in those last two maps. It's a different ballgame.
It absolutely is. What I expect from a Sentinels game, though, when they load in, is their execs are picture perfect. All the timings that were cooked up in the lab weeks and weeks and months ago are online. So when it comes to hitting a site, when it comes to retaking, they are absolutely money. But on top of that, inside of the mid-rounding too, the misinformation they can give, especially with their Sky or their initiator utility to set up a fake and even find lurk timings on their own, that is where they thrive, and that is the hardest thing to try and pinpoint on a map like Lotus.
And in front of this crowd, they have to. The last time Sentinels won a tournament was in a regional final and took it home was more than 3 years ago with a completely different roster. It's been so long since this Sentinels squad has had this success, has been a real contender.
Meanwhile, Loud are the defending Americas champions.
Been there,
right
done
back
that.
here again. But again, it's been a grind to get back. And while yes, they will remember winning the championship, they will also remember lock-in.
So Agent Select, what is Loud going to play?
Phoenix, baby!
Again, they are committed to this triple flash idea. They're running it back.
Now, I assume they're playing an Omen alongside this because having an agent that can teleport in and get verticality, especially when it comes to controlling rubble at the start of the round, is of absolute importance. By playing Phoenix over Arrays, presumably, they are losing that ability.
Fascinating. We saw the Fade get locked in, of course, for Lotus. You'll see that happen from time to time there, and nothing really. Like, I think what's going to be the agents, all that stuff. Yes, it is going to play a role, but really, what it's going to boil down to is the fact that you got people out there that really just got to want it in this situation. Sometimes it comes down to the individual, you know.
Dude, I'm really impressed at how hell-bent Loud are on making this comp work.
Yeah, the Breach and now the Sky coming into Breach, especially after the map changes, became so powerful. The control you can dish out over the C site when you're hitting it, it is so hard to solo anchor onto that Sky. And you have Sky Dog as well to inform where to put that stun on the hit. Oh, that's hard to dodge from.
In Sao Paulo, Loud couldn't make the reverse sweep happen. They let it slip them by. But they've made Los Angeles their home. They already took home the trophy in Americas last year, and they're back again looking to be the Kickoff champion. Sentinels have looked good, but they are in a place out of their element. This is familiar territory for Loud. This is their chance to prove why they're the best in the league.
Loud are doing it Loud style as well. They're coming in year after year with a unique read on the meta, back for another championship attempt here up against Sentinels.
Well, they say it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And for both of these teams, it's now a BO1. You got to lay it all on the line, otherwise you're done here. Let's see what happens as we send it over to your casters for the final match of Kickoff.
That's right, GB. It doesn't matter what happened to 4 previous maps. It doesn't matter who had a lead, who was winning 13-3 on the second map of Split for Sentinels. Loud came back, and it's now finally decided on Lotus here, where I'm afraid, again, they have a lot of tape of Loud against Sentinels, and we know what Loud could do with tape. Well, like what they did against EG, for example. It might be a couple of anti-stratting coming through here from the big brain of Sadak.
they are going to be vying for mound and rubble position like nobody's business, because it is. It's their business. It's both of them. Who's going to get it first? The map control is going to be huge here between these two teams. The mind game of map control and the movement. From attack side, we know Sentinels will go back and forth. John QT's not scared of taking the entire team B for a round. Loud's going to have to be ready for that. Looks like that spike may actually trend towards that area. And they do get a bit of not mound control, but rubble control on that left side with a guiding light to start. No big commitment just yet for Loud. They do peek though.
Oh! But Toys is still there, the third player door opening as well. So they're trying to pinch in, trying to pivot between C or B, depending where the picks are going to be from Sentinels. It's on the C side to decide. As 3 players fall for Loud. Plant coming in. Khalidine trying to get a forward position, trying to catch one off guard. And Sadak on the flank. Instantly, we have a 2v2. Khalidine pivoting towards the back, gets the headshot as well. Allowing Sadak to win against Sussy. Old teammates going head-to-head. Sussy repositioned around the Trailblazer. Swinging out. The long range of the Frenzy does not connect. And Sadak's Ghost, neither. Or Saucy with the Ghost here moving forward. Now the re-swing out from Sadak. Han being thrown. Knowing that he's towards the back, up towards the air! The shot from above! Sentinels get the pistol.
Incredible movement by Saucy. Sadak always buys a Frenzy. In a 1v1 situation there, he's closing the distance. Saucy creates more. Sadak closes the distance. Saucy creates more. Stays out of the range of the Frenzy. Gets the ghost kill. Sentinels have round 1. And that is a modified gun round strat for Sentinels. That will usually see Zekin by himself at door, opening it once B Long has made contact. They went 2 and 2 to make sure Zekin's excursion into the doorway was not tainted by any B defense from Loud. Crazy stuff by Sentinels there to modify that. Make it work for a pistol round. Loud now.
Losing one already.
Yeah, losing one. That B main peak again. Sentinels find a score there. And 10's getting pretty hurt from that situation. Oof. Good trade back to just chip damage being traded, but this is benefiting Sentinels, obviously.
Ghost long range, so Zelsis is still semi-healthy, 63 HP as Sentinels after the initial kill reset back towards C. We'll get the same scenario this time with more bodies up for Loud. Zekin trying to get the long range, couldn't work it with the Singer, uses a classic instead. Back and forth we go though with a fault line timing, Bucky close range, John Cutie. Thought that Tens had his back, but Elise has the trade. QCK, the only thing that he has now is a classic. Trying to find the opportune moment to walk inside the smoke. The backup from Tens, the turnaround, and then both of them swinging from extremities. Yeah. Well done by Sentinels. An opportunity there for Loud to get the upset, but Sentinels convert from their pistol.
Loud, again, playing this composition that peaks a little bit with their bodies. Obviously, 2 is pushing there to get map control and see if they could have started to lean. But now they do have Sadak with guiding lights. They don't have to go as crazy, so we'll see what this gun round brings us. Like, wait a minute, that was a little too close for my comfort, says Kaplan.
It's been a long night and a long day for the coach.
All right, our first one towards Rubble.
And a wide swing too, the orb didn't even come up. Zekin gets the surprise kill onto Kawadzin. Knowing that the other one was behind the boxes, but TP'd away. That's 2Es. Forced to anchor solo. A double push from Loud to try to flank around towards C. That will be met by utility in a couple of seconds as Zelsis moves forward with the rest of the team.
This flank is huge.
Exactly. And actually, as Zelsis is moving forward, there's no alarm bot. It's not really activated. Here's that timing moving forward now, as there you go. Moved back towards the doorway. Alarm bot came up, and that spots at least one player. Sentinels are now ready for the backstab. John Cutie is the one that greets him on the corner of the boxes by Baby Door. One-on-one in that situation, door opening forward. Sentinels are looking pretty good here in round number 3. Their bonus. Les dancing around, the peek out from Zelsis at Rubble. The push towards the spawn from Zekin. A Sentinel score the flawless.
What are they doing? They keep opening the door. They still got the flank. They're just playing games out here right now as Loud tries to get back into the site. And Loud was having trouble. Sadak threw one of his flashes at Link stairs, and it just found itself going into the wall because it was tried to be thrown through a smoke. Little things not working for Loud that they would have gained a bit of ground, and Sentinels just biting back. Let's go, Zelsis. Absolutely feeling it out of his chair right now with the hype from the crowd. And we're into round 4, I should say. Guns for Sen, not for Loud. And Sentinels worried that this could be a round of trickery. Leave the spike and spawn for now as they do a bit of recon. The first push, though, from Tui's here on Loud.
Yeah, and did so with the recon prowling towards the B main as well. Did catch a player, and as they go for the swing on Mound, they once again see the Viper set up towards that C site. And definitely here, as you're seeing, Sentinels working that map quite well. Zels is standing up at the end of these rounds. Also is the hype man that you need for Sentinels to try to close this map number 5. Wow. Yeah, really, we're showing the respect to Loud. Showstopper coming out, creating that space on the lower buy that you have, and Kalazine somehow manages to slip through the execution of Sentinels to get one pick with his Bucky. Nonetheless, though, the plant will still come down.
Honestly, Showstopper in. You know Sadak's not going to be too close with the judge if he has one that round. Yeah, you're right. Playing it safe, playing it strong, and they're looking to deny the audio on the retake, too.
Yeah, that's going to hit so many bodies, even all 4 of them towards this B site. All Loud could do right now is just hold the back, waiting for that to dissipate. The wall comes up, thankfully, because Les is still alive. Big curveball, the double swing out of it. Saucy is going to fall. Trying to play the pulse plant here. Tui's jumps up on the ledge, starts to defuse. Instantly, we get the sprays on 2 kills. QCK then swinging out. There's not going to be enough time left. John Cutie's just staying alive and trying to force out Les towards him. Les falls back. Spike will explode. The round for Sentinels.
4 for Sen. They do go down to 1 member, but the coffers are full. They've got so much money from the first 4 rounds here. The ultimates to come up, but we'll see this round again. Pressuring into the site. You can see that Sentinels is not kidding around. Showstopper on a low buy round for Loud. They are securing these. Imagine if they didn't Showstopper. It came down to a 1v1. The site might have had a different play all the way through that round. Fist bumps all around. Zelsis as well, still feeling hot out there.
I think I read his lips there during the replay.
What did he say?
It said buy our capsule or something like that.
Oh, true. You need to inspect more. Oh my God, into my soul right now. Get out of my head.
I'm definitely intimidated, especially intimidated with the playstyle that we're currently seeing on Sentinels on the map number 5. Again, we're talking about the tape that Sadak currently has against his opponents. And maybe just one look at the composition, one look at the plays, he could develop a playbook that could really anti-Sentinels in this last final map. But so far, we have 4 unanswered rounds for Sentinels. And this situation where Loud has gone into these early timeouts in his first 2 maps, remember, we definitely saw a one-sided affair for Sentinels as well. So Loud seems like they might be digging deep right now to answer back on their defensive half.
This becomes interesting, right? It's not the raise and the fade nade here coming from Loud. So this is more of a firefight util hit, but Sen can run out and answer, right? They're not too deterred from making this happen unless they get nailed by that fault line.
It's already coming out. TP went forward though, look at Tens. Double TP on both ends!
They can't
but it's
stop
Sentinels winning that one. Low HP, door being opened. Sadak forced to fall back. Flash to try to get information. The Prowler followed up behind it. Second for 3 in the round. A site open for business, and Sentinels shuts down the defense.
I won't say it's impossible, but you just saw how hard it is for Loud to actually control that space. With the majority of the util, they wanted to take it. 2 members of Sentinels able to shut that down as Tens and Zekin go forward. Now they play the plant game all in tree. They should be able to trade each other here, but a good fault line could pick up a few.
Does enough damage though for the assist. Last one now spotted. Snakebite not allowing Les to move even more forward behind that 2 versus 1. Second Snakebite, Nanoswarm 2.
So toxic.
And second Nanoswarm coming down, wasting all of that time. Counter moving forward to tap on the spike. One has to run across, easy kill, crosshair placement, but Zelsis knows better. Then swings that off the timing. 5 now for Sentinels. Crowd behind him. As Sentinels continue to build the confidence in the final map.
And these rounds are a bloodbath. Loud's not getting the chance to save, neither is Sen, but they're coming up with the frags, they're coming up with the round wins, and John Cootie is currently sitting on 9,000 credits. They can be buying each other if they want to. They're staying away from an operator. Sentinels is keeping a fast-paced game to not let Loud breathe right now. Loud into a big Sheriff, Guardian, and Vandal round. They're stretching the money thin here, and they go again for Rubble play.
Keep doing it, why not? But this time we're answering back for Loud. Lots of utility to try to clear it back towards Rubble. Tui's moving forward. That's the Sheriff's going to work now for Loud. Answering back is Saucy. But they pull back from it, dropping a spike in the process. It comes down to the man right here, the hype man, that made it behind enemy lines and is trying to catch the rotate.
They refine the hit. We said it wouldn't be impossible, but it was going to be hard.
Too late. The pick from Zelsis opening it up towards the A site so they can pick towards the Rubble. But the backside's about to come forward from Les. But he lost Kalanzine in the process. A jump for it. Backstab there onto Zelsis. Spike Elise is picked up by John Cootie with the pit available. Viper on Viper, both pits also available. Comes down to who has the better read, the better positioning. It's John Cootie!
Absurd momentum right now. Electric from Sentinels. The players are feeling it, and they are delivering it to each other in these moments as well. What a round. Loud again refined the A Rubble hit. They get it right. But the round still goes in the favor of Sens as they're able to organize a hell of a flank to come in and completely pick apart Loud. 4 ultimates now ready for Loud here. 3 for Sentinels. An explosive round here on round 7 as the Odin unleashes from Zelsa's hands.
They want to keep doing it for Loud. They had some sort of result there for the control they had towards Rubble, but the thing is they had a lower buy. This time they wanted to do it with weapons. Sentinels could have been lucky with the spray from Zelsis from the A entrance. But that means you have no defenders towards the C side, allowing for Sentinels to be exactly where they posted up at the beginning of this round. Open up the kill up to Les. Showstopper in. Does not get the contact. Cusick is just around the corner. Run it back, out and activated. Big curveball. The headshot onto Tens. Rolling Thunder also available here for Kalanzine. And it's just to try to push them back and allowing Cusick to move forward for another pick. Lockdown available at the beginning of this round for Zelsis as they had to reset, regroup, and rethink.
This would be a wild round. They lose Les first and are able to answer back now. Loud gonna win this one from a 4v5 conversion possibly. They correctly rotate. And just the ruse. They're gonna be sticking together though, so it doesn't matter. Oh, it does. You're right, it does. They second guess it, and now they're gonna be rotating together. Power in numbers, but the wrong site.
And now it has to come down to a perfect timing from Saucy. The flash actually did not spot Zelsis. He hears the footsteps. Once Saucy gets this plant, it'll pull the rotate back. But Zelsis is overthinking it, over-peeking, and gets denied right away.
Spike planted.
Saucy had this chance before on Sunset. That was that wingman plant we saw when he was on the Gecko. Does he have the timing here to get behind his opponents? Hearing the audio, hearing the stampede of Loud go by him.
A deja vu, hears the footsteps, but this time, the dream's been learned. It's been read. But Saucy wakes up Kalanzine. A 2 versus 1, Paranoia hits him. He's trying to get the spray across, at least gets that second kill, but Loud will get the defuse.
Loud find it, they need this round. Sentinel still has so much money, but Loud needed to stop the bleeding. They were hemorrhaging rounds one after the other. Ultimates are ready for Sentinels, so they may as well, or they might just take this back in their favor with what they have. Liking B with this setup. We've seen them hit B with Nightfall with what they have, and Tens can really mess around with the spawn TP if he gets it. What a round from Loud. Playing that one together, rotating correct, but they know they have a long road ahead of them to collect the rest of these rounds in the first half. Here's that B hit we were talking about from Sentinels, not afraid to just send it.
Rare hit towards that B site. That Paranoia is going to blind too, but close range still gets the kill with the Guardian. QCK also moving forward. Aftershock forcing Sentinels to push forward. But it's traded back and forth. Sentinels back on the board. Tui's answering right back. Pit is down. Counter Pit coming out of defenders. Less at low HP though. John Cutie still at full with armor.
It's like Sherbert. Let's go. Oh, a shot outside. John Cutie finds one. Is he?
One enemy remaining.
One-on-one though. Les has that snake bite. John Cutie playing all the way on the outside, letting that Pit down. Les doing the same, wall up, tap on the spike. John Cutie, the sprays on the first, it's halfway, a little bit of a tap, trying to stick it. It's going to release it now, gets the kill, tries to go back for the defuse. Will he get it? He will not. Less than a second, but John Cutie wins the one-on-one.
7-1. Sentinels up. They pull it back in their favor. We talked about the B hit, how hard it is. Once you get that Nightfall in, the close members on the defensive side playing B cannot orchestrate around any audio. They're deafened, they're trying to play off full reaction, and that usually means you're getting met with the utility that follows up after the Nightfall, and you are falling. What a round. Good pressure, good play. 7-1 Sen here. It's going to be a low buy again for Loud, which means Sen should be able to pick up this round.
And as we say that though, Cowanzine's been getting a lot of value out of this Bucky so far, slipping through towards the seaside hits, and the Sheriffs has always been really good on QCK, Les, and Tui's. And walking towards QCK are Sentinels after doing some initial noise towards the B site.
Do they grab mound control now though? Yes, perfect from Loud. They can start to move the rest of the map here. They need to get a faster read on Sentinels. The retake from Loud is amazing with their flashes. They got to be in position.
The dog came out too, controlled towards mound. There's that instant rotate from Cowanzine and Sadak. Hold the rest of the team. They're still under a minute. QCK under initial pressure. Orb now being picked up. Pain Shell's moving forward. QCK gets the wall bang. It's a bait for the Bucky to move forward, but Seki was ready for that one. Curveball on the right. Tried to look for the safety as John Cutie was able to make it back, but Sadak pinches from the back.
3v3.
But once again, the better buy is for the attackers. Sasi pushing forward against Tui's. A plant safe now towards the right side of the site.
Sadak got a Guardian.
Guardian picked up. Les moving forward, watching their angles, jumping out. Guardian shot does not connect, and instantly both players of Vlau fall with the crossfire setup from the Sentinels. Dominating now the attacking side. Dominating just like he did on the first two maps of Sentinels. They're definitely really looking like they're running towards the victory of this final map.
This is incredible right now from Sentinels.
One enemy remaining.
We always praise Sadak, the 5 games, the long, arduous process of having to restrat every map, figure out your opponents. He's been there, he's done that. Amazing to see how Sentinels is molding to this situation. John Cutie continues to call well, and we know Zelsis just on the backside of those calls, adding so much information.
And Sentinels could do whatever they want right now.
They really can.
They're going back into that pressure towards the Rubble side. We're like, okay, well, when we have these big gun rounds, they might try to pressure on that side. Sentinels could work now the B moving back towards C.
And this is pistol repeat, right?
Yep.
This is exactly what Sentinels did on pistol round. It's a sure grab on Orb. Now they pick up the spike and they can decide what they want to do. Haven't had to worry about this A Rubble pressure at all, really. They just let it happen and make sure they watch the flank. Looking forward now, Sen has only but what's in front of them for this B take. Having John Cutie with the spike back there makes me think this isn't a full hit, though.
No, this is big right now for Loud. You had Sadat, we talked about agents that needs to get information. He dogged out at the 1:15, then goes for Seekers at the 1 minute. Even to run it back to try to get the late round and even to pick onto Zelsis. Denied by John Cutie. Still an opportunity here for Sentinels to pivot away if they want to, and it's starting here. Sasi's moving forward, but he's weighted by Tui's. For the rest, it's just Zekin throwing the pain shells. And Sentinels moving up towards the B side for a plant.
Sasi solo clears Haunt right on A Rubble, pushes back with the C's, and again, there's still an audible to be called here from Sentinels. They haven't finished to where they're going. It might be B in the end, though.
Yeah, 14 seconds left. It's now coming in towards this B side, but there's still players here. 4 players looking to flood back from Loud in the back of the spawn.
Left.
Forward position from Sasi on the top of the heavens. Winning just behind the smoke. Here's the footsteps rotating across on the back of the spawn. Now as it dissipates, there's the contact. Paranoia was a little bit too late.
Yes.
Tenzin moves forward, though, and Tui's answer is right back. It's back and forth. a Congo line of kills. But the advantage for Loud. Door opening, QCK looking for the flank, clearing out the front B. Both players of Sentinels anchoring inside the side. The curveball turned away by John Cutie. The ADS for the trade. Second now, Satchel available to try to get the diffuser off the plant. But he's gonna swing out first and knows now that they have to commit. Tweezer's ready for it though and fights back, allowing Loud to get the defuse.
What a necessary round, and they actually focused Tui's ultimate there. He will get it. Prioritizing a bit of the map control, being able to get Tui's pushed up on a rubble and then teleported into a retake for the team if necessary. Loud, a very much needed round. Every single one of these last rounds needs to be theirs. With the pressure, Sentinels is adding to this 5th and final map of the grand final. 2 more rounds, a possibility here. Sighs of relief. And now they focus on another round. Any ults on deck? Not really for Loud. But they are going to go ahead, take that rubble control, and try to just get a better read on Sentinels. They need every bit of the beginning of these rounds in their favor, Loud does. So that's a pickup. 1 away from Orb now for second, or ultimate.
And if anything here, they have that ultimate available for Tui's if he wants to go for that TP in the back of the C site to help, and it's being pinged out by Sentinels.
Sentinels putting pings all the way through the back of spawn here, and it's right over the members of Loud.
Face your fear.
Here we go.
Nightfall, that's where they're trying to ping, where they want to initiate the Nightfall. Pain shells thrown by Zekin. Space has been gained. Prowler pushing back towards the waterfall. QCK still anchoring behind the pillar. After that plant, though, Showstopper available by Zekin. Beautiful flash. Does not allow for him to get space off the Showstopper. Does some damage onto QCK. Down to 5 HP. Boombot about to come out through the smoke. The paranoia countered by Loud from the back of the spawn. John Cutie gets a snake bite kill onto QCK as the Doc has to move in with the rest. But they're getting delayed by the utility of Sentinels on the post plan. A 5 versus 3. Make that a 4 versus 3 advantage for the Sentinels as well. As less than the rest cannot move forward for Loud. It's finally, it's TenZ that gets picked off. 2 Nanoswarms onto the spike, delayed available for Zelsis. There's the pop, and now they're moving forward, but finally they got rid of that util. It's at a halfway. The swing out, Tui's with the second tap, and Saucy gets that pick.
Holy close call by both squads.
Last round.
Seeing that play come to fruition for Sentinels, I started thinking you guys planted for not Mound, and you got guys outside the site. Loud also recognizing the plant position, and for a defense that means they have some members in sight. Nobody plants down on that platform and all play Mound. Loud assessing the situation beautifully and dropping the members they needed. Holy moly. Not enough though. It's tough for them. It is tough for sure. They're able to come back. Sentinels, even though they planted on that platform, and get the round. Oof.
Contact play. Zekin is on fire. Superstar now for Sentinels. Continues to lead the charge on all of these hits of the attack. Although on the other side, we did see the push from QCK out towards the A main, evening up the tally. Weapon upgraded at this point, or looking to get upgraded. As Sentinels goes for the plant, but there's that backstab. Wow. John Cutie with the plant gets the pit. That's going to make it difficult now for Loud to retake.
Second.
He's farming.
Cannot be... Sorry. All right. Very cool. Moving in now, less QCK to do what they can here. HP going to be going way down.
Oh, and short and close, swings across. John Cutie's alone. One-on-one tap on the spike. John Cutie just staying outside of it. Gambling! That he's not gonna stick it. Just got spotted down to 11 HP. Blazewall now up, another tap. John Cutie forced to run in. But now there's not enough time. QCK with another tap.
Got it.
John Cutie with the rest of the patience that Sentinels had. They finished the half at 10-2.
What an incredible first half final map from Sentinels. Still on fire this late in the day, this late through all these strategies. John Cutie and Zelsis still have a strat book to flip the pages through. Loud having so much trouble figuring out what is the entry on this Sentinels composition, how to get to the entry with all of their members. Sentinels picks them apart one by one as they go for the rotations. They get into position. And here again, just the time game being danced around. Sentinels have been in control so much throughout this series, and now the final map, a 10-2.
10-2 with 3 rounds remaining for the Sentinels to be crowned the Kickoff champions. What a call here, as we'll hopefully see what the desk has to say about this playstyle of Sentinels.
So much to talk about, Vansili, because we're seeing some really good ideas from Sentinels, and they're really, Ender, I think, taking advantage of the fact that they have identified some weaknesses in Loud's comp.
They're destroying Loud. They realize there's nothing to stall them out on the C site. Usually you have to play those early rounds to, bust down some Killjoy utility, pivot in the mid rounds. John QT wasn't even challenged in that regard. So many opens was just a contest mount and immediately burst into the site. They were dominating and getting out of their chairs with every round win.
I've loved watching this evolve, too, because obviously Captain's having a good time, but first it was Zelsis who was getting up from round 1, popping off across the stage.
Look at that.
And sudden
Vibes merchant.
He's getting up as well.
There's a sale on Vibes.
Dude,
he's got him.
Everyone's buying into it. It also helps that they're just frying right now. Like, they don't even have to really mid-round and do all that stuff. They're just landing all their shots. Everything's working for them. This feels just like Split last night.
Sentinels are back, baby. They are back from 2021. They are putting on a show here, grinding so many games they played, more than anyone else, and now playing the maximum in the finals. They are out here with the crowd and the fan support behind them. And up 10-2 with the half.
Real quick, though, I want to see what does Loud do going into this half. Do they have a chance to come back in, Ender?
It is going to be almost impossibly hard. Down 10-2, but also, GB, they've done it before. Back at Champions last year, they lost to Loud. They win the first 2 games, or lose the first 2 games, win the next 2, lose the final. Lock in. It was the same exact story, and it's looking like it once again here today.
We'll see if that's history's going to repeat itself. Rather, to send it back over to the casters.
Thank you, GB, and yes, indeed, it's decided here on this half, but Sentinels have a big cushion right now. Winning this pistol will be everything, and Loud has an uphill battle to fight. A steep 1-2 as they take the attack. Pistol round underway, and it comes down to this player right here for QCK. They don't have a composition that allows for them to do the explosion on the map control that they're trying to get, the site control that Zekin currently has for Sentinels. So how will Loud work the attack now with this type of comp?
Looking to make as little noise as possible. Looks like they might catch a paranoia nade here if they do get themselves into position. Right behind Rubble. Oh, dear.
Oh, the wall came down as well. Paranoia moving forward, a 1-for-1. Make that a 2-for-1 in favor of the Sentinels. Control towards the Rubble as well. Hit by the C's, killed by Tens. Again with the hat trick. Multi-kills this whole series for the star player, not only being Zekin, but also Tens. Finding comfort in this role as Omen and dominating this kickoff so far. Tui's with the backstab. 2 for his name. Zelsis is low on HP, but it's a backstab for backstab. John Cutie is also there looking to move
30
behind.
30 seconds left.
Signs to think otherwise. Looks like Sentinels wants to give up the spike, at least for now.
They get to safety on this one. Read the play so far. Can't count out Tui's though. They hear, Zelsis hears that run. John Cutie heads to heaven, getting into position. So this will be money here for Loud. If Loud do lose, they're going to be buying next round. Expect the buy from Loud. Sentinels will too. And it looks like we're going hard onto this one. 11-2 now. Do they go for it? There's a stinger. There's a few. Let's see the replay on the round. Looking at how they orchestrated this, it was a lot on the fade. Whatever Fade could see from Link, whatever Saucy could look, was then the hit from Tens on Paranoia. Everybody then into it. Second went down first in that, and they knew the play would still go through.
That as well, the play that you saw from John Cutie, the snake bite, and also spraying in, knowing that it was going to be a plant that's going to be unorthodox, just trying to get it down for Tui's, and still manages to get that pick.
Gotta go
fragging
fast.
IGL, calling perfectly for Sentinels, and steps up for these kills when he needs to. The perfect piece to the puzzle right now for Sentinels to close this series. 2 rounds away, as Loud as you mentioned, Riv, is forced on a bye.
A main control. Prowler just went through B for Sentinels, so they have a bit of an idea of how long the timing will be. And now the Trailblazer alerts them a little bit more. Spike is at B, or sorry, C here for Loud.
Guardian does get the hit onto the jump spot, but thankfully Sadak is there with the heal. Les is back and topped. And now they're pivoting towards the C side, as you mentioned, because of that pressure and that control that Sentinels currently has on that A site. Utility being broken on that C side as well. Snakebite to delay, Snakebite to push John Cutie away as well. First contact now in the back of the pillar of that C-side. It's Celsius with the stinger, out of bullets, flashed and pulled away, and now it forces Sentinels to play the retake.
They got to stay in sight for this plant. It's going to get real sketchy if they're all outside on mound. So you see them piling into water here. They still have the flank from Tui's.
But looks like Tens is ready for that one.
He's thinking about it.
So far, taps the door, or looking for the paranoia, the backstab.
Oh my God.
Missed the opportunity to just close him down. C's being pulled out. Aftershock to try to push them back once again. Sasi finally trying to lead the charge, but Kalanzine strikes first. It's back and forth, but Loud are still holding the pulse plan. Celsius is low on HP, blocked by Kalanzine with the classic. It's up to only one more member. Tens, the time against them. Runs back out through the smoke, tries to make it expensive in the long game, but Loud holds down the pulse plant on their force buy.
Sentinels feels the sting on that round. An almost necessary win. Game's over if Loud dropped the Stinger buy round. But no, they persevere. They find a way to shred Sentinels, and then they low plant in the site, knowing Stingers cannot win that fight from mound, and they cause chaos on Sentinels retake. Absolutely swarming the members of Sen, taking them down. So a few free upgrades for Loud here. Sentinels back down on the low buy. Loud needs to carry these rounds for just about forever. We'll see what happens. A pressure will be given for now as it's a retake for Sen. And Loud, a lot of control on the map here. Really playing it slow to not make a mistake. Back and forth as they tempt any fight.
Forever definitely seems like very long when you're trying to find room to breathe here. Trailing behind by 8 rounds are Loud, and already look how early these Trailblazers are coming from, but it forces out the push off the lower buy that you have from Sentinels through the smoke. Tui's is ready for that, drops them both with the stinger. Allows for them to pivot across, but look at this reposition from John Cutie. He decided to fall behind his teammates' bodies, the paranoia to come out. So at least one kill. And out of that, Loud has full control of B, full control of the map. And now control of the spike planted.
Spike planted.
That's gonna give him the contact, not even needed. Well done here. Loud converts 2 rounds in a row. Sentinels cannot get the surprise play. Remember though, if we're going back to the basics as well of this map, a 3-side map you've mentioned here, Rib. Very similar to Haven. Great ways to be able to default across the map. Great ways to actually pull rotations away and get a very strong attack side. So Sentinels showed a very good 10-2 half on their attack, but you definitely know that Loud has what it takes and can do the same thing.
I mean, they just pulled off a full Stinger 2-2-1 fake strat, right? Yeah, anything is on the table right now. Back to guns on both sides. 11-4 is no pressure for Loud. They're feeling the 0-0 on the scoreboard as they take shots. Sen Tens, however, starts us off.
The Haunt had information. Tens just went for a tap while looking at the minimap and got the kill. Paranoia to push him away, trying to fall back, but there's a snake bite to not allow him from that deep cover. But at least his teammates are there.
Cover going out.
A little back and forth. Sentinels will regain position of the rubble area after grabbing one. So the 5v4 conversion now on Sen's shoulders to get the W on this round. This is where Sasi comes in, or I'm sorry, Sadak comes into play. The mid-round call, what can happen? Double take on both sides of that mid area. Tui's just from mid. And they're waiting on less, maybe a little more info, maybe a push. But Sen have not been giving that push.
Heard the jumps, the Haunt here. Tui's forced to break it and give his position away. They have this Rolling Thunder for Kalanzine. He made it all the way down towards the bottom. And as the Nanoswarms come out, they could just wait for that timing. All coming through, gets canceled as Tui's is trying to find somebody towards that site.
30 seconds left.
But once again, Sentinels playing the retake.
Waited out the mollies, going for the plant. Another plant that considers that Loud has to stay inside. Celsius with the Odin.
The C's got him to just spray through. And now Snake bites to delay, and that's no Rolling Thunder to push him back. There's only 12 seconds left on the clock. Forcing to go for the stick, but the sprays are not coming in this time around. Plant is down. The push from Tui's does not get the surprise kill there onto Sentinels. Tens on a rotate back from the spawn. Hot comes through. Sadak is all alone. Sadak gets two, but gets dropped right after. Sentinels with the defuse, and Sentinels a round away of leading this series.
Oh my gosh. That's the defuse. They go for John Cutie, or no, Zelsis. That's going to be an all-door towards the lockdown. Anything that helps them secure these rounds from Loud. Loud is able to get into the sites. They do it as a death ball. They squeeze in. But the plants have been so tough for Loud to get in a good position. The low plants just on platform are not allowing them good defensive setups. Sentinels comes in and just swarms from all angles in the end. 12-4 now. We are going to still have that Odin online for the side of Sentinels. But Loud are able to present now with full Vandals, just low armor on Tui's in this Rolling Thunder. They're going to fight for A Rumble control. It's going to be about the map before the fights first. They have to play this round in layers if Loud wants to get through Sen.
You hear a little bit of damage being done here through the smoke, but it's inflicted onto Loud. Sadak and Les tagged a little bit. Remember, this Rolling Thunder available, not used on the C side when they thought they had control. This time, though, Zekin gets the opener, 4 kills away. You thought you would have a Rolling Thunder open up the A site, but instead, it's reopening the door and sneaking QCK around.
They have no idea what's behind them. They don't know if somebody's in baby door. They don't know if somebody's now behind them at A main. They have to move, and Loud can only go forward here. That Rolling Thunder still ready, could cover all of B. They have QCK just lurking, waiting, but nobody from Sentinels is stepping into the danger zone right now. They're waiting for a plant knowledge.
Loud just with the regular stop and go under the pressure of elimination, yet at the brink of elimination does these plays. QCK trying to go for the hero one, trying to see if he can catch one off guard. At least to get the plant down.
5v3, Rolling Thunder prepped and ready from the tree position. They're gonna actually try to rotate a little bit around. Tui's can have a big flank in the end. A few of these seconds being wasted getting to the spike, but Sen still have a lot of time on the clock.
Important to keep Kalenzin alive right now for the Rolling Thunder, and he also has Aftershock. Holding the tree is the most important position, but Sentinels are looking to fight right back. There's the Aftershock. There's a swing out from Tens, but gets denied. And now the tap on that spike. Tui's dropping one. It's a 2 versus 2. Right inside, trying to stick it. Another one to fall. It's all up to Zek, who does get the kill. Trying to stick the spike. And gets to the fuse with the Red Bull clutch. And Sentinels are going to be America's kickoff champions. Ice cold, look at his face.
Sentinels, your gauntlet run is over, and you have completed it victoriously. Playing just about the same amount of games they played in the regular season of 2023 here in Kickoff to Kickoff playoffs and now grand finals. Sentinels had it all and they gave it all. The fans are happy. Zek in there with a stick defuse, and how better to get it than a stick defuse in the sight with your opponents still on the other side. It couldn't have gone any other way. Sentinels used it so many times to get to this point.
It definitely shows the preparation and how ready they were under these pressure moments that could still stay calm and stick a spike on a 1v1, but look at them. Sentinels crown here the victors of Americas in this kickoff win. It was actually a coveted title of Loud last year by winning Americas. This team reformed under the helm of John Cutie as the IGL, finding the partnership with Kaplan as well to be able to build this story.
And let's talk about that. John Cutie obviously in the scene, knowing some of the minds that he plays against, but being able to step on the VCT stage and outmind the best. That's greatness.
And now let's toss it here to Spix and the winners, Sentinels.
Riot Games Arena, give it up for your America's Kickoff champions. It is Sentinels. congratulations. Not only is this a major win for Sentinels as an organization, you were such an instrumental part of it. You were one of the best players in this entire kickoff event. We have Mama Zekin here, we have Grandma Zekin here. Please, a words for not only your family, but also your fans.
Mom, Leela, I love you guys. Thank you so much for coming. All the fans, thank you so much for coming out to support, whether it's online or in person. We couldn't do it without you. Thank you.
Now moving on, Tens. You are the only member on this team that remembers when Sentinels was at the international events, when Sentinels was lifting trophies. It has been 3 years since that moment, but finally, you'll be going to Madrid as the America's Kickoff champions. What does this mean for you to have seen your team's journey and make it this far?
Yeah, I'm just really proud of the team. Appreciate all the fans that have been cheering us on. It's been amazing. It's just been an experience. So, yeah, I'm excited.
I'm sure the fans are very, very excited to cheer for you in Spain as well, so thank you very much. Saucy! This has to feel so surreal because not only, of course, are you the America's Kickoff champions, you did so taking down Loud, your former team. Loud, the team that seems to beat all of their teammates that leave. I mean, they just have a crazy history of being able to do so, but finally, you're able to take them down. You're able to take down Sadak. Tell us how much more special this means for you.
I mean, it's really special. First, it's my first official title on Sentinels, so I'm really happy because of it. I'm a Brazilian, so I know like this means a lot for me. I don't really care, like it could be Loud, it could be NRG, but for me the title is special for itself because it was a high expectation on myself and our team last year, and I'm so glad that we finally came back and we got the win.
Absolutely, and you were such a huge part of that. Congratulations, Saucy. And now we have our in-game leader, John Cutie! John, you tweeted it yourself. There's no such thing as failure, just delayed success. From playing in Morocco, moving to Canada, impressing everyone with your time at Ghost Gaming, barely not making it in Ascension when you were part of M80, and now rejoining hands with Coach Kaplan, lifting this trophy here, winning America's Kickoff. Tell us what all of this means for you in your career.
It means a lot. I don't know where to start, but it means a lot. I've worked so hard. I've spent so much time just working. Yeah, I mean, I'm just living alone in LA, just working so hard. I have a vision, and I've seen this happen before it happened, so I don't know. I don't know what to say.
You're an inspiration to both aspiring and current pros alike. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and congratulations. It's amazing what has been done here today. And Zelsis, my man. Zelsis, you have been telling us that every loss before against Loud was a fluke, you know, and that you were very, very confident in this rematch. There's no question that they've really made it difficult, but finally, you get your revenge for the loss last time around. You are the champions, and you get to go abroad once again after the last time was Reykjavik back in 2021. It's been 3 years.
I mean, I'm just happy by the Sentinels bundle. Thank you. That was my whole goal. But not really, like, beating Loud, I thought, like, you know, it was slipping between our fingers. Every map, like, we were just grinding it out. We knew, like, it's, you know, John has the saying, it's a marathon, not a sprint. So we knew we were bound to win one map. Cap says all the time. I'm just really happy to beat Loud, and, like, yeah, I'm happy that we shown that we're the best NA team. So it just feels good.
You heard it from Zelsis himself. Make sure to buy the Sentinel bundle. And now, Coach Kaplan, you tweeted this yesterday that simply making it to Madrid was not good enough because you knew how much it would mean to take the win here and get those crucial points ahead of champs. You've done it. All the hard work, all the stress, all the practice has finally paid off, and now you guys are the Kickoff champions. Tell us what's going through your head right now.
I'm so lucky and so proud of my team. I'm lucky to be with them, and they mean the world to me. The fans mean the world to me. What an insane journey this Kickoff has been. We played so many games, and they're, you know, not only are we the best America's team right now, but I mean, we're really the best America's team. They're a real team. They really believe in each other. They know how to win and lose as a team. I love them all. I can't.
Congratulations. What an amazing, amazing victory. And of course, last but not least, we have Coach Drew over here. Coach, you have seen a lot with this org. You've seen the ups and downs, and finally all the pieces are fitting. The players are playing the best. The team is looking amazing. The team synergy is there. What does this moment mean for you?
It's validating. Like, we worked harder than anyone else this offseason, coming into the season too, so I think we deserve this, you know? Like, we had a hard year last year and we learned a lot. We came to this year and we set ourselves really well for the offseason, coming into the preseason, and yeah, we get the important 3 points for the, for the grand scope of things, and we go to Madrid. So.
Validation is certainly the word. Congratulations once again, Drew. And last but not least, Riot Games Arena, give it up one last time for your America's Kickoff champions. It is the Sentinels!
If there's one thing you can always guarantee from an NA crowd is useless USA chants just popping up out of nowhere, even though there's a Moroccan and a Canadian on the team. Amazing stuff there. Seems like they had a good time, too. It's been a long day, but boy, oh boy, this was an intense game. And it's kind of crazy, though, that, like, at the end, it just felt like Sentinels just hit a win button and then just kept going. Like, they never really stopped.
It was the series last night. Yeah. Almost to a T. Obviously, a little bit longer. It took us a little bit more to get there, but you got to the last game, and Celsius just said, all right, we're done. We're done here. Let's wrap this up. And they just snapped.
I think he spent more time out of his seat than actually in the seat, Celsius.
That's because the rounds were so fast and they played so few.
Entirely, but this Sentinels team, I mean, you heard it from them. This is the first time that Sentinels has really been a cohesive team since the last time we saw TenZ at an international event that he qualified for. They have worked so hard for this moment. There are so many players that we're getting to see make their big return. It's been a long time without TenZ, without Saucy going to international events, without Zekin the last time he was with Exit. These are top-level players that you expect to succeed. And, I mean, even Celsius returning, he's been talked about so much as, like, the best possible teammate you could have in North America to pick up, and he's made it back again. He's built another team up. It's amazing to see.
I really did appreciate what Coach Kaplan said, though, about them being a team, right? Because that was the problem. You mentioned it just now about how, like, the previous iterations of Sentinels just never really felt cohesive. Didn't really feel like they were like just a team, plain and simple. It just felt like a collection of people trying to figure it out. But you're really seeing it here now. And I think it's just because you got to have a bunch of people that are
100%.
just bought into whatever the system is, and they managed to achieve that with these 5 players.
They've got an amazing system, and Kaplan knew exactly who he wanted to bring into that system, right? The fact that he gets John QT to rejoin him on this team after John QT failed to qualify. There's a world where he qualifies with M80 to VCT, to Americas, and isn't on the Sentinels rosters. Yeah, they win 2 more maps. There's also a world where maybe Kaplan isn't looking for a new IGL, isn't looking for that player. Does John QT even have a spot? He deserves it, but does he get it? I don't know. The fact that the stars aligned and we get this Sentinels roster is almost a miracle in itself, and what we saw today was amazing.
In the interview we had with Kaplan yesterday, he was saying that John QT is like his best friend. The two of them, they spent so much time together back when they were on Ghost. Back then, they were innovating. They were ahead on the meta. They looked like one of the best teams. It didn't work out then, but now they're back with an even better roster around them and have made it work. And that story is just so cool to see come to a conclusion. 2 people reuniting who have a very, very distinct idea of how they want to play the game and putting that to execution with some amazing players around them.
Well, and I think it's tournament runs like these that build. This is what builds a team.
Yes.
Right? Like going through the gauntlet.
They played so much more Valorant than anyone else. No one else was close to the amount of games they played.
And it's not even just this tournament. When Drew said nobody's worked harder, and anybody can say that, right? And every team feels like they've worked harder than everyone else.
Yeah.
But they've played more off-season tournaments than anyone else. They played more rounds and more maps in this tournament than anyone else. They really have played more, and they've worked harder than anyone else. And I think you saw the fruit of that today.
Yeah, it really illustrates the importance of that offseason, of that time, you know. But this is it. This is who will be going to Madrid. We have now settled in the Americas region. The final two teams, it's going to be, of course, Loud and Sentinel. Sentinel's going into this one with that winner's feeling, which has to feel like a freaking uplifting spirit off of them, man, because it's been weighing them down
especially
for
after
years.
last year. For the players who have been on this
real.
roster since then, it has to mean the world. And I'm just so excited for Madrid because I feel like this is an opportunity to see a tournament where so many different teams are playing so many different styles. You have a team like Kickoff who's playing like Eurofade comps on multiple different maps, who's pulling out a tier 2 duelist from the worst team in Challengers North America and winning EMEA. You have the Chinese League coming into play for the first time. You have a VCT Pacific qualification without DRX, showcasing a rookie on Gen G.
All I'm going to say is, hot take, this could be one of our best tournaments
I don't
ever.
think that's even
It's going to be the most fun. It's going to be the most fun. And let me sell you two matchups. The best matchup in the tournament, for my money, Sentinels versus Gen G.
Oh, yes.
But the actual best matchup, if you want to see a clash of two ridiculous styles, it is Loud with their no-dive, double smokes, triple initiator, and Carmine Corp on Split. If they are playing their triple audio denial, Yoru plus Omen nonsense, that match will be the most entertaining Valorant match of all time. I don't care.
Hear me out. Sentinels versus Kickoff, the most clouded NA team you could possibly have against literally the entire country of France.
Yeah.
The internet will stop.
Let's not forget, Heretics are out there as well, and we're going to be in Spain.
They're going to have a Spanish crowd.
Dude, the ridiculous thing, sorry, I just have to say this for a second because of EMEA and being there last year, those two teams were the worst teams in EMEA last year.
And it's Sentinel, not the worst team last year, but they were down there last year. And now they've rebuilt.
It is an insane turnaround for so many of these different organizations, and it shows the roster moves in the offseason, and also,
even
like
Gen
Doug
G,
was saying, the work these teams did in the offseason, the unique styles, the fantastic gameplay, the cohesion, and Sentinels, they're the best at that in America.
And I think we have to highlight that this very well may be the best Valorant we've had.
Oh, yeah.
Ever.
Yeah,
where parity is at an incredible place. Anybody can beat anybody.
Yeah.
There are new faces and new names showing up. You've got guys like Narrate, the story he's had. We've got a field where we don't have Fnatic, where we don't have NRG, where we don't have DRX. This is...
No EG players qualified.
It's wild.
No Na'Vi.
This feels like... Again, this feels like the best Valorant we've had to this point.
I think it's safe to say we have officially entered into a new era of Valorant.
Yes.
And then when you do the voiceover, you just make sure you add that very dramatic pause.
Thank you.
But that's it. That's a wrap on Kickoff, guys. I mean, across all of the regions, I think it's safe to say this has been just such a fun tournament to watch.
Oh, for sure.
That is very safe to say.
It's very safe to say that, and I think that's why I chose it. But genuinely, though, we thank you all so much for tuning in each and every week. There are people who are watching every single region. They're just enjoying all the Valorant that's out there, and the good news is you won't have to wait much longer because Madrid is just around the corner. We're going to be back in April as well for Stage 1. There's so much happening here at the Riot Games Arena. It's been such a joy to be a part of it. And for myself and the entire team, we thank you all so much for tuning in, and we look forward to seeing you in Madrid. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to VCT Americas. Anything can and will happen.
The format is new this year. Those points are now important, so every game, every stage of Americas really matters for this team.
Players in his face, lots of chances, lots of opportunities, and it is beautiful. Play off there, MW still backing away, round on the back.
There we go.
He's got it.
There we
He's
go.
got it.
It's got to be Oxy to watch out for.
Sheriff and goes first contact. Nice shot there from Oxy. The backstab. Where's the communication? There's a third. Oxy on fire. An assist from the wingman to get the clap onto RG, allowing RC to get his second ace of the VCT Americas.
We're going to show you 2 tweets on the board. One is real, one is fake. Mimi is incredibly smart, lol. I love it. The second one is at Valley Sports NA. I cannot stand this Mimi person. I am muting the stream.
Up top, but it's smoked off. Tens taking a defuse, running into it. Kawazine. The stick. That's 3. The stick. 4. Will he get the ace? Yes, he will. 2 fast ones rips them apart. Sadak's still alive with the shorty. Pick it up, son. Get the upgrade. Get the bloody map.
You know, losing Aspas, that's a hole. That is a massive gap. If you see Aspas on a roster, that is a powerhouse team immediately.
Want to get some more to your opponents. Aspas just dancing around. He's KZing around the map.
Wait a minute, actually, I'm being told we have a new game. Oh, just because Suga's here, we figured we'd do something fun. It's a new one and a new pun. Crew Truce and Alive! Yes!
Gosh has got a little treat for me, haven't you? Yeah, it's a little morsel.
This is what G2 were doing in their activation earlier.
Taste test?
Yeah, taste test.
Okay.
How does Brimstone's cake taste?
Still with that player disadvantage, Kesnet! Just Kesnet things.
I have to ask you one last question. The hair, the gecko green. What are we thinking? Thoughts? Do we like it?
Personally, not a fan, but
Reveals a 2. Sees the reposition, lined up entirely, but it is that crossfire. No way! EU brings it to the 1v1. It will be a monstrous clutch, and indeed it is!
That explains that. Considered that on the 12th that G2 were beating 100 Thieves in the scrim.
Well, now we're going circles.
But you're going to put them higher because they were beating them 10-7.
Apoth is really far up. So Jonah P gets that kill. The bot is time and he's been patient. He hasn't moved at all. Both from up top. Jonah P with 4 on the round. He gets it. The ace from Jonah P.
Fury, EG, where's EG? They're 6-2 against an unknown team.
Well, it's an unknown.
It could have been Bleed. It could have been Yay on the opposite side.
Is it going to be enough? They're in a blender. He gets the first. Valen weak. Oh my God. Going to happen. The Red Bull clutch for EG.
You're in Furia's ear right now. If you could talk to them, what would you say to them right now?
Just peek it for Z. It's just a IPR, guys. Just do it, man. Just do it. Come on.
Angel is so alone. This angle double down. Paranoia gliding through. Molly at the feet though. Try and stop them. What a no-scope.
Here, does he have any idea Trent's just on the other side? What? How has he done that? Now down to the 1v1, but he's getting flanked. Is he aware? Knife on. What?
Doubling up the fight back towards the A site. Right up on 2. It's a 1v1. Him and QCK. 8 bullets left. The spray comes across. There it comes in for the 4K in the round. 12 seconds left. Forcing out a Rolling Thunder on top of that. And 2A's made it through the smoke for that kill onto Nature. The run through. The bait. The flank from behind. Loud pulling magic out of a hat.
First trip cleared. The dog went all the way around the pillar. Tens does it again.
Popping off on all cylinders.
What? Marv has something to say about that. What? Oh my gosh. Marv has something other to say about it. 4 headshots.
We're just playing a mini game right now. He gets the ace and he does. Crashy Saucy, a 1v1.
Oh, he's so confident.
4 bullets left. Switches weapons. Time is of the essence. And that's all it'll be. It's been years since fans have had a reason to celebrate, but tonight, Sen City burns red.
One enemy.
And they have to whipping by him. The tap on his spine. The kill from Celsius as they finally close out back number 1. And there his head swing out. Finally getting that last pick. Seminoles are 1 map away.
Flashbang.
One enemy.
It's up to Tweez alone once again. And now Wall's going to be in a million to deal with. He gets the first kill. Celsius is trying to stick him. One up to Celsius. QCK with the off kill on the second. Not even needed the assist. The pain on the last one. He's trying to do some dance move. Is it going to get cleared? Oh, lost. They didn't see him. He made it through this 14 seconds left. QCK chases him down. Let's go, man! One, it's a 2 versus 2. Right inside, trying to stick it. Another one to fall. It's all up to Zek, who does get the kill. Trying to stick this fight.
Oh my God!
Let's go! Let's go!